Konnichiwa, my swordlings. It is I, SephirothSword57. I'm currently hard at work on a new video. Now, unfortunately, I was not able to get this video out before the holidays. So instead, I thought it would be a good idea for us to watch all the SephirothSword57 videos. All the major SephirothSword57 videos is included here. This will be a long event. Well, are you ready to have some fun? Chat, are you watching? I see you guys are ready. Well, let's get started. Hi, I'm SephirothSword57. And first off, I would like to thank Dave Pretendo for letting me upload this video on his channel. Arigato, Dave. Now, on to the review. The game I'm gonna review today is called Chrono Trigger. Whoops! This is the wrong game. There we go. Chrono Trigger is often placed very high in top 10 lists, and is regarded as one of the best games ever made. Which is true, if you ask me. Chrono Trigger was released in the 90s for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System by Squaresoft, who is today known as Square Enix. Why can't you make games like you did in the 90s, Square? You are but a shadow of your former self. Now, the game was created by Hironobu Sakaguchi, who also created Final Fantasy VII, which is considered one of the best games to ever be released, which I agree with. We also have the composer, Nobuo Uematsu, who also worked on Final Fantasy VII. And also Akira Toriyama, which is probably the only name you need to hear in order to know it's gonna be Super Sugoi. He is the creator of Dragon Ball, and makes some of the best fan art around. Now you might say that the graphics looks bad in comparison with games today, in which case you're totally wrong. The graphics look amazing, and it still holds up to this day. But the graphics is not the only thing that is amazing. The story, the gameplay, the characters, the story, all of them is god tier great. My favorite part of the game is when they realize that the world is gonna get destroyed. One of the finer moments in the game, but far from the only one. You will see parts similar like this later in the game. Now this part here is also really good. The part when Chrono dies. Now, let's talk about the characters. First off, we have Chrono. Just look at this badass motherfucker. He has a sword and has red hair. His clothes is pretty swag too. Just look at him. Who doesn't want to play with a ginger Goku? I sure would. Next up, we have Ayla. Now that is what I call a good female character. Strong and good looking. What I would do to be able to wrestle around with this lady here. Next up is Magus, and I don't know what to say. This is probably the most boring character in the game. He joins you so late in the game that he barely gets any kind of character developed. Also, he looks stupid. with his tight and blue skin. Who does he think he is? A Smurf? Anyway, he's only a blemish on an otherwise perfect game. Now, there's only one more thing I like to talk about, and it's this. Chrono Cross. I have no words to describe how bad this game is. First off, no Akira Toriyama, which means that they had to go with this art style instead. And it looks terrible. The gameplay is different, the characters look awful, and the story is different. This is nothing like Chrono Trigger. What were they thinking? This is some shit-infested diarrhea dick fucks. Don't play that game, but play Chrono Trigger. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Bye! Hi, I'm SephirothSword57, and welcome back. I have been playing video games since I was a small child, so I thought it would be a good idea for my second review to be about something very special. The first game I ever owned. And that game is Whoops, I guess I left this here on a mistake. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog was released for the Sega Mega Drive in 1991, and it's amazing and can be enjoyed by any ages to this day. This was at a time when Sega was at the top of their game and they were kicking ass. The goal of Sonic the Hedgehog is to run fast, jump on enemies, jump on TVs to get rings and power-ups, and collect the Knights of the Round materia to beat Sephiroth. Wait, that's not it. Silly me. Sonic the Hedgehog is a true classic. But for some reason, there are some people out there who is trying to hate on Sonic. They are Nintendo fanboys, and they are jealous because they don't have a cool mascot like Sonic. I mean, just look. I don't even have to say anything. Sonic has this cool, slick blue design with an attitude to match. And what is this? Just some old guy with suspenders and a mustache? Boring! The point is, Sega is better than Nintendo. The goal of Sonic the Hedgehog is to get to the end of the game. There are 7 zones, and each zone has 3 acts. Wow! That's a fuck ton of content right there. But that is not all, because at the end of every 3rd act, you have to fight the evil menacing villain of the Sonic world, Eggman. And you have to defeat him by attacking his robotic ass. Wow, is that Shadow the Hedgehog?
I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Shadow. I'm SephirothSword57. I'm currently reviewing one of my favorite games ever, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh cool, this is a very good game, but it would have been even better if I was in it.
I agree, but how about you join the review, Shadow?
Sure thing, SephirothSword57.
Now, let's talk about Chaos Emeralds. Okay, so here is something about the game that sucks. You need to collect 6 Chaos Emeralds in the secret stages to get the true ending of the game. But other than that, the Chaos Emeralds don't do anything. You can't even turn into Super Sonic. Come on, Sega. This would have been such a cool feature. But instead, you have to wait until Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Yeah, you can't even do Chaos Control like I do.
Exactly. I'm sure that we will get to that game later. But for now, that is the end of this video. make sure to go and play Sonic. It is great and you will not regret it. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning or day. Bye! There's this new video game franchise that is getting a lot of praise from all over the world. And it's known to be brutally hard. Hi, I'm SephirothSword57 and this is Dark Souls. So this is the character I made for this specific playthrough. She is designed after one of my favorite anime characters. I have to say, the graphic looks pretty nice for a game from 2011. But look at my character. This isn't even remotely close to the character I created. Wow, we're getting off to a good start. When it comes to combat, this game is pretty boring. You can attack with a light and a heavy attack. And you can also guard. But that's pretty much it. Another thing that bugs me is the absence of music. In a game like Devil May Cry 3, you get this awesome cutscene, and then the game throws you right into the action, with Tetsuya Shibata's incredible music rocking in the background. It gets you pumped, it gets you excited. This, however, is not exciting. So I get to the first boss, but I can barely do any damage. So I thought to myself, wow, this is pretty hard. And when I died, I have to start all over again from the prison cell. So I turned to Google to find some help, and it turns out I'm not supposed to fight him quite yet. And that there was a hidden door in the boss room. Why didn't the game just tell me that? So I escaped through the door and found myself a shield and a decent dagger. After a bit of exploring, I tried going up these stairs. Artificial difficulty. So I had to walk all the way back where I died. And there I found this knight, close to his death. He gives me a potion and a key, which lets me continue on. Now, I walked through this wall of fog and ended up back in the boss room. But there was no way for me to get down there, and I couldn't go back through the fog. And then, this happens. More artificial difficulty. What was the purpose of that section? The only thing I could do is walk off the edge and lose some health. But I'm lucky that I have the potion that I got from the knight. What the hell? I can't even describe how slow the healing animation is. And you can't even move while you drink the potion. Would that happen in real life? In a good game, healing is instant and you can get right back into the action. But the healing in this game makes you wait, like waiting for a never-ending turd to make a touchdown. So after many tries and a lot of frustration, I finally managed to beat him. And I'm not even satisfied. So now the tutorial starts. What was the point of all that stuff earlier? What were they thinking? And now they tell me I could level up at these bonfires. They could have told me that earlier when I needed it the most. So the game obviously wants you to go over here, where the point of interest is over by the broken building, right? No, you just die. So instead I tried this elevator and ended up in this place called New Londo, where I got encountered by immortal ghosts and died. So, where the hell am I supposed to go? The bad level design just confused me, so I had to turn to Google for a second time and apparently you're supposed to go up these hidden stairs along the cliffside. And now the normal enemies are super easy. Just look! Wasn't this game supposed to be challenging? The boss battle was close to impossible, but the normal enemies die like flies. Some more bad game design. This should have been more balanced. And what is this? A dragon shows up and I don't even get to fight it. Come on now, this is really starting to tick me off. Now, I wasn't very satisfied with my current weapon, so I once again turned to Google to see if I could find a cooler weapon. As we all know, katanas are known to be the most efficient and deadly weapon throughout history. So I was pleasantly surprised to find this weapon called Uchigatana. Let's try this bad boy out. But what is this? The weapon is a huge disappointment. Despite its looks, the damage is so low that even the dagger do more damage. I'm not really that surprised though. A good katana in a western setting is just too good to be true. This game has no respect for Japanese culture. Anyway, so I got to this enemy here and I got killed. Up to this point the game has been a cakewalk, but apparently some stupid game designer thought it was a good idea to place this enemy here. What a load of horse shit! You are not tricking me this time, game. So I made it to the second boss, and once again the game decides to throw this horribly unfair garbage at you. This is where I draw the line. So, to sum it all up, Dark Souls is not a good game. Sure, the graphics were pretty nice, and the music that played during the boss battles were really intense. But that does not make up for the bad level design, horrible balance difficulty, and bland gameplay. I have no idea how people can like this game. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Bye! I'm so bored. I feel like playing something. Let's see what I can find. I think it's time to talk about this game. Hi, I'm SephirothSword57 and welcome back. Today I'm gonna talk about something really special. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog. He was so famous during the early 90s that he was even more recognizable than Mickey Mouse. That's right. You can easily look that up for yourself. He also revolutionized the platforming genre by actually trying to differentiate itself instead of ripping off a less interesting game which I'm not even going to mention by name since it just makes me nauseous to think about. Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Mega Drive was a breath of fresh air. And yes, I said Mega Drive and not Genesis. It's called the Mega Drive, people. That was the original Japanese name. Anyway, not only was it an excellent game, but Sonic the Hedgehog as a character is brilliant. His design is close to flawless, and is objectively one of the most well-designed characters in the history of video games. And in my opinion, the most well-designed one ever. But enough about Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, not Sonic the character, but there is a different game I want to talk about. So let's take off our nostalgia glasses and have a fresh look at Sonic Adventure 2. Arguably the best Sonic game ever made, at least when it comes to well-written characters and story. Gameplay-wise, it's pretty solid, though to many people it might feel a little bit outdated when being compared to games today. Besides that, Sonic Adventure 2 is a true classic. The best way to start this review is to start from, well, the beginning. But instead of me talking about it, just take a look at the first stage from Sonic Adventure 2. What can I say? Falling down from the sky with a piece of an airplane, which he uses as a skateboard to skate down the road. How cool is that? But not only that, he's also accompanied by one of my personal favorite bands, Crush 40. Check them out. I assure you that you'll have a blast listening to them. This game also introduced two new characters to the Sonic universe, Shadow the Hedgehog and Rouge the Bat. These two are my favorite characters in any Sonic game. Shadow is just so cool, and Rouge, well, do I really need to say anything? There are three different characters to play as in each scenario. Sonic, Tails and Knuckles in the hero scenario, and Shadow, Rouge and Dr. Eggman in the dark scenario. So there are 6 different characters, and all with their own playstyles, making this game worthy of the title Adventure. Sonic and Shadow has what I like to call the speed levels. You know, what Sonic is famous for. These levels are fast-paced and simply put, Sugoi. For those of you who have played Sonic Adventure 1, you know what to expect from this. Except it's improved on in every aspect. It controls very smoothly, and trying to play through these stages as fast as you can is super satisfying. Knuckles and Rouge stages are based around exploring a big map. This is the part of the game that Sonic haters like to bring up when they're trolling, claiming that they are horrible. Yes, I'm looking at you, Pro Jared. These stages are not bad. Sure, they're not as good as Sonic and Shadow stages, but they are far from horrible. You see all these open world games you're getting today? Well, it all started here, with the exploring segments from Sonic Adventure 2. Also, check this out. You see this part here? Does this remind you of something? You all liked that game so much when all it did was stealing the concept from Sonic Adventure 2. Not only that, but the stages are also very well designed. Look at this part here. When you get the digging ability for Knuckles, your first thought is to try it out, right? And would you look at that? The developers knew you would try it out, and you'll get rewarded for doing so. See? Good game design. Not only do you get fast-paced platforming with Sonic and Shadow, and big open-world exploration segments with Knuckles and Rouge, but game creator Yuji Naka was able to squeeze in this tight third-person mecha corridor shooter, starring everyone's favorite sidekick Miles, and Sonic's notorious nemesis Eggman. These stages are a breath of fresh air. They get your blood pumping and puts many other third-person shooters to shame. They're simple yet fun. All these characters that you play throughout the game also get their own power-ups. All these power-ups are needed to progress, and they're conveniently placed, so you never feel lost and confused where to go next. Throughout the game, you will encounter bosses, which are all cleverly designed. Now, when you finish both the Hero and Dark campaign, you will unlock the third and last campaign of the game. Truth be told, I have actually never finished this part of the game, so I have some unfinished business to take care of. So let's do this. Mangekyo Sharingan! I can't do this. The game is too powerful. Is this the end?
Don't give up, SephirothSword57.
Who's there?
It's me, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Shadow?
The SephirothSword57 I know wouldn't give up that easily. Embrace your strength from within and finish this.
I will. Completing this game after so many years gave me one of the best video game experiences of my life. This game has truly stood the test of time and is one of my favorite games ever made. You have to play this game for yourself, otherwise you're missing out on an incredible experience. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning or day. Bye.
Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Can't stick around, have to keep moving on. Guess what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No time for guessing, follow my plan instead. Trusting in what you can see. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it true. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it true, prove it to you. Follow me.
Indie games have recently grown in popularity. All kinds of people are able to make games from their homes. And the game that started the indie game boom is a game I'm actually not that familiar with. Hi, I'm SephirothSword57, and this is my first look at Minecraft. So, let's start a new game. Wow, look at these next-gen graphics. I've seen more impressive stuff in my toilet after taking a dump. I mean, just look at the animals. They look like Noah's Ark rejects. Okay, so this game plays like a first-person shooter. I'm not a big fan of those type of games, but I guess it's fine. What the hell is this hole doing here? Is this some kind of trap from the game designers? I couldn't get out from the hole because I got stuck in the water and drowned. Is this gonna be Dark Souls all over again? So I respawned, and after walking around a bit, I noticed some buildings in the distance. So I went to take a closer look. On the way there, I found out that you can swim by holding the X button. Could have been useful earlier. So the houses in the distance was actually a village. But what is this? Why would you build a village right next to a huge canyon? Things like these really breaks the immersion for me. Even the road just disappears next to the canyon. Was the level designer for this game a pot-smoking hippie or just stupid? I don't know. Now, when I tried to take a closer look, I fell down a hidden hole connecting to the canyon. But I luckily survived the fall. While trying to find a way back up, I ran into this cactuar ripoff that apparently blows up when you get close to it, so I died. After respawning again, I went back to the village and... whoa, look at these villagers. Is this Minecraft or Sesame Street? So apparently there's a day and night cycle in the game. I guess that is pretty cool. So I explored the surrounding area to find out what I'm supposed to do in this game. But I got attacked from a skeleton and died while trying to fight it. Okay, let's try again. What the... Whoa! Oh. There are so many monsters in this game during nighttime, and I don't even have a weapon. So this part of the game is basically unplayable. Difficulty spikes like these are my biggest pet peeves in video games. What a load of shit. With no other options, I had to start a new game from the beginning. And this time I was gonna look for an inn at the village, so I could spend the night there. But where am I? This is not the place I started in last time. How am I supposed to find the village now? I've been walking around these woods for ages and everything just looks the same. In the beginning there were tutorials all over the place, and the village was very close to the spawning point. But now the game places me in the middle of a huge forest. I feel like a kindergartner getting lost during a field trip. After walking around for what felt like an eternity, it got dark once again and monsters started spawning like crazy. This is not okay! What is wrong with this game? So like every badly designed game that is too lazy to give me a hint on what to do, I had to look it up myself. So I went to the official Minecraft wiki and found out that this game is dynamically generated. So every world is different, which means that they had some very lazy level designers. After doing some research, I was ready to go back into the game. So I started the game over again and began chopping down wood. And can you guess how you're supposed to do that? Well, apparently you're supposed to chop it down with your bare hands. This is a part that definitely doesn't make sense. I mean, just take a look. Yeah, it obviously doesn't work. I need the wood to build a house where I can stay the night. But you need so much wood for even the smallest home, and the chopping takes a lot of time and patience. You get so little from each tree, so I had to go back and forth between building and chopping. But after quite some time, I was finally done. And guess what? I'm not done yet. I have to get a door for the house, and to craft a door, I first have to chop down more wood, craft them into planks, craft a workbench, get more wood, craft them into planks, and then I can finally craft a door. What is this? Carpenter Simulator 2009? Now I finally have a shelter. It's almost nighttime, but now I can take refuge in the house. Try finding me now, monsters! Staying in the house at night is boring. I wish I had a Sega Mega Drive to play some good games on. At least then I didn't have to play Minecraft. With nothing else to do, I looked around the different crafting options. And there's a lot of things to craft here. But what is this? Shears? Why would I need shears? Does this game allow you to trim your grotesque ass hair? Anyway, I was able to make myself a wooden sword, so I can fend off against the nightly fiends. Now, after approximately 10 minutes of waiting, it was finally morning, and I can start exploring the world. And maybe find myself some crafting materials. After walking around for a while, this meter down here with the pork chops is almost depleted. Luckily, I've already looked that up, and it represents your hunger. So to fill it up, I have to eat this apple in my inventory. Don't you find it strange that the meter is made out of pork chops when you actually are eating apples? That would be like if Sonic picked up tomatoes to replenish his rings. It just doesn't make sense. After eating the apple, the hunger bar barely replenished, and I can't find any more apples. Not only that, I can't seem to find anything in this game. There are just trees, water, sand, and snow everywhere. There is nothing interesting here. This world is simply boring. It's getting dark already. It's time to go back to the house. But where exactly is my house? Everything just looks the same. How am I supposed to find it? Oh great, now I'm starving to death. This just keeps getting better and better. Now my sword is gone, and it's still dark. I have to find my house. Oh, there it is. Now I just have to close the door. And that is where my Minecraft adventure ended. I looked up a couple of videos to see what people are doing in this boring game. And it's basically the same boring stuff I did in this video. But people aren't just building houses in this game. They also build stuff like this, which is quite impressive. If it was made by a 5-year-old. So basically, Minecraft is a digital Lego building game. It's for kids and not grown-ups like myself. If I wanted to look at beautiful Hatsune Miku art, I wouldn't look at a pile of bricks. I would look up something like this. Anyway, that's Minecraft for you. If you're over the age of 8, you shouldn't be playing this game. You'll look like a fool and everyone will make fun of you. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning or day. Bye!
Whoa! Oh yeah! Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Can stick around and to keep moving on. Guess what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No not forgetting, follow my plan instead. Trusting in what you can see. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it true. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it true, prove it to you. Follow me. Oh yeah. Danger is knocking around every turn. Trust your feelings, got to live and learn. I know it's unluck that I'll make it through. With no other options, only one thing to do. I don't care what lies ahead. No time for guessing, follow my plan instead. Find the next stage no matter what that may be. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it true. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it true, prove it to you. Follow me. Follow me. I'll make it true. Oh yeah.
Hello everyone, SephirothSword57 here. I'm sorry for being so late with this video, but life has been pretty busy for me. Anyway, we've finally reached 500 subscribers. This is absolutely Sugoi. Now, as I promised, I was going to make a Q&A. This is for you, my swordlings. So, here we go! Are you a gentleman? Yes, I consider myself somewhat of a gentleman. I tend to treat the female sex with a lot of respect. You know, opening doors, pulling out the chair, stuff like that. Since you never know what that may lead into, if you know what I mean. Are you from the US or another country? I don't mean to sound rude, but I noticed that you have an accent. I actually got this question a lot, and I'm actually Swedish, but I believe that some part of me is Japanese. Maybe I was Japanese in an earlier life, or maybe I have some Japanese ancestors. I don't know, but I've always been drawn to Japanese culture. What would you prefer to play? Dark Souls for 12 hours or Minecraft for 12 hours? Neither. Next question. In your opinion, which video game has the best/worst fanbase? The best and most dedicated fanbase is the Kingdom Hearts fans. They're very passionate and have very interesting discussions about the franchise. As for the worst fanbase, that is the adult Nintendo fans. They live their lives in denial, thinking that children's toys are actually well-made games. They are really baka. Why do you think Mario is bad? I'm a die-hard Sega fan to the core, and obviously Sonic is better than Mario. Who is your favorite pony? Rainbow Dash. Can you dye your hair red to finish off your Iori Yagami look? Actually, I can't dye my hair. My scalp is very sensitive. What's your opinion on the Five Nights at Freddy's games? I actually don't have any opinions on those games, because I actually haven't played them. But they seem to be very popular, so maybe I'll do something in the future? You already told us your thoughts on Sonic Adventure 2, but what do you think about Adventure 1, and how does it compare to the second? Well, here's your answer. Would it be possible to see your clothing collection? Vests, shirts, rings, necklaces, hats, etc. Thank you. I'm sorry, but you actually summed up pretty much everything I enjoy to wear. There really isn't much more to say. When will you review Fallout New Vegas? Well, what's your favorite movie? At the moment, Dragon Ball Z Resurrection F. Check it out, it is really good. Do you have a girlfriend? Not at the moment, but my YouTube fame might open up a lot of possibilities. Can you review some fighting games? Sure, I have a couple of ideas. I'll make something in the future. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Final Fantasy VII remake? Squaresoft? Shut up and take my money. But seriously, I think the remake looks super sugoi, and I can't wait to get my hands on it. As long as it's true to the original, I'm all aboard. What exactly is the gesture you do with your hands when you said domo arigato? I never said domo arigato. You're thinking about minasan arigato. But to answer your question, it's the Uma hand seal from Naruto. I use it as an expression of gratitude when words aren't enough. Uma means horse in Japanese, if you didn't know that. Is this satire? As I mentioned in the first video update, no, it's not satire. This is the last time I'm going to answer this question. Who was your inspiration to start a YouTube channel? James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, was my main inspiration to start making videos. How can I make a channel as good as yours? First off, make content that you would like to watch. Make sure to research and keep your videos interesting. But most importantly, try to be yourself. Would you try Dark Souls again if I taught you some tricks? Would you commit seppuku if I gave you a katana? What's your favorite anime and your favorite manga? My favorite anime is a tie between Naruto and Bleach. It really depends on my mood. I love them both. As for manga, Love Hina has always been a personal favorite of mine. Great humor and beautifully drawn women. What more can you ask for? Show us your top 5 favorite games of all time. Arigato gozaimasu. My number 1 favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy VII. I feel like I don't really need to say anything. Second on my list is the PlayStation version of Chrono Trigger, which I've already made a review of, so you can check that out. Third on my list is Sonic Adventure 2, which I've also made a review of. Number 4 is Kingdom Hearts, and I don't want to share my opinions on it yet, because I really want to make a review of that game. And number 5 on the list is Sega Mega Drive Ultimate Collection. Who is your waifu? There are a lot of beautiful anime girls out there. I can't just pick one. Do you believe that Japanese make better games than Americans? Absolutely, there is no doubt about it. The Japanese has superior technology and actually pour their hearts into their games. Do you have a job? Yes, I'm working at a local warehouse dealing with furniture, where I drive a forklift, just like Ryu Hazuki from the Shenmue games. What was over on your right that you kept looking at? It's my script. I put a lot of work into my show, and I want everything to be perfect for my swordlings. And the last question, where does your name come from? SephirothSword57. And are you and Dave Pretendo the same person? If not, then who is he? I know these are multiple questions, but I feel like I have to answer this one just to make things clear. The name SephirothSword57 comes from the main antagonist from Final Fantasy VII. He has a huge cool katana and his name is Sephiroth. But since I have a Western audience, I changed the word katana to sword, just to make things simple. As for the number, it actually comes from the character Agent 57 from the show Danger Mouse, which was one of my favorite cartoons as a kid. Now, as for Dave, He is actually my older brother, being born just moments before me. We look pretty much identical, and when we were younger, a lot of people got us mixed up. This channel is actually his, but he allowed me to upload my videos here just because I wanted to try it out. And his channel was pretty much empty. But if you're wondering, yes, he will upload videos here in the future. He actually have a lot of things planned. I'm sorry if your question wasn't answered. They were either offensive or I just couldn't come up with a good answer. So I picked those that I could actually answer. Thanks a lot. 500 is a really big number for me and Dave, and I hope you stick around with us for the future. Let's make it to 1,000 subscribers. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Bye! Hello my swordlings, this is SephirothSword57, and before you ask, yes, I've cut my hair. In this episode, I'm going to take a look at a critically acclaimed masterpiece, Shadow the Colossus. Many people consider this game their favorite, so I'm very curious to see what this game has to offer. So, let's pop it in, shall we? Okay, so he's taking his horse with him inside the building? I hope the horse doesn't take a huge dump on the stairs. That would get pretty slippery. Anyway, I have to say, I'm very pleased that the game designers decided to keep the Japanese voice acting in the Western release. It's not so often that you see that nowadays. Right off the bat, this game makes one huge mistake in the opening cutscene. It seems like the game wants me to have an emotional attachment to this woman, but there's no character development so far to convince me. Imagine if Final Fantasy VII started off with Aeris getting killed by Sephiroth. That would be horrible character development. And it's even worse in Shadow of the Colossus. Here the girl is already dead, and I didn't even get to see her die. I don't care about this character. As a gamer, I'd rather just throw her body away and have my own adventure. But I guess beggars can't be choosers. Maybe I'm being too hard on the game. I mean, the gameplay hasn't even started yet. Let's check it out. Mother of God. The main character runs like a little baby who just pooped his pants. And the controls are horrible. He controls like one of those ball labyrinth games. And the horse controls is practically the same, and he runs really slow, which is very annoying since the world is quite big. Speaking of the world, this is one of the most boring worlds I've ever explored in a video game. The world is just empty. There must be something wrong here. I traveled for over 30 minutes and all I found are these lizards, which I killed in one hit, and they didn't even give me any XP. I have no idea where to go, so I had to look it up. Apparently I'm supposed to go to these cliffs right across from the temple, where they introduce these platforming segments. And with controls like these, you easily fall off. Many tries later, I finally reached the top. Up here I see a huge guy with a club walking by, and now the game tells me that I have a sword and a bow. But I prefer the sword. I tried to fight him, but without success. Right when I die, the game tells me that I have to use a special ability to find his weak spot. Why didn't they tell me that as soon as I started fighting him? So the sword shows me that his face is the weak spot. I guess it's time for the bow. I keep shooting him in the face with arrows, but his health bar doesn't even move an inch. What is going on? I keep shooting his weak spot, but nothing is happening. This is insanely stupid. The fact that I had to look up what to do on the internet shows you how badly this game teaches you how to play. So apparently I have to climb his leg, where he has another weak spot. I also noticed that this pink circle depletes when you're holding onto it. That's good to know. So then the game tells me to charge up the sword to stab the weak spot. But I can't charge it enough because it gets interrupted all the time. This is pretty annoying. But finally I get a stab in and he falls to his knees. Now the game makes me climb his hairy butt. And luckily on his lower back there is a conveniently placed balcony where I can recover my stamina. But wait a second. Don't you recognize this from another game? That's right. This is completely stolen from Sonic Adventure 2. I guess the designers were so bad that they had to steal the mechanics from another game. And since I know how to defeat the boss in Sonic Adventure 2, I know exactly what to do here. After the fight, these dark strings attack me, and I get transported to the temple, where a shadowy figure creeps up on me in my sleep, and then he just disappears. What was that all about? So the first enemy that I ran into was actually one of the Colossi. So I guess I'm off to defeat the next one. So I'm back out in the open world, and it's still as empty as before. So this is actually how the world is supposed to be. No enemies, no towns, no items, just Ginger McPoopyPants and his horse Arrow. Arrow! After exploring for quite a bit, I ran into the second Colossi, who looks exactly like the first one, except that he walks on 4 legs and has a bony butt. Speaking of legs, I can't seem to be able to climb them. I have no idea what to do. Swords and arrows doesn't seem to work. So after a quick YouTube search, I finally figured it out. Shoot him under the foot, climb his leg, strike his back, and strike his head. This is too easy. This is exactly like the first boss. So after some deja vu, I'm off to fight the third Colossi, and the world is still empty. This one is very tall and has a sword for an arm. Well, let's just climb to his weak spot. This doesn't seem to work. Apparently, you're supposed to stand on this platform, make him attack it, and then you can climb up his arm. Weak spot on his head and stomach, he falls to his death, and so does his statue. This is getting extremely boring. How many Colossi are there left? 13 more?
I'm done. I'm so done. This game is one of the worst games. Some ass poop game.
Shadow of the Colossus is an extremely overrated game. The gameplay is
Bad game?
Who was that? Is that coming from the PlayStation 3?
How dare you call me a bad game, SephirothSword57?
What do you want from me?
I've brainwashed so many gamers into thinking I'm awesome, but my powers didn't work on you. I won't let you release this video of truth onto YouTube. Now, die!
Why, Shadow?
I'll do anything for a friend. See you around, pal.
No!
What a weakling. Meet me outside and I'll show you what I'm really capable of.
Oh no! The game has become a Colossus!
Take this, SephirothSword57. You're weak. You've always been weak. How does it feel to be defeated by a giant like me?
You know what, game? The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Kagebunshin no Jutsu!
What is this? How?
Wait! I think I still have one left.
Thank you, my friend.
No worries, pal. Have you ever played a game that is so bad that it made you depressed? I don't care about bad games in general. Heck, I even reviewed some of them on this channel. But when someone tries to make a game from your most beloved genre and is completely deluded on how that specific genre actually works, even with all these tools on the table, crafted from generations of game developers before them, they disrespectfully ignore this fountain of wisdom and instead pulls the plug and watches as the water runs down the drain. Not only that, but to go even further and add a bunch of stupid characters, bad graphics, uninteresting gameplay, and a soundtrack that is desperately trying to play on your nostalgia strings. It is only then that you get this game that a lot of people are calling a masterpiece. But in reality, it is actually a masterpiece. Hi, I'm SephirothSword57, and today I'm going to tell you the truth about Undertale.
Do you remember the feeling of picking up a fresh new JRPG from the store shelf? The thrill of setting out on an adventure, the excitement of exploring a grand world filled with ruins of the past, the joy of getting to know wonderfully written characters and together fight with them through waves of fearsome monsters in your quest to save the world.
Or do you remember the time when you got stuck in a hole for 10 hours? Welcome to Undertale, a game made by a nobody named Toby Fox.
Well, where do I even begin? Should I start with the incredible high-resolution graphics that doesn't even exist? Should I make a joke about how every character looks like they belong in Jim Henson's Bear in the Big Blue House? Or should I start from the beginning and tell you why Undertale is one of the most overrated games ever released? I first saw the game about a month ago, and after scrolling through a couple of screenshots, I thought it looked like garbage. But I'm not the kind of person who judges the book by its cover. Sadly, I was right. It looks even worse than an old Nintendo game, because some of the graphics doesn't even look like they belong in the game. This baffles me, since this game was from 2015. Remember Final Fantasy 13? That was released in 2009. Wow, just look at these gorgeous ultra smooth cinematics that blends in so well with the tight, flowy gameplay graphics. Let's make a side-by-side comparison. Final Fantasy 13 and Undertale. Remember, these games were released 6 years apart. This shows you how superior Japanese developers are to Toby Fox. At the start of the game, I meet this annoying goat thing. Shut your face, you freak of nature. It treats me like a baby and doesn't let me play the game. You know how tedious tutorial sections are in games today, and Toby Fox totally delivers on that part. Even after cutting her up with my knife, she has to make the annoying sounds as she dies. There is also this flower that follows you around throughout the game. I guess he's supposed to bear some importance, but it's a freaking flower! Who gives a crap? I don't give a crap about any of the characters in this game. You got these skeletons who always interrupts the flow of the game. One of them disappears after a fight with him, but the fat one shows up throughout the whole game. And the worst thing is that he sounds just as annoying as the goat.
Speaking of the characters, the main character is easily the worst one in the game. He's one of those silent types, with no personality whatsoever. One of my favorite parts of a JRPG is to go around and visit different locations and meet up with interesting and well-written characters who joins your team armed with unique weapons, skills, and powerful magic, creating a deep and dynamic flow to the combat. Do you know how many party members Undertale has? 1. It's just this one kid. Let's stop for a moment and look at the Suikoden series. There are 5 games in the Suikoden series, and each one of them has over 100 well-written playable characters. But this Toby Fox guy can't even seem to be able to make one. He was even so lazy that he didn't even give the character any skills or magic. You just have this normal attack the whole game through. By the way, did I mention how bad the combat is? First off, you don't even see the main character in combat. How can you forget such a key feature? Phantasy Star 4 has the same combat view, but at least you get to see the characters back, and they play a cool animation when they attack. In the end, it does not really matter to me, since this kid is just butt ugly. There is also this dodge mechanic, which doesn't really make any sense. Do we want games like this to become a standard in JRPGs? Now, I want you to close your eyes for a moment. Don't peek now. There you go. Forget about bad games like Undertale, Dark Souls, or Minecraft. Just focus on your breathing. Now, I want you to travel back to the golden era of JRPGs. Picture yourself playing your favorite game of that era. Remember those memorable hours of grinding. Hours well spent before finally defeating that menacing boss you had so much trouble with. You smell that? Mommy's cooking your favorite food. Oh, and would you look at that? A save point. Just in time for you to save the game, so you can run down the stairs and enjoy your dinner.
This Toby Fox wants to destroy those memories.
Not only does he blindly throw together a half-ass broken product, but he dares to take it one step further by rounding up all the JRPG-hating jocks and making them buy this game and give it positive feedback, just to make fun of the genre as a whole. He takes a piss on famous game celebrities like Hironobu Sakaguchi, Yuji Horii, Haruki Satomi, and Akira Toriyama, and finish it off by taking a shit on one of the most touching and lovable scenes in video game history.
Let's rise up, my swordlings. Remember, it's in the darkest of times that the stars shine the brightest. We can't let Toby Fox be a part of this industry. For the future of JRPGs, we have to stand together in hopes of defeating this madman known only as Toby Fox.
It was a cold evening in October. The leaves have started to fall from the trees like sakura petals on a beautiful Japanese spring. As I walked home from school with my favorite Deer and Grey album playing in my headphones, I passed by a yard sale and decided to take a look. I wasn't looking for anything special, but was pleasantly surprised to find a box of some old PlayStation 2 games. There were about 20 games there, but one of them caught my attention. It was a black CD case with nothing on it except a small note that read, Final Fantasy X Ultimate Sin Edition. I hadn't played Final Fantasy X in years, and my old copy had been stolen by the jocks at my school. And even though this one had no cover, I still felt like I had to experience this masterpiece once more. I never seen this Ultimate Sin Edition before, but I guess the owner didn't know anything about video games. I went up to him and asked how much he wanted for the game, but when he saw the game I wanted to buy, he just stared at it like he had seen a spooky ghost, and with a deep voice he said, "Take it, just take it and get out of here." Suddenly, I felt a cold shiver running down my spine, and there was a presence of evil in the air. I turned around and ran home as fast as I could with the game in my backpack. Days went by, and it was now the day before Halloween. My parents and my brother were staying at my grandmother's place for the whole week, but I had to stay at home so I wouldn't miss the release of the new episode of Bleach. I felt Super Sugoi, so I decided I wanted to play some Japanese RPGs. As I was about to pop in my copy of Disgaea 2 Cursed Memories, I noticed there already was a game in my PlayStation 2, ready to be played. It was a blank disc with no label. I took a look around the room and noticed the black CD case, the same one I got from the yard sale the other day, laying wide open on the table with no CD in it. I said to myself, "Damn it, I have to tell my brother to stop being baka and leave my games alone." Since the game was already in the console, I decided that it was a good time to play it. I booted up my PlayStation 2 and the familiar Final Fantasy X screen showed up on the television. But there was something different. I wanted to start a new game, but the new game text was faded and I couldn't select it. And weirdly enough, there was already a save on the disc, so I tried loading it. The save was from Besaid Island, but there was no music, and as I entered the first combat screen, I noticed that Titus was already down, and the only other member was Wakka. I tried using Phoenix Down on him, but he wouldn't get up. I suspected that this was some kind of glitch, but I kept playing. I finished the fight with Wakka, but there was no victory music either. The only thing I could hear was what sounded like Yuna crying in the distance. Back on the field, I tried using a Phoenix Down on Titus from the menu, but just as I gave him the Phoenix Down, there was a blackout in the house, and the screen went black. I went down to the basement and flipped the switch to the fuse box, and when I came back, the TV was already on, and the game was still going. And now, the Besaid Island music had started playing, but it was playing backwards. I could hear Yuna's crying very clearly now. I started to run around with Titus on the field, and I noticed there was something different about his animation. That's when I saw he was running around with no head. I couldn't enter any fights, and the music just kept getting louder and louder. And then the game crashed on me. When I started it up again, Titus' decapitated head showed up on the screen, staring at me with bleeding Sharingan eyes. Warning: this video contains Mario footage. The Mario Maker game will only be used as a tool for explaining game design. Swordling discretion is advised. The Mario franchise. What can be said that haven't been said already? No matter where you go, whether it's the toy store, anime convention, the internet, McDonald's, or your local GameStop, you'll get this mascot shoved down your throat whether you want it or not. Mario was created by a couple of Japanese wannabes who totally lost track of their own culture and founded Nintendo. I have no respect for this company and their games, but my brother bought their latest Mario game, and it gave me some ideas for a very interesting video. While we patiently wait for Sega's counterpart, Sonic Maker, hopefully on a new exciting Sega console, I guess we have to stick with this. My purpose is to educate you on game design and hope that you can see past the visual graphics and see the deeper meaning in what I'm trying to teach here.
Konnichiwa, my loyal swordlings. This is SephirothSword57, and this is a lesson in game design. Let us start by putting the game in. How about this one? No? Then how about this one? Oh, I know. This is the one. Oh wait, it's on the Wii U, of course. You can't really blame me for mixing up the Wii U with a toaster, a trash can, and a toilet. I mean, they are pretty much the same thing anyway.
Now, I wanted to start this with a tropical grasses field with hills and palm trees. This sets the player in a relaxing mood, creating a smooth build-up to the adventure ahead. As you can see, there are no palm trees in this, so I had to improvise. I decided to make our first obstacle a hill with two enemies, one flying and one grounded, to get the player experienced with two different enemy types and get a feeling for the controls. If you get past the enemies, there is a small reward, a box full of rings. Right next to the first obstacle, there is a small little treat for explorers. I placed this spring on top of this palm tree with some rings. This teaches the adventurer that exploring rewards you. Now we have our next obstacle, a bridge with an enemy who tries to eat you. I placed some rings above the fish to motivate the adventurer to jump over the threat. And here is our first secret. Can you figure it out? If you look carefully, you can see that this tree has no coconut in it. Or does it? Let's try jumping under it. And would you look at that?
With just a couple of tweaks, I've taught the adventurer to look around the environment for secrets. This skill will come in handy later in the game.
Now, we end the tropical phase of the game by entering this cave and go down this elevator to our first dungeon. This game has more than meets the eye. There is actually a very different way to play this game, but we'll get into that later. Let's continue on. Up ahead is a place to grind. There are a lot of enemies here, so there are plenty of opportunities to gain some extra levels for the challenge up ahead. Next up we get this golden text that gets you pumped for the final challenge. But before that, we pick up some equipment to finalize the Fire Mage build for this playthrough. Here is our menacing final boss, which consists of 3 parts you can attack. But with this build, I'm very powerful and can easily blast through him with my devastating fire spells. Before finishing the game, I've placed some sound effects to make the adventurer feel accomplished.
But remember when I mentioned that this game has more than meets the eye.
So we finished up the Fire Mage route. But this time I'm going to show you the super secret swordling route. Let's go back to the start of the dungeon. Did you notice this suspicious hole in the ceiling? With some skillful jumping, you can actually get up there and find a secret door. Let's check it out. Just like the hidden ending of Chrono Trigger, you get a super fun message from the developer. And a golden buster sword to motivate you on the journey ahead. Not only that, but you also get some cool text and some free extra levels. At the end of the secret room, you can enter a door which leads to the beginning of the dungeon. You get all this extra stuff for motivation, because the Fire Mage build is not available during the Swordling playthrough. So you have to defeat the final boss with your wits and skills only. I will not show you any strats for this part, since I want my Swordlings to challenge themselves and be able to play this game for a long time. Whether you take the challenging Swordling playthrough or the powerful Fire Mage playthrough, you are going to have a blast playing this game.
If you want to try it out for yourself, you can either ask a younger sibling or any other children if they own a Wii U and Mario Maker. Otherwise, if you're a true Swordling, I would recommend getting a second-hand Wii U and Mario Maker so you can experience my game for yourself. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Where am I? What is this? Is this a DualShock 4 PlayStation 4 controller?
I see you're awake, SephirothSword57.
Who's there? Who are you, mysterious masked man?
You are gonna do me a favor. You are gonna play the worst PlayStation 4 exclusive game in the universe.
What are you talking about? There are no bad PlayStation 4 exclusives. Wait. You can't mean...
Cultivate your hunger before you idealize. Cultivate your anger. Make them all realize. Climbing the mountain, never coming down. Break into the content, never falling down. My knee is still shaking, like I was 12, sneaking out the classroom by the back door. A man left me twice though, but I didn't care. Wasting is wasting for people like me. Don't try to look so wise. Don't cry, cause you're so right. Don't cry with fakes or fear, cause you will hate yourself in the end. Don't try to look so wise. Don't cry, cause you're so right. Don't try with fakes or fear, cause you will hate yourself in the end. You say dreams are dreams, I ain't gonna play the fool anymore. You say, cause I still got my soul. Take your time, baby, darkness falling down. Reach your soul to teach yourself to for your gloom. Traces of fear, big shadow of nothing. Shadow of nothing. Still you're blind, your shoes you're running wrong. There's always a strange way to the point you see. Don't try to live so wise. Don't cry, cause you're so right. Don't cry with fakes or fears, cause you will hate yourself.
In March of 2015, I went on my daily visit to GameStop to look for some games. They had a brand new PlayStation 4 exclusive on the shelf, so of course I had to buy it. I called my friend Joachim on the phone. He was already familiar with the game and had some bad news for me. He told me that the game was from the same creator that made Dark Souls. Filled with disappointment and remorse, I decided to hide the game in my mom's attic, so this copy would never be played by anybody. Months went by, and one day I got kidnapped by a mysterious masked man who forced me to make a review.
Konnichiwa, my swordlings. I'm SephirothSword57, and this is Bloodborne.
You start the game by waking up in your bed, just like Chrono in Chrono Trigger. But there is this creepy smelly old fart in a wheelchair that gets too close for comfort. And I thought, whoa, this is not like Chrono Trigger. So here is the character creation. Age. Well, I consider myself to be a mature male specimen. Since strength and skill are two of my personal traits, and I played a lot of Valkyrie Chronicles recently, I choose military veteran as my origin. Here is my character. So, let's start the game. Now, a big monster crawls out of this liquid stuff. My god, what happened to Mr. Kool-Aid Man? After that, there are these tiny homosexual mummy people touching all over my body. And then I wake up. So I guess it was all just a dream.
It seems that the grass these game developers were smoking was not from your grandma's backyard.
After exiting my room, Mr. Kool-Aid Man appears once again and kills me. What the hell? After being killed by Mr. Kool-Aid Man from my dream, I wake up in another dream. I wouldn't be surprised if Leonardo DiCaprio showed up. This place is actually not that bad. There is this cozy church-looking house, surrounded by flowers. I only wish I could interact more with this kawaii doll over here.
If you know what I mean.
Now, you get to choose between 3 weapons: a saw, an axe, and a cane. I picked the cane since it was the most interesting choice. I mean, I don't want to play as a lumberjack. I also get to choose a gun. So I played around with the controls for a bit, and I noticed that you lose health when you press up on the D-pad. Okay? So the player gets punished for exploring the controls of the game? That is some baka game design right there. Alright, so I'm back where I started, just before I encountered Mr. Kool-Aid Man. But now I have a gun, so let's bust a cap in this motherfucker. Aiming with the gun is impossible, and the damage output is on par with a left jab from an infant. It's clear that the game has some balancing issues, especially consider that my walking cane deals more damage than the pistol. Was this game made for old people? Now I kill a couple of enemies, I climb a ladder, and after a while I get to this gate. After opening and walking through it, I noticed that I was back where I started. In Sonic the Hedgehog, you always move forward, but this game makes you go backwards. I don't see the purpose of this. With even a tiny bit of knowledge of good game design, you would understand how incredibly stupid this is. Well, let's just climb up the ladder again. So I get to this area where there are a lot of people wielding torches. This is some serious 1930s Frankenstein bullshit. Come on guys, it's 2015, not the 30s. This area was clearly meant for sneaking by, but I decided to conquer it, Sonic style. Now, I see this big guy on the other side of the square, knocking on the door. I guess his friends won't let him join the torch party. I'm getting a little tired of this game now. There are just the same enemies, buildings, and no cool equipment to find. I just keep getting sheep deaths over and over. This game is called Bloodborne, but I think a more fitting name would be Blood Boring. Since I consider myself to be one of the more honest reviewers on YouTube, I wanted to know a little more about this game before I gave it my final verdict. Luckily, my friend Joachim has pretty bad taste when it comes to video games. Not trying to talk down on him or anything, but he seems to like this game. So I decided to invite him over so he could show me if this game has anything good to offer.
Okay. So, you played this game a lot?
Yeah, I just finished DLC, which was released this month.
Okay. So, did you play this from when it was released?
Yeah, I bought it on release day. I played through.
Okay.
Okay, so here's our first boss. I skipped one of the bosses and went directly to this boss.
Gas coil.
Yeah, I guess.
He looks like a Van Helsing wannabe.
Because of the hat, or?
Got all this blood on you.
Yeah, it's pretty bloody.
Yeah, it's be careful so you don't get AIDS.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So the cutscene. Is it another boss now?
Yeah, it's Vicar Amelia. It's a pretty intense boss. Yeah.
Wow. Such ugly. Much bad design. If you know what I mean. Yeah, I think we have enough footage for now. I get what this game is all about.
Okay.
I can't believe that Dark Souls convinced Sony to release this diarrhea turd of a game as a console exclusive. I guess they tricked Sony by going under another name. Anyway, I think that Dark Souls should release their own console to release their shitty games on, instead of abusing the powerful PlayStation 4. That's it! I'm done with the review. Now release me, mysterious masked man.
I thought that the game would have been enough to destroy you. Now let's end this in combat. Now, SephirothSword57, I will reveal to you my true identity.
No, it can't be. Nintendo.
Let's do this. Man, that hurt a bit. Here you go, SephirothSword57. Thanks, pal. SephirothSword57, catch!
Thanks, Chrono.
This will come in handy. A little better, but not enough. I bought some friends. Come to my side, my loyal servants. Oh no, it's Dark Souls and Minecraft. Don't worry, SephirothSword57. I'll take care of the minions. You focus on Nintendo. Luminaire! Enough of this. I'll kill your healer. No, don't! You killed Shadow! You bakemono! Ha 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 ha! Now it's only you left, SephirothSword57.
You made one huge mistake, Nintendo.
And what would that be, you puny human?
Well, you messed with the wrong human. Kai.
What is this power? This can't be. No way!
Check this out, Cloud.
Super Omni Slash! Tensei can slash!
I finally defeated him.
What's that over there?
I can't believe it. Nintendo was carrying the Dragon Balls all along. I know what to do now.
Come to me, Shenlong!
What is your wish, SephirothSword57? Is it wealth? Immortality? To become Japanese?
It sounds tempting, but there is one wish more important than those. I want to resurrect my best friend, Shadow.
A simple task. Your wish is granted.
Welcome back, buddy.
Thank you, SephirothSword57. What do we do from here, SephirothSword57?
You and the Swordlings live on with your lives. I have some things I need to do. A new year, a new era, a new season of Sephiroth Sword 57. Okay, I just want to mention that this was the first season of Sephiroth Sword 57. But still in the way. There we go. Yes, that was the first season, so I just wanted to take a small break before we get started with the follow-up. Now, it was at this point that we knew that the SephirothSword57 was a smash hit amongst the swordlings, and Season 2 had to continue. So, yes, we're going to keep watching. How do you swordlings feel so far? How is the audio? How is the stream? How does it look? It's good. All right. Wait, without further ado, let's keep watching. And I might be it's gonna get pretty late soon, and I might have to go to bed, but the stream will keep going. And in case I have to leave, I will let you swordlings know. But for now, enjoy Season 2, my swordlings.
Konnichiwa everyone, SephirothSword57 here. So, here we are, my second Q&A. I've been reading your comments and picked out a couple of questions that I wanted to answer. So if I don't answer your question, it's probably because you didn't follow the rules, or I don't know how to answer your question. I will also skip some of the questions that ask things like, have you played this game? Or what's your opinion on this? And the reason for that is that maybe I don't have anything to say about it, or maybe that I want to do a review on it or talk about it at a later date. Now that that is out of the way, let's begin the Q&A. Are there any games that you like despite being baka game design? Any guilty pleasures? As a game designer and a video game analyst, I only play good games. Have you watched the anime One Punch Man? If so, what are your thoughts? Yes, I have, and it is Super Sugoi. Do you wish Shadow the Hedgehog was real? If so, what would you say to him? What are you talking about? Hey Shadow, come over here! See? He's real. No guys, I'm just joking. This is actually just special effects that I use in my videos. But I do think that Shadow would be a pretty cool guy to hang out with. Would you ever do a collaboration with other YouTubers? No, I don't think so. Most YouTubers lack in quality, and sadly they don't have the same kind of game knowledge that I possess. What gave you your inspiration to start this majestic YouTube channel? Like I said in the previous question, most YouTubers lack the kind of knowledge necessary to make quality content, or they're just too afraid to admit the truth. So that is the reason why I wanted to start creating videos. What's your opinion on Pokemon? Oh, you mean that Noah's Ark simulator where you collect badly designed puppies and kittens and store them into tiny balls? No thank you. Have you ever thought about moving to Japan where your talent could be properly appreciated? I would love to move to Japan, but right now I feel that the Western audience needs my knowledge the most. It brings joy to my heart when I see all the swordlings waking up from their Western society slumber. Arigato. Hey SephirothSword57, I knew a few females at my school who might be swordlings in disguise. I overheard one of them saying Final Fantasy and other video game related terms. I really want to date one of them, but I don't know what I should say. Any advice? Okay, Don't panic. If you want to talk to one of them, I suggest that you start off with a little joke, just to break the ice. Hey, what would you call Sephiroth when he comes to your door wearing a suit and handing out pamphlets? A Jehovah's Witness, of course. And then you can continue on with an interesting topic. Who do you think would win in a death battle? Sephiroth or Tidus? That would lead to some deeper discussions. And lastly, you can finish with this. Here is a red materia, if you ever want to summon me. Dear SephirothSword57 senpai, as a popular YouTuber, I have to put up with a lot of hate comments daily. How do you deal with the stress of being a YouTube giant and the endless torrent of Reddit haters? Don't forget, my swordlings, Bakas focuses on winners, winners focuses on Sugoiness. If you can personally write and complete Disc 2 of Xenogears, what would you have happened? Disc 2 should begin with Fei Fong Wong teaming up with Luca from Chrono Trigger, since she is already a cameo in the game. Luca then builds a time machine, which can also warp between different dimensions. Together they team up with cool characters from both animes and JRPGs. They go through every good JRPG, meeting characters and defeating menacing bosses. I know it's not possible, but it would definitely be Super Sugoi. Do you know Kung Fu? No, Kung Fu is Chinese, but I do know Japanese martial arts. I have been practicing Bujikan Budo Taijutsu for a while now. It's the most deadly martial art out there. Will you be my friend? If you're a swordling, then you are a friend to me. What drove you into anime, JRPGs and Japanese culture in general? Before I discovered Japanese culture, I was going through some tough times. I always felt like an outsider and I didn't know who I was. But one day, when I was doing homework in the school library, I saw these paperback books on one of the shelves. I've just discovered anime, and if you didn't guess it already, I didn't do homework that day. I felt connected to the characters, and I could really relate to the humor. It was on that day that I became the SephirothSword57 you all know today. And those were all the questions that I could answer. I think we should do these Q&As more often. And now, I have an announcement to make about Season 2. Season 2 will begin in February, and it will start off with something really, really special. The month of February will be known as Final Fantasy February. In the month of February, I will only make Final Fantasy related content. This is really big. I hope you swordlings are looking forward to this. Also, there's one thing I guess I have to mention. Down in the description there are links to a Twitter account and an Instagram account. Those are Dave's personal accounts and not mine. I don't really care about stuff like that, because I have other things to work on. So Dave will be handling the social media. He makes channel updates on his Twitter account once in a while. So you can check that out if you want to. And that is the end of this video. I hope that you look forward to Final Fantasy month. And thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning or day. Bye!
Sega! Hello my swordlings, this is SephirothSword57 and welcome to Fighting Streamers. With me today I have my old friend Joachim. Say hi to the swordlings, Joachim.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Today we're playing Sonic the Hedgehog, one of the best games ever made, and it was released for the Sega Mega Drive. So, is it true that you never played this game, Joachim?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Well, that means that you get to start playing today.
Okay.
Oh, oops.
All right. So
You can push the start button.
Stop.
Yeah, yeah, you should probably watch out for that beetle robot guy there. And there's this robot bee guy there too. So jump on the trampoline here on the
What
yeah,
is-
there's a trampoline in that palm tree. So right above you. So you have to jump up. Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's rings there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and now when you go to the right over there. Watch out! Oh, there's a red
Yeah,
fish there
yeah,
that can
son.
attack. Oh wait, go back a little bit. Go back
Okay.
a little more. I think there's something in this tree up there to the left.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. It's a invincibility box.
okay. So now I'm invincible.
Yeah. Oh, the ring. Go take the ring.
What?
Take the.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you missed it.
So can I go back? or-
No, you missed it. You could have gotten a Chaos Emerald if you didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait. If you go down here to the left, there's secrets here.
Okay.
I can tell you, there's secrets here.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. That's
so as long as I have rings, I don't die. Is that...
yes, that's true.
Okay.
So you can keep. That's one of the good things. If you get hit and you have one ring, you can just pick up the one ring over and over. So if you are good enough, that is.
Okay. So this
So-
is
Yeah, you can break the wall to the left, by the way.
here.
Yeah, but you have to get a running start and then you have to push down on
Okay.
the D-pad.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, not good enough.
Okay.
Try again.
Oh
No, that's wrong.
There's some input delay on this PS.
No.
version.
I think it's just in your. That's just in your mind, Joachim.
Okay. So now. Oh, I'm.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
you're really
this
fast. No, I have to take it.
Yeah. Why do I need to pick up so many rings?
The reason you have to have 50 rings in the end of the level to get the big round ring there.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. You.
So I only have 40. I didn't know it was the end of the level.
Yeah, that can happen.
Okay.
Wait. The wall down there to the right.
This one?
Yeah, you
oh,
can just try that one. So
okay.
let's take a running start and we'll probably be...
Oh shit.
Try again.
Oh yeah. Here we
Good
go.
job.
Okay, so I just go down here.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, wait,
Oh.
what are you doing? Spider crab. Goes to ever a spider crab can he swing from a web? No, we can't. He's a crab. Oh, wait. Here comes the boss. Wait, hold on. I can show you. I can show you how. Hold on. There's a little secret for us Sonic fans. So if you, there's actually a. Oh wait, hold on. There we go. Now you can be invisible while fighting the boss. So.
Okay.
I don't have to get hit at all. Oh, what? There we go. Yeah. You can go to the end of the... And you can jump on that. Yeah. Now you free the animals. Oh, Marvel Zone. It's a lot of lava here, so watch out. Oh, yeah. And those guys can only be attacked on the head, so running and run and push down.
Oh,
Or
okay.
you can do that too. You can jump on the head too, but...
Rings.
Yeah, those get caught on fire if you jump on them, so be careful of that. Oh. Yeah, that can happen. It's okay. It's okay. You can just start from the beginning.
Oh, I have to play.
Yeah. It's just Green Hill Zone, so you have to play through those levels
From the first stage?
Yeah, from the first stage.
Okay. So there's no continues, or?
You can get continues if you, well, you didn't enter the ring worlds there.
Okay.
And you can get continues from those as well as the
Okay,
Chaos
then I'm
Emeralds.
going to go there.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's
Yeah,
the ring.
jump in the ring there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah. Earthquake! Oh. Oh. Whoops.
Oh.
Alright, I got a question here from the chat. Let's ask. SephirothSword57, which is your favorite game? My favorite game is Final Fantasy VII. And what about you, Joachim? Do you have a favorite game?
Probably Baldur's Gate 2, I think.
Okay.
Or I
have another question here. What is your favorite anime?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to wait there. Oh, yeah, your bats. There. Oh, you see the lava down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be careful. When you get down there, it's gonna follow you, so you have to run fast. Run fast! Run fast! Run fast! Oh. Run fast. There we go. Yeah, you're fine now.
Okay.
How familiar are you with Yuji Naka? He's the creator of Sonic.
Has he made any other games?
Made Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, and they made, yeah, he probably made all of them. I believe he made all of them, yeah.
No, I'm not
Okay.
not familiar with them.
Game over here. That not. Well, I guess you have to start from the beginning again. So, have you watched Naruto, Joachim?
I've seen a couple of episodes.
Yeah. Well, when did you watch it? Was it the old series or was it Shippuden or what was it?
I think it was old. It was a long time ago. I don't
Okay.
remember.
It was probably the old ones then, the original series.
Yeah.
Did you watch the episode with the where they had to tried to see Kakashi's real face? Was episode 101?
I don't remember.
It's pretty funny episode. It's one of my favorites. So, we've reached the end of the first episode of Fighting Streamers. Unfortunately, Joachim couldn't finish Sonic the Hedgehog, but hey, I don't judge him. On the next episode, we will play something different. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us and staying in the chat, talking with us, and yeah, thank you so much. See, You can say thank you to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And until then, have a good night, evening, morning, or day.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello my swordlings, this is SephirothSword57. As you probably noticed, there has been some changes to the Day Pretender channel. That's right, a guy named Clayton Summers has been kind enough to make art for the Day Pretender channel. Be sure to check him out in the description below. But anyway, back to Final Fantasy February. Today we're going to talk about the best game ever made. Final Fantasy VII. We all know how this game touched the hearts of millions of people in the 90s. It didn't only change how we looked at video games, but also how we looked at ourselves. This game alone inspired humanity to take care of our planet and each other. It also exposed the West to how cool JRPGs are. We can all remember laying awake at night wishing that we were as strong as Cloud or as cool as Sephiroth. I know that this game can get a little bit confusing for you swordling, so this video will explain everything that happens throughout this glorious masterpiece.
Final Fantasy VII is a game about good versus evil. We have our main protagonist, Cloud, who has a really cool haircut, and with his trusty Buster Sword at his side. And our menacing protagonist, Sephiroth, who sports a more serious look, carrying around a long Masamune katana. These two cool anime characters' relationship can be compared to Naruto and Sasuke. Just like Sasuke, Sephiroth has a dark path. When his evil Cetra mother Genova gave birth to him, she tragically died. So Sephiroth tries to finish off what his mother started, to summon the evil meteor magic to kill the planet. Cloud was previously working for Shinra as a soldier, but Shinra is an evil corporation whose goal is to kill the planet. So Cloud joins up with Barret, and together they form Avalanche, a resistance group which aim is to stop Shinra. They go on their first mission together, and after killing a robot scorpion, they successfully blow up Reactor 01. The combat in Final Fantasy VII is active time battle at its finest. They've added limit breaks for every character, cool moves that the characters can pull off when the meter is full. It also adds a lot of depth to the combat system. Cloud then meets up with Aerith, who later dies in the game. Come on Cloud, why didn't you just use a Phoenix down? Then they take a train together, and then Barret shoots and kills a couple of people in the bar. Man, I do like Barret's ruthless anti-hero personality. Then you find out that the bar is actually Avalanche's secret hideout, which is owned by a beautiful childhood friend of Cloud's named Tifa, who actually joins the party. Which is great, since your love interest, Aerith, actually dies later in the game. Fun fact number 1. After this beautiful flashback from Cloud and Tifa's childhood, if you look closely, you can see Meteor, which is going to kill the planet later. Then the Avalanche team goes out together on another mission, to destroy Reactor 05. But the mission is a failure, and Cloud ends up falling to his death.
I'm just kidding you guys.
Luckily, Ares foresaw these events and planted a bunch of magical flowers in this church to soften Cloud's fall, making sure that he doesn't die. Since Ares is an ancient, she can foresee these type of things. Then the Turks comes and kidnaps Ares and take her to the Shinra headquarters. Our team then goes to infiltrate the Shinra headquarters. They save Ares and a mysterious Native American tiger joins our party. His name is Red 13. But then Sephiroth kills the president, and then Cloud has to escape Midgar on a cool motorcycle. They enter a neighboring small town where we get to see an important flashback, where Cloud and Sephiroth are on a mission together in Nibelheim. Sephiroth kills a dragon and reads a bunch of books about his past, which drives him insane because he finds out that they've been using his dead mother for experiments. So he burns down Nibelheim and goes to see his mother. Sephiroth and Cloud are about to face off inside of the reactor, but Cloud doesn't remember anything else. Our team then goes on a well-deserved vacation by the beach at Costa del Sol. I really like this place. It's very relaxing and is much better than any real vacation spots I ever been to. On the beach they meet up with Professor Hojo, who is sunbathing, and then they go to Gold Saucer, where you can play chocobo racing and other fun games. You get 2 new party members at this point, Kate Sith, which I don't actually play with that much, and you can also recruit a hidden cute Konoichi girl named Yuffie. It's great to see the female cast growing, since Ares dies later in the game. Cloud wins the first prize in Chocobo Race, a cool red sports car, which is very convenient for exploring the world map. With our new wheels, we head for Cosmo Canyon, where we learn a bit about Red 13's path, as well as Sephiroth's evil plan to destroy the planet with a huge meteor. At this point in the game, you get another hidden character. When you get to Nibelheim, you can go to the basement of the Shinra mansion, where Sephiroth did his reading. There is a secret room here, where you can get the vampire Vincent Valentine. He has a cool red cape and a golden claw on his left hand. If you pick up this character, your party will look Super Sugoi. And then Sephiroth throws the destruct materia at Cloud and flies away. We then enter Rocket Town, where the team meets up with Sid, who wants to go to space, but Shinra won't let him. So he joins the party and they make an escape with the tiny Bronco just as the Turks are about to catch them. But the party gets gunned down by Rufus. Now that we have a full-sized party, we head to the Temple of the Ancients, where a lot of trippy stuff happens. Turns out the temple is actually the black materia, which Sephiroth needs to summon Meteor. The temple then shrinks down to a normal-sized materia, but Sephiroth interrupts and mind controls Cloud to give him the black materia. We then head to the City of the Ancients, where we get to see the most heartbreaking video game scenes play out. As Ares and Cloud stands by this altar, trying to talk to the planet, we see a very familiar silhouette, and in the next moment, Sephiroth has penetrated Ares' body with his firm Masamune. Then Cloud gently puts Ares in the water, and all we can do is watch as her body sinks to the depths below.
I'm so relieved to finally get this off my chest. After so many years of living with these tragic memories, I finally feel strong enough to talk about it. I hope that you swordlings appreciate this.
So their goal now is to go after Sephiroth, so Cloud has to use his snowboard and then climb the Great Glacier. Here our team together kills the Titan and gets the black materia back. Then they meet up with Sephiroth and he shows them what really happened in Nibelheim. Apparently Cloud wasn't even there. Instead there is this black-haired Cloud guy named Zack, and Cloud is actually a clone created 5 years ago after the Nibelheim incident. Sephiroth proves this by showing Cloud a photo. Cloud gets so confused that he gives back the black materia to Sephiroth. These events traumatized Cloud to the point that he ends up as a vegetable in a wheelchair. Tifa decides to pay him a visit in Midel, where he is being hospitalized. But then Ultima shows up and destroys the town, leaving a big hole in the ground, which Cloud and Tifa falls into. Tifa then goes through Cloud's mind, and we get to see what really happened in Nibelheim. Cloud knew Sephiroth would betray him, so he cleverly disguised himself as one of the soldiers and spied on him with his shadow clone Zack. But Sephiroth saw through Cloud's plans and destroyed the shadow clone. But Cloud was agile and quick. He grabbed his majestic Buster Sword, and with a single slash, Sephiroth falls to the ground in front of his mother's dead body. But Sephiroth was not dead yet. With great skill and precision, Sephiroth thrusted his shining Masamune blade through Cloud's exposed torso. But our hero was not ready to give up. He gathered all the strength he had left in his body and grabbed the Masamune by its blade with his bare hands and lifted Sephiroth up in the air and threw his body down the gaping Mako reactor.
And that is what really happened at the Nibelheim incident.
With Cloud's mind restored, they can finally stop Professor Hojo's evil plans and breed the perfect gold chocobo to reach the last summon materia, Knights of the Round. After killing Hojo, our heroes descend the crater where Sephiroth hangs out. This is where the last battle takes place. After killing Unova, Cloud, Vincent, and Yuffie finally confront Sephiroth in his ultimate form, the one-winged angel. Sephiroth is a strong foe, but through our journey, our heroes have gained a lot of XP and skills. And with these skills, they managed to defeat Sephiroth's final form. In a one-on-one battle, Cloud unleashes his ultimate and final limit break, Omni Slash, which ends the life of Sephiroth. But that is not enough to stop Meteor. It gets closer and closer to Earth, and not even the ultimate white magic Holy can stop it. But from out of nowhere, Ares and the planet teams up together and releases the life stream power on Meteor, and the planet is finally safe. The end.
Now all of you understand what an amazing game Final Fantasy VII really is. This is sadly the end of this video. I hope you guys had a fantastic Final Fantasy February. I know I had. But Season 2 has just started and there's a lot of things planned for this season. So look forward to more content. That's it, you guys. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Bye. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Today, my fellow swordlings, we're going to analyze and dissect a game which many people consider their favorite. Hi, I'm SephirothSword57, and this is Zelda.
The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. My first introduction to the Zelda franchise was through the 1989 anime, The Legend of Zelda. I can't believe that anyone would want to play a video game with such an annoying main character.
Excuse me, princess.
His personality is dumb and he looks like a freaking leprechaun. After doing some research on the internet, I found out that the best Zelda game ever made is Ocarina of Time.
So, let's start playing the game. Whoa! Whose idea was it to make 3 handles on the controller? What were they thinking? how am I supposed to use this middle part here? Am I supposed to use it with my mouth?
What up, homie?
Oh, howdy Shadow. I'm just about to review a Zelda game.
Don't be a fool, SephirothSword57. Everyone knows that's a shit game, yo.
I know Shadow, but I'm going to make a review that is not based on nostalgia or fanboyism. Honest and objective.
Wow, just look at this amazing Nintendo 64 logo. And what's the point of this intro? It doesn't tell you at all what the game is about. Okay, so I get to name the save file. So, yeah, of course I'm gonna name it Seph. Okay, so here we have a really boring opening cutscene. Just look at this. It's too long, there's no voice acting, and it's boring. And the text is so slow, and I can't even skip through it.
I have to sit through this garbage and wait when I just want to start playing the game.
The controls are very stiff, and controlling the character feels awful. And look at these ugly 3D models. As soon as I finally start playing, I have to do a bunch of chores to continue the game. I have to find a hidden sword and collect 40 gems to buy a shield from the shop. In Strider for the Sega Mega Drive, you don't have to find a sword to start playing. You get it from the beginning. Much better game design. Why couldn't you just start with the equipment and just move on? The sword is really close by, so what's the point? Seph? Why did they name the character after the file name? His name is Link. I watched the show, so I know what his name is. This is really baka. So my objective right now is to save a tree from dying. And to do that, I have to enter his mouth for some reason. Gross. And now we enter the combat. And it plays exactly like Dark Souls. You have a lock-on system, a sword, a shield, and it's very slow. Apparently lock-on was a new system for its time, but it's still garbage. Controlling the camera is a mess. You can only use the C button to center the camera behind you. And this fairy called Navi always tells me what to do. This is really annoying. You just have to wait from just opening a chest. There's so much waiting in this game. There is no jump button in the game. I tried every button and there's not a single one that lets me jump. Well, apparently they thought it was a good decision to just run towards the ledge and automatically jump. Horrible decision. Every game should have a jump button. Now, I find a slingshot. What is this? A game for small children? So now I have to use the slingshot to shoot this ladder over here. But the fairy already revealed the puzzle for me.
Like I said, children's game.
After solving a bunch of puzzles with obvious solutions, there is a boss. And guess what? It's terrible. The boss is an obvious puzzle in itself. I just have to use the slingshot and then hit it with my sword. Easy and boring. Is this our menacing antagonist? He looks dumb, and later I find out that his name is Ganondorf. What kind of silly name is that? They might as well call him Ganondork for all I care. Okay, so the tree dies despite my efforts? Well, that was a waste of time. Now I get this ocarina, which comes to no surprise, since they spoiled that in the title of the game. You use it for different puzzles throughout the game, and now we get to explore this uninspired empty world map. Judging by its design, they tried to do something similar to Final Fantasy IX, except that Final Fantasy IX actually did a good job. On the field we get to fight these stupid helicopter enemies, which you defeat by hitting their dangling ballsack. Here we get to enter our first town, and I've actually figured out what kind of people like this game. Pot addicts. I buy a new shield, and I make my way up to the castle, where I have to do some dumb puzzle involving a chicken. Link gets to do some bad sneaking minigame.
Who does he think he is? Solid Snake?
So this is the beautiful Princess Zelda that the game is named after. But she looks super ugly. I want my female characters to look fashionable and stylish in video games. This just looks like an underage grandma. Okay, so after a long boring conversation, she gives me a letter and then I learn a song from this woman, who later escorts me out the castle. Now here is something that actually pisses me off. This woman tells me to go to the mountain, but the fairy tells me I should go speak with some girl in the forest. So basically the game is lying to me. Whose idea was it to put this lie in here? All it does is make the player confused, which is the last thing you would want to do as a game maker. Speaking of the fairy, she is the most annoying thing so far in the game. During my time playing, she stopped me way too many times just to tell me meaningless or obvious stuff.
Hey! Listen! Listen! Hey!
So I decided to go to the forest first. I have to go through this area called Lost Woods. To traverse this area, you have to listen to where the music is coming from. Another obvious puzzle with zero imagination. I found some slingshot upgrade, which was also an obvious puzzle. Is this game going to be this baka the whole way through? Now, we get to the end of the woods and learn a song from this girl. And I guess that's it. I was super confused if I was done with the area or not. So after wasting hours to see if there were something else to do, I decided that I should just move on to the mountain instead. So I had to go all the way back to the castle and use the letter I got. And I finally feel like I'm making progress. On the way up the mountain, I meet these weird rock people, and one of them came rolling down towards me, and I couldn't get out of the way.
Another thing that proves that a game is badly designed is when you can't avoid taking damage, no matter how hard you try. Absolutely baka.
So you enter the city and play a song for their leader, and wow. I guess Nintendo thought this scene was funny or something, but all it did was making me dislike the game even worse. I guess this is expected of a children's game. Anyway, I get some kind of bracelet from the guy, which lets me enter this dungeon the rock people had some kind of problem with. And here we go again. Another area with obvious puzzles and easy enemies. I think I get what this game's gimmick is. You enter these dungeons that always has a map and a compass in it. Wow, talk about immersion breaking. Who put this map here? And why are there items placed in chests to begin with? Anyway, you also get an item for your inventory, which you also use to defeat the boss in some way. This is extremely dissatisfying. Instead of feeling accomplished for figuring out how to defeat the boss, you instead feel like, oh, I was right even before the fight even started. So now my goal is to visit a fairy on top of the mountain. And oh my god! I call up the girl from the woods, Saria, to see where I have to go next. And I'm supposed to meet someone called the Sora King or whatever. But it's so cryptic that it's impossible to know where that place is. Why doesn't the game just tell me where to go?
If I didn't have to make a review of this game, I would have given up on it long ago. I mean, there has to be something positive to say. I mean, it's considered one of the best games ever made, according to some people, so there has to be something.
So I finally find the place where the Sora King is, but I have to play a stupid minigame and then find a bottle at the bottom of the lake. I don't get why this is part of the main quest. This totally feels like a side quest. So apparently this ugly king's ugly daughter is stuck inside a huge fish. But I can't do anything with the big fish. Well, guess what? I have to get a small fish in a bottle and then drop it in front of the big fish. How was I supposed to figure that out? So the next boss area is inside the fish. Okay, so far we have been inside a tree, which was pretty standard, and inside a cave, which was pretty boring.
So if I had to force myself to say something positive about this game, I guess that having a boss area inside of a fish is a interesting concept. But it's freaking gross!
It's disgusting, boring and easy, and it's also an escort mission. I find the item, kill the easy boss, and get the last of the 3 items that I needed, and it's time to visit Princess Zelda again. There is a cutscene here, and this part is insanely stupid. This cutscene is exactly the same as the opening scene you saw the first time you started the game. Who thought this was a good idea? They completely spoiled this part for everyone playing the game. I guess it's a little different, since you get to talk to Ganondorf over here. I pick up the item that Zelda threw away, which is the Ocarina of Time. Hey, like the title of the game. I go to the Temple of Time and play a new song I learned, and then I pick up a new sword. Now there is this cutscene, which shows that Link is now an adult, and that 7 years has passed. The world is now in ruins, and Ganondorf has taken over the land.
At this moment I thought, wow, maybe this is the part where the game actually becomes good. Maybe the first hours or so were the worst part of the game.
And no, it's still the same boring game. I found some grappling hook device in the graveyard, and then the game tells me to go back to the forest.
And that is where I stopped playing the game.
When a game reuses an area 3 times, it just shows you how lazy these so-called game designers are. This is where I draw the line. I played this garbage of a game enough to give my final thoughts. I'm probably very close to the end anyways.
Well, Ocarina of Time is an extremely overrated game. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. And I would...
Excuse me, SephirothSword57.
Link?
I'm gonna defeat you.
I've defeated stronger foes than you. But I guess I can take this opportunity to try out my new Blitz move. Oh!
You're a fool, SephirothSword57. No physical attacks can penetrate this energy shield. With the Song of Time, I'm gonna trap your brain in a time warp, making you stupid like a small child. Take this!
Ah!
Nintendo will be pleased now that SephirothSword57 is defeated. Looks like this is the final episode of SephirothSword57. How is this possible? Your brain should be that of a fetus. You shouldn't be able to stand.
That was a very impressive jutsu, Link. But I also have some tricks up my sleeve.
You see, just as you started to play the Song of Time, I grabbed 2 pencils that I stored in my back pocket the whole time. The pencils I used to write this review. Just as the sound of your ocarina touched my eardrum, I immediately knew what to do. I had to destroy my eardrums in order to block your attack.
Unfortunately, I'm completely deaf now. But your attacks won't hurt me anymore.
Your attacks can't hurt me either, SephirothSword57.
That's where you're wrong.
Huh?
Are you familiar with Ludwig von Beethoven, Link?
He was a famous German composer during the late 1700s and lived through the early 1800s. He wrote some of the most famous and timeless musical pieces ever made. Many of his most admired works came from the last 15 years of his life.
And during those years, he was completely deaf. You've already proven that sound can penetrate your barrier, and I'm a pretty good musician myself. So have a taste of your own medicine.
No, no. Yo, what was the sound just now?
Nothing, Shadow. Just another normal day for an honest reviewer. By the way, Shadow, you've been acting very strange lately.
What you talking about? Is it 'cause I'm black?
Konnichiwa, my loyal swordlings. I know you've all been waiting patiently for my next video. I just got home from my trip from the great Nippon, Japan. Now, I have some great news to share with you swordlings. The humble people of Japan has accepted me as one of their own. They have all been so kind and respectful to me. I blended in perfectly. During my pilgrimage to Akihabara and Tokyo, I gained a lot of knowledge that I wanted to pass on to my swordlings. The first and most important thing is how to properly bow to a Japanese man. Remember to keep your back straight. Keep your arms straight at your sides. And remember to never bow lower than the Japanese person standing before you. Next up, chopsticks. Remember to keep a firm grip on the sticks. Grab your food with precision and accuracy. And remember to always put your chopsticks at the far side of your plate. And the last thing I want to share is that Japanese people don't go around in hakama and reading manga on the street. They usually do that at home. Okay, my swordlings, I also bought some games with me that I wanted to share. I bought some Sega Saturn games. I think you can probably see. And I also bought this Dreamcast game here. Really cool stuff. And I also bought Rorori Kenshin for the PlayStation. And I also bought some cool Sega Mega Drive games. Anyway, my swordlings, I'm really busy. I have a lot to work on. I got some new videos coming that have all been inspired by my trip to Japan. I assure you, they will be Super Sugoi. So, until next time, my swordlings, have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi-mosh!
There is nothing as immersive than taking on the role of a katana-wielding masculine hero.
But today, my loyal swordlings, the male gender is not in our focus.
As our adventure unfolds, we cannot forget about our kawaii companions that make the journey more exciting. Whether they are funny, adorable, or have nice personalities,
If you know what I mean.
they are always welcomed in our party. After a lot of research, I managed to pick out the 5 female characters that stand out the most in video games.
Hi. I'm SephirothSword57, and these are the top 5 female characters in video games.
Number 5. Miracle Shamlock, Star Ocean 4. Miracle is cheerful and funny, and she possesses all of my favorite character traits. Designed by Enami Katsumi, who did some clever design choices to capture her gung-ho spirit. She's armed with sharp claws, which together with her ears and tail almost make her cat-like. Finishing up with tight purple clothing, which exposes her tummy, makes this a perfect design. Number 4. Eifu-chan, Hyperdimension Neptunia. Eifu-chan is a fair-skinned young girl with beautiful green eyes and waist-long brown hair. She is voiced by Kana Ueda, who truly brings this character to life. She also voiced Sophia Sherberg from Sugar Bunnies, which is a super kawaii and funny anime from 2007. She also makes the voice of Rika Ueda in the anime adaptation of Camphor, which aired in Japan between October and December of 2009 on TBS.
I recommend that you check them out.
Eifu-chan also uses claw-like weapons to defeat her enemies. It's her headstrong and serious attitude that gives her this well-deserved spot on the list. Number 3. Hatsune Miku. As we all know, this beautiful girl is not only a well-written video game character, but she is also a very talented pop singer, making her number 3 on this list. Number 2. Ayane, Dead or Alive. Fighting games have some of the toughest females around, and Ayane is no exception. This Konoichi ninja girl female warrior is as deadly with her Tanto blade as she is with her fists. This girl's mind is as sharp as her body, so you better think twice before inviting her over for sake on a Japanese evening. And that is why she takes the number 2 spot on the list. Number 1. All the characters from Senran Kagura Estival Versus. I know what you swordlings are thinking. Wow, did Seph-sama totally nail the number 1 spot on the list? I mean, what's better than one Konoichi girl? How about a whole cast of them? Yes, this game is filled to the brim with awesome female characters. In this game, we have girls like Hibari, Asuka, Yumi, Miyabi, Katsuragi, Murakumo, Hikage, Ryona, Minori, and many more. If you don't know what kind of girl you like, you are bound to find at least one here, since this game is full of well-written and awesomely designed female characters, making this game Super Sugoi, and that is why Senran Kagura Estival Versus take the number 1 spot.
Now, that's it for this top 5 list. I hope you really enjoyed that, my swordlings. See you later. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Mosh mosh! Shukurimashou, shukurimashou. Sate sate nani ga dekiru kana? Konnichiwa, my swordlings. Why do I have to put mushrooms in the soup? I don't even like mushrooms. Who made this book anyway? Super Mario? Hi, tikimashita! Wait a second. This doesn't even look remotely like it did in the cookbook. What were they thinking?
What's up, homeboy?
Ohayo, Shadow!
Did you hear that my bro, Sonic-san, is in a fighting game?
Oh, you mean Sonic Fighters? That's a pretty subarashi game.
No, not that one. This one. Here, catch, SephirothSword57.
Well, I'll finish this review before this bowl of ramen is finished. Omae wa mo shindeiru. Smash Brothers.
Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. In the early 90s, a small company conquered the world of video games. At the forefront of this glorious company stood a blue hedgehog who bear the name Sonic. This company fought countless battles and came out victorious throughout every console generation. But then, at the beginning of the new millennia, something happened. Another company by the name of Nintendo was jealous of Sega's flawless mascot, Sonic. Their jealousy grew stronger and stronger until they only felt hate towards Sega. They would do anything to destroy Sega and steal their mascot for their own.
Well, they got what they wanted. I don't know how, but I have a theory that Nintendo hired the Yakuza to stop Sega from making consoles ever again. I mean, how else would you explain that Sonic appeared on every Nintendo console after Sega's downfall? Now, we're going to take a look at Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. I know a lot of you guys have been asking why I own Nintendo stuff if I don't like them. And the answer is, I don't. I never owned any Nintendo stuff, ever, and I never will. I just borrowed this game and a Wii U from my brother Dave, just for making this review. Well, let's take a look, shall we?
Okay, so let's address the elephant in the room. Just look at these characters. You got some few okay looking characters here, and then there are these characters who doesn't look like they belong in the game. It's like if you made a game with the whole cast of Fairy Tail, and then threw a bunch of Looney Tunes characters in the mix, and then all the characters from Big Bang Theory. The character designs just doesn't work together. Anyway, let's play the game. What is going on here? The game just started and I am having quite a hard time figuring out which character is mine. I mean, come on, look at this mess. Would this happen in Arcana Heart 3?
The answer is no.
Arcana Heart 3 is a true fighting game, which features swords and guns and ass-kicking nuns. You have 23 well-balanced females and 23 powers, which combines for over 500 different character types. The gameplay is rock-solid fighting action at its best. My favorite character is Lilica. She is really good. All the characters have their own unique story arc, and they feel like their own little OVA, so it's definitely worth to play through this game multiple times.
But anyway, my swordlings, I have something very important to tell you. There's this new game that I found, and it has awesomely designed characters. And it's also Super Sugoi.
Naruto vs. Bleach! Here we can see all the cool characters from Naruto and Bleach. And we also get a cameo appearance from Rororo Kenshin. Everyone has their trademark moveset from their animes.
Which I totally approve of.
Like a true fighting game, you can either play against a computer or against a friend. But playing single player never feels lonely, since you're surrounded by all these friends. The developer behind this game knew exactly what they were doing.
And it's totally free! So I recommend that you swordlings go and check it out.
You can go to google.com and search for Naruto vs. Bleach Flash. Then click on the link that says Naruto vs. Bleach 2.5 and you can experience this game for yourself.
Now, Smash Brothers is not a good fighting game. It's not even a real fighting game, so you should not play it.
Yo, hold on for a sec.
What is it, Shadow?
Isn't anyone going to try to assassinate you today?
Yeah, I've been attacked quite a lot recently. It's like Nintendo is still around and kicking. Wait a second.
Nintendo will be pleased now that SephirothSword57 is defeated. Looks like this is the final episode of SephirothSword57.
Who could that be?
Did you forget SephirothSword57? Your cousin is coming over to live with you because of her transfer to the new school.
Well, I guess you swordlings will see her in the next episode. Until then, have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh! I'm coming! Oh, hello my swordlings. I'm currently reading through all your comments that you left in the last video. And I gotta say, there are a bunch of good questions here. Doso, welcome to the third SephirothSword57 Q&A. So, let's start this Q&A immediately. Why you didn't read my question on the first Q&A? This is something I need to address. I usually pick questions that I have something interesting to say, because I just don't want to make a yes or no answer, because I don't think it's satisfying enough. Also, if the question was disrespectful, too personal, or just straight up mean, then I'm obviously not gonna answer it. SephirothSword57, I really like to know, what do you consider the true villain of Final Fantasy VII? Definitely Sephiroth. I mean, he still is the last boss of the game. Quick, your house is being invaded by criminals. What do you use to defend yourself? A combination of taijutsu and genjutsu. I don't need to waste my katana on some low-life criminals. Is there at least one game not from the glorious Nippon, but from a European or American developer that you think is Sugoi? Of course, there are games from Western developers that aren't complete baka. Like Enter the Gungeon, for example, which resembles a Sega Mega Drive game. But Japanese developers are just objectively more Sugoi. There seems to be a lot of bad blood between you and Nintendo. At what moment did you realize Nintendo was no good? You might know about something called the Nintendo Partnership Program. It's pretty obvious that Nintendo saw my videos and thought that they could screw around with me. Before this whole mess, I didn't think ill of Nintendo, but I didn't like them. But they drew first blood, and then everything changed. So that is pretty much how it started. Who is cooler, Sephiroth or Shadow the Hedgehog? This is a really hard question, but I think I'll have to go with Sephiroth. He is just slightly more better than Shadow.
Yo, what did you mean by that, SephirothSword57?
It's okay, Shadow, you don't have to take it personally. I'm just seeing this from an objective view. Greetings, Seph-sama. In the early Q&A, you mentioned you practiced the deadly art of Bujikan Budo Taijutsu. Can you show us some of your skills? Arigato. Yes, I have been practicing a lot of martial arts, and I'm currently developing my own style by combining all the styles in the world. Just for you, my swordlings, I'm gonna show you some of the techniques from my own style. Dimension Cross Ryu Budo Taijutsu. Here you see the first technique. My opponent grabs my left wrist with his left hand. With style and precision, I grab his wrist with a circular motion and bring him down. Here you can see it in real time. Here you can see the same technique work against a Tanto-wielding opponent. This technique will work 100% against an opponent if you practice it hard enough in the dojo. Here you can see it in real time. Here you can see the first katana kata of the Dimension Cross Ryu Budo Taijutsu style. It's called Kiri Densetsu Kata. If you want to master the katana, you need to study these moves well. These movements combine both offense and defense, so you're basically blocking and attacking at the same time, making your opponent helpless no matter what weapon he wields. This will also be incorporated into the SephirothSword57 game review series. So look forward to that, my swordlings. Who would win in a fight? Madara Uchiha or Sephiroth? Well, if Sephiroth are in his final form, the one-winged angel, then he would definitely win. Do you think it would be bad for Sugoi if Aerith could be saved in the remake of Final Fantasy VII as a branching path story? First off, it's Aerith, not Aerith. But that would be a really Sugoi idea. It would also make the game better, even though it is the best game ever made. Can you teach us some Swedish pickup lines? Sure I can. These are the ones I usually use. God kväll min sköna. Skulle du vilja gå på en promenad i vårsolen och se sakuralöv falla till marken? Thoughts on the Yakuza games? Yakuza? I will definitely not play a game made by criminals. What do you think about Bethesda's Elder Scrolls and Fallout games? I have nothing to say about them, other than they are Western games. I've never played any of them. Hi, I'm a gay viewer and would like to know if your channel supports my rights. I support all of my swordlings. Thoughts on the game Gravity Rush? I love it, and the main character is super kawaii. I really look forward to the next game in the franchise. Thoughts on Berserk? I tried to read Berserk a while back, but it's way too crude for my tastes. What do you think of the GTA games? I don't support games that support school shootings. What is your favorite part of Yo-Yo's Bizarre Adventure? Moshi Moshi. Well, I think I need to answer this question because I've gotten this question a lot in this Q&A. Yes, I have watched Yo-Yo's Bizarre Adventure and it's just an okay show. The thing that bothers me the most is that they only explain these stand powers in the first episode and then they never build upon it anymore. There's a lot of typical shonen charm that is missing in this franchise, especially fighting segments, which was a real disappointment, and also battles are really short. The longest I've seen has only been 3 episodes, which is way too fast for an anime fight. And they also stole the concept from Persona, which I think was pretty uncreative and just stealing in my opinion. Least favorite anime? Easy, Cowboy Bebop. People always say it's a good show, but it is an anime targeted at a Western audience. Yeah, you can just figure it out for yourself why it's so bad. Who is your favorite character to cosplay as when you go to anime conventions? I don't cosplay. I usually only go as myself because I don't need to pretend to be anyone else. What does Moshi Moshi means? How do you learn so many Japanese words? Moshi Moshi means hello or goodbye in Japanese. And I learned most of my Japanese from watching animes. Are you a fan of the anime Full Metal Alchemist? If so, which series do you prefer? Brotherhood or the 2003 series? Full Metal Alchemist is really Sugoi. You should watch both of them because they're equally as good. What do you do for a living? What are you talking about? This is it. This is what I do for a living. Do you have any tips or advice for an aspiring game designer? Play a lot of good games, Sonic and JRPGs. Learn about the game design. I think you would learn a lot from that. What are your thoughts on K-On? Please notice me, Sephiroth-senpai. It's okay, I've noticed you. Also, K-On is really good. There are some really kawaii girls in that show, and the music is pretty catchy as well. Could you beat Cloud in a fight? This is a really interesting question. I think the answer would be that I would win. And the reason for that is that I have exposure to all these franchises, including the Final Fantasy VII universe. So I got a lot of more inspiration and information to add to my fighting style. Well, Cloud only has the Final Fantasy VII universe under his belt. I really like Cloud, but I think the outcome is pretty obvious. SephirothSword57, do you ever think that your massive fame will get to your head? I hate to see my favorite YouTuber become a villain. Don't worry about that. Seph-sama is here to continue to show you what real game design is all about. I'm an objective, honest reviewer, and I will always be. Don't worry. Will you notice me, Sensei-sama? I love you. I love you too, and all you other swordlings out there. Konnichiwa, Sephiroth-senpai. If it isn't too rude of me to ask, how many beautiful katana blades do you own? This is the only one I own, and it's the only one I need to defend myself against evil. Which is the better game, Dota 2 or LOL? They are both clickbait games, so I would throw both of those in the trash. Do you watch dubbed anime, subbed anime, or Japanese RAWs? I definitely don't watch dubbed anime, but I do watch subbed ones, and sometimes I watch RAWs just to learn some more Japanese. Have you eaten Mexican food? If so, do you like it? Yes, I do. I used to have Taco Fridays at my parents' place when I was younger. You clearly have an okay passion for anime and Japanese culture. Will there be more anime-themed videos in the future? The SephirothSword57 show is an anime and video game review show. You will definitely see more of that in the future. If you could make a game, what would it be? A JRPG, of course. But I can't say any more than that at the moment. What are your favorite food and what is your favorite drink? Yakitori is my favorite food, and when it comes to drinks, I usually go to a Japanese place that serves sake. You're now awake in the world of the last video game you played. How do you do? Okay, so I would awake on Gaia, and first off, I would go to Gold Saucer, so I can play all the fun mini games there. I would also enter the Battle Square, where I could show off some of my fighting skills. I would then visit the Chocobo farm to see some Chocobo, and lastly, I would probably go and visit Midgar. Then I could teach those Shinra guys a lesson. I couldn't help but notice your figurines in the background, especially the Iori one. Mind showing off your collection in full? Well, as you can see, I have my figures right here on display. So I have the Iori one here, which I got a long time ago. I also have this Alucard figure I got from a friend a long time ago. And here is the Cloud figure I got. This is the Advent Children one, which is really cool looking. You can get a closer look right here. And last but not least, Sephiroth! This is also part of the Advent Children one, but he has the same clothes as he has in the original game. You can take a closer look here too. So those are my figures. You have a rather large and extensive video game collection. Where do you buy your video games? And what advice would you give to aspiring game collectors such as myself? I usually buy my games at GameStop. They also have second-hand games there, which is really nice if you want to find some hidden gems. Do you like SpongeBob? It's my favorite anime. I've seen a lot of comments where people are saying that Western shows are animes. This is not the case. Anime is an animation specifically from Japan, and it's usually targeted at an older audience, so it's a lot more sugoi than any Western stuff you can find. Sephiroth-senpai, what do you believe is the most underrated anime? No Game no Raifu is an excellent anime, which is really underrated. You should definitely go and check it out. How do you feel about Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter Freedom, Monster Hunter Freedom 2, and Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Those are some really good games. Are there any rules a swordling must follow? Yes, of course. I will now present to you, my swordlings, the swordling code. Ichi, always be polite to a person with Japanese ancestry. Ni, study the Japanese language to prepare yourself for an encounter with a Japanese man. San, study Japanese culture to impress said Japanese man. Yon, to prepare yourself for any kind of ambush, you will practice Dimension Cross Ryubudo Taijutsu. Go, always stay true to the Japanese Samurai Budo. Hey SephirothSword57, I see you have a lot of Nihongo collections and hobbies, but do you have any other secret hobbies you'd like to share? P.S. Would you ever consider opening up a P.O. box for fans to send Super Sugoi wall scrolls? I've been actually thinking about opening a P.O. box, which is really sugoi because then I can show off some stuff that you swordlings have sent to me. I could make mail videos, which is really exciting. Seth-sama, what is your opinion on Danganronpa? It is a Super Sugoi anime. I really like it. Seth-sama, what is your favorite Japanese okashi? Parenthesis, snacks. I really enjoy some Pocky once in a while. They taste really good. Can you tell more about your choices in fashion? Like the hat, tie and shirt. What inspires your style? Do you only wear it for videos, etc.? My style is inspired by anime and games. I always wear this stuff, not only in my videos, and I never leave home without my trusty fedora. Least favorite Final Fantasy? Well, this is a pretty easy question. I had the misfortune of stumbling upon a Game Boy game a long time ago. It was called Final Fantasy Adventure, and it was horrible. Don't play it. Glad to witness another milestone by you, Seth-senpai. My question is, what are your opinion on the Pokemon Go app that everyone is playing? You will learn all about that later, my swordlings. Anyway, my swordlings, that is the end of the Q&A. If I didn't answer your question, I probably had nothing to say about it. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. But thank you so much for watching, and look forward to the next episode of SephirothSword57, because it will be out pretty soon. Anyway, stay tuned for that. So, I have to go and finish up the rest of the video. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh!
Oni-chan, 初宿は準備はできます。
Just one more minute.
お兄ちゃん、あなたが目をますますする必要があります。
All right, all right.
Wow, this looks absolutely delicious, Katin-san. Itadakimasu!
泡がいかがですか？
It's the best ramen I've ever had, Katin-san.
やったー、私はとても幸せだ。Yo, what's up? There's supposed to be a Snorlax here.
Did you say earwax?
I've been fooling around with this new Pokemon game. It's a great game, yo.
I'm so tired of all these Pokemon games. I think it's time for a new video.
Pokemon Go.
As a young teenager, I was obsessed with capturing creatures who aided me in my battles. I was living out my fantasies in a virtual world, capturing as many as I could. Yes, I was playing Persona 3 FES, one of the best games in the world.
Living the life of a traditional Japanese high school transfer student has always been a dream of mine. And thankfully, I got to experience it through this masterpiece. All the demons and characters are perfectly designed by Koei. So, what happens if Nintendo tries to make the same type of game? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Okay, nothing is happening.
Yo, you need to take a stroll outside for this to work.
What? Nintendo level designs are reaching another level of baka.
It's over 9,000!
When I want to play a JRPG, I want to sit down on the couch with my bowl of snacks and my bottle of soda so I can enjoy my game. How am I supposed to do that with Pokemon?
And you know what bothers me the most? All the Pokemon games look the same. I've been watching 100% completion Let's Plays of all the Pokemon games, and they are so long and boring. The battles are too long, and there are no cool characters in them, and there are random encounters up the wazoo. It just takes time. Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon Red, Pokemon Ruby, Pokemon Sapphire, Pokemon Emerald. They're just releasing the same game over and over, with just a different color, gemstone, or letter each time.
It's Call of Duty for non-Japanese Westerners.
And what about these tiny balls? They don't make sense. The monsters are much bigger than the balls, but somehow they magically fit inside. It must be pretty cramped in there. What if people start doing this with their animals in real life? It's sending a bad message on how animals should be treated. Not only that, Pokemon has killed more people than any other game out there. I mean, how many people have died from playing Mugen Soul C? That's right, no one.
So, overall, Persona 3 FES is one of the best Japanese role-playing games I've ever played. It's a very impressive Japanese high school simulator fused with anime and demon collecting. This game both educates you and takes you on an adventure. Wow, I wish that Western high school life was just like this. Every school principal should play Persona 3 FES so that they can use this information to improve upon the school system. Persona 3 FES gets a Go Shuriken out of Go Shuriken.
I think that's enough.
What?
You have finally reviewed enough Nintendo games for Nintendo to be resurrected.
What? What are you saying, Shadow? My one true friend.
Don't you get it, pal? When you resurrected me with the Dragon Balls, you never checked to see if there was something strange about them. Right before Nintendo died, he put a curse on the Dragon Balls because he knew you would use the Dragon Balls to summon Shenlong to resurrect me again. I'm now brainwashed by Nintendo, and I'm his loyal servant. To resurrect Nintendo, he needed someone powerful enough to review his games. Do you understand now, SephirothSword57? Why I made you review so many Nintendo games this season? Yes, I've been playing you like a Japanese shamisen.
No, it can't be. Why?
I will now go to my master. Don't try to follow me.
No, Shadow, stop!
Wait, Shadow!
Why are you still following me?
You may have been brainwashed, but I know the real Shadow is in there somewhere, and I will follow him to the end of time.
I really don't wanna do this. Time is something I don't have, and so yours ends here.
Stop this nonsense, Shadow!
Enough! While you have been reviewing Nintendo games, I've managed to capture every Pokemon in the world.
This is the end for you, SephirothSword57.
I see that you got a pretty strong pet there. But while you've been capturing monsters, I've been capturing demons. Yes! I've won! Now, Shadow, Shadow? 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 Where are you? Shadow! Shadow? Where are you? Hello, my swordlings. This is SephirothSword57, and welcome to the SephirothSword57 documentary, where you get to follow your favorite YouTuber in his daily life. Alright, my swordlings, so we're on our way right now, and there's a lot of stuff I want to look at. I don't know what we will find, but okay, what do you think we will find? What are you gonna look for?
I don't know.
We're almost there right now, so. Alright. GameStop time. Bad game, bad game, bad game, bad game, bad game, bad game, bad game. Oh, so okay, so I found what I wanted, but Joachim, he didn't find anything, so so the thing I got.
I gotta go.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sayonara, Joachim! Okay, so I found this game here. Agarest. So, that's the game I found. And I got this weird notebook too. I don't know what it's... I don't know what it is, but it's a notebook. I can write down my games I have in this one. I think it will be pretty good. Tadaima! Okay, my swordlings, so it's I got some delicious snacks right here, and I'm going to watch episode 27 of Dragon Ball Super. The Earth explodes, the final conclusive Kamehameha. It's Dragon Ball and snack time. Alright, go Vegeta! Super Saiyan go! Right. Beat that Frieza! Whew. Well, my swordlings, that was my typical day. I went to GameStop with Joachim, I got a game, and then I went home, got some snacks and watched Dragon Ball Super. I hope you enjoyed this. I'm going to sleep now. Konbanwa! Ohio, my swordlings. This is SephirothSword57. It's morning right now, and I've just finished the most important meal of the day. And today's quest, I decided that I'm going to write down every single video game I own in
this notebook I got. So, this will take some time, all right. There we go. Oh, I almost forgot. Hold on. All the good games from Hironobu Sakaguchi. There we go. So, I finished my whole list of games. It's so nice to be able to write and be creative. Anyway, I have to go to bed now, my shortlings. See you tomorrow. Yoasumi nasai! My shortlings, something terrible has happened. I just woke up and looked over to my game shelf and all of my games are gone, except for my Final Fantasy games. I don't know how this happened. I'm really frustrated right now. Well, I talked to the police, and well, they said that there was no sign of it being a burglary. So I don't know what happened. But luckily, I wrote down all the games so that my mom can get me new ones. So my swordlings, some more strange things have happened. I don't own a Wii, and I don't own an Xbox. I don't know where these games come from, and I've never seen them in my entire life. I don't know what kind of joke this is, but I'm getting really tired of this. What do you mean, Mom? Those games don't exist. But did you find any used copies or something then? Well, yeah. Well, okay, but transfer the money over to me, and I can buy them myself then. Yeah. Okay, my shortlings, it's time for me to look for my games. So, this guy, 2. No results found. Oh, must be really rare then. All right then. Chrono Trigger PSX. No results either. No results found. Huh. Okay. Vagrant Store. Well, my shortlings, I couldn't find any of my games on Amazon or eBay. Seems like my game collection was very rare. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep right now. And I see you shortlings tomorrow. What was that? My shortlings. There's someone in my house. What could that be? Let's go take a look. There's someone here. What's going on? Oh, damn flashlight! There we go. had enough. Oh, it was just my cat, Neko-chan. Oh. Okay, well, time for me to go to sleep. Wasumi nasai, Neko-chan. Oh, what the? There is obviously a ghost in my house. I think I need to have a talk with it. Person in this house, are you a ghost? Y-E-S. Yes. Okay. Ghost in my house. Do you have a message for me? $11, $29, $20, $16. That's the release date of Final Fantasy 15, the game of the year. That's gonna be a great game. And oh, no? What? Okay. Ghost in my house. What do I need to do for you to move on? D E I die? Die? My swordlings! The ghost is chasing me! The ghost is here! The ghost is here! It's the creator of Final Fantasy!
Open world games. The genre that has been with us for quite some time. Breaking down the walls of the claustrophobic corridor experience and opening it up to a living, breathing world of adventure, capturing the essence of true immersive gameplay. In later years though, Western developers have used graphics to pull the curtains over people's eyes, clouding the minds of thousands of reviewers, making them believe decent Western graphic engines result in a phenomenal Metacritic score. Luckily, a new dawn of open-world gaming is upon us.
Konnichiwa, my swordlings. I know that the game is not out yet, but I couldn't wait until the release date to share my review. I'm SephirothSword57, and welcome to Final Fantasy 15. For today's show, I brought a very special guest reviewer. He has starred in a groundbreaking 5-episode anime, as well as a feature-length film. And he is here today to share his thoughts on his latest big project. Give it up for Noctis, Lucis, Caleb! Well, Noct, how's it going?
I have to say, it's been quite stressful lately.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand.
But thanks for having me, SephirothSword57. Being on this show is a dream come true for me.
Well, that's very nice to hear. So, let's dive into this game, shall we?
Wow, you can truly tell that this masterpiece has been in development for over 10 whole years. This game is polished to the point of there being no bugs or glitches and has fantastic frames per second. Final Fantasy XV has an in-game day and night cycle, but unlike other tedious Western open world games where you have to wait for daytime and nighttime to come, you can just push these buttons on the ground to instantaneously change the time of the day. These buttons can also summon weather effects, summon cars, summon summons, and other neat stuff. Fetch quests are usually dumbed down and boring, but this game makes everything fun. You feel proud and appreciated when you help the people of Eosu. They also give you gifts for completing their enjoyable tasks. Another cool thing is that you collect these golden crystals throughout the whole world during parkour sections. These sections were inspired by Sonic Adventure 2, one of my favorite games of all time, and it's executed perfectly. The active cross battle system is the new and improved action battle system for Final Fantasy XV, and it is tight, flowy, and cinematic.
So, Noct, how did you prepare for these intense action sequences?
Well, I spent a lot of time practicing the active cross battle system together with Gladio.
Oh, look at this!
My swordlings, I am proud to announce that the SephirothSword57 show is included in Final Fantasy XV as an Easter egg in a form of the character Ardyn Asuna. Good job, Square Enix. Super Duper Sugoi. The graphic engine used in Final Fantasy XV is stunning and is very close to real-world graphics. But we're quite not there yet. Some of the Japanese models look a little bit too Western. But we're getting close. Good job, Square Enix, and thanks for being fans of my show. There has been a lot of undeserved hate on Final Fantasy XV by wealthy Western celebrities that are trying to bring Square Enix down. People like Conan O'Brien calling the game boring, just to name a few. Even to the point that fans of Final Fantasy has been cancelling their pre-orders. Now it's time for the real reviewers to give out the true deserved score. My swordlings, this is currently the best game ever made, and I think the Western rating system of Japanese games need a makeover thanks to Final Fantasy XV. 10 out of 10 is not enough, and it's an outdated scoring system to begin with. I recommend that reviewers start using the Famitsu scoring system, which goes all the way up to 40 instead of 10. By using this type of scoring, great games like Final Fantasy XV doesn't have to stand alongside games like The Last of Us or The Witness, and can then jump up to its deserved score of 40 out of 40. And that is why Final Fantasy XV gets a 40 out of 40 and the SephirothSword57 show seal of approval.
So, Noct, what did you think?
Damn, that was a great review. You are amazing, SephirothSword57. It's so fun to hang out with you. I don't want to leave yet.
Well, since you worked so hard on this game, why don't we go to the local Japanese hot spring and relax our minds and bodies.
Man, this feels nice. What is that sound?
Oh, the female Japanese hot spring section is right next door to them guys.
What? Really?
Hey, Noct, what did you see? Noct? Noct? Since Noct won't tell me, I guess I have to take a little peek myself.
Wow, that was amazing, SephirothSword57.
Let's take another look, Noct. My students, thank you for watching this video. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh. Oh. Shadow.
SephirothSword57, we picked up a menacing spirit presence nearby.
Could it be Shadow?
Could be.
All right, team, let's roll out.
Hold on a second, SephirothSword57. Since you have a very diverse knowledge of Japanese culture, could you give us feedback on our latest Mansai bit?
Oh, I love me a good Mansai. Show me what you got.
Ohayou gozaimasu! Hi, I'm Cloud Strife, Chronodash, and we are Spinballs! You know, I really like American food, especially hot dogs, but making them at home is such a hassle. Why is that? It's a very simple dish. Well, you know, first I'll pick up the juicy and tasteful bun. Usually I make them myself from scratch. I don't like the ones from the convenience store. You really can't beat home cooking. Then I get some ketchup and onions. From the convenience store? Yes. You usually don't make your own ketchup. I don't think anyone does. Never heard of one. Anyway, I found the meat part being a bit barbaric.
Should you go for the vegan version? No, I want the real thing, made from scratch. I see. It gets very lonely when the dish is done. Really? Why is that? I don't see the appeal of eating your own pet. You're not supposed to eat your own dog, you baka. Ah, my neighbor's dog then. You don't make hot dogs from real dogs, aho? Thank you. We are Spinballs.
Cloud, you did a good job as bokeh. Try making reasonable goals and keep improving your act.
Thank you.
Now Chrono, you need to focus more on the bokeh. You need to be more present. Remember guys, without the support of the Tsukomi, there is no Mansai.
Thank you so much, SephirothSword57. Your words fill me with inspiration.
Okay, now let's go look for Shadow. Ikuyo!
Are you sure this is the place where you sensed the evil spirit presence, Chrono?
Positive.
Okay. Shadow?
It's been a long time. SephirothSword57.
Nintendo.
I've decided to let Shadow go on one simple condition.
What have you got up your sleeves this time then, Nintendo?
Your insult won't work on me, but do you want to free Shadow or not?
Damn you, Nintendo. You foul beast. I'll do it.
Here, take this game and review it in this episode. If you can make it, that is.
Anything for Shadow.
Remember, if you fail to review the game, you will never see your friend again.
Challenge accepted.
Wow, this game is so boring. Is this what Nintendo meant when he talked about failing the review?
Remember, if you fail to review the game, you will never see your friend again.
I have to finish this review now, before the YouTube video ends. That reminds me, my swordlings. I got something really cool off of Amazon recently. Ta-da! This is Sonic Mountain Quest. I got this game on my 18th birthday, but I recently lost it, so I decided to buy it again off of Amazon to relive my childhood memories. So, this game is like a video game in real life. It's probably as close to a physical copy of a video game as it gets. You start with your ball here on stage 1. Make your way up the stairs to the moving bridge section. It can be a bit tricky to get there, but practice makes perfect, right? After that part, you climb up a bit and get to the moving magnet section. It shouldn't be too hard if you hit the button just right. Sonic gets stuck to the magnet and transported to the elevator section. Make a spin jump into the elevator and you get transported to the wall magic section. Hit the button carefully and Sonic will climb up the wall to the balcony. And here's the final challenge. Give the button a firm hit just as the magnet spins over Sonic's head. And there you have it. If you follow this walkthrough, you will be a Sonic Mountain Quest champion in no time. Thanks to the clever level design and the endless entertainment this product provides, I highly recommend that you pick up Sonic Mountain Quest. You can even take it with you and play on your vacation, on a plane or a train. But anyway, my shortlings, let's get back to Skyrim. I mean Horizon Zero Dawn. I mean Assassin's Creed. I mean Far Cry. I mean Zelda. Can you blame me? They're all the same garbage. The characters in this game are so boring. They have no personality at all. Speaking of personalities, Persona 5 is amazing. I mean, just look at this game. It's so good.
Not only does Persona 5 have really great music and graphics, but also an amazing story and perfect level design. Combine this with flawless game feel and breathtaking monster collecting that will make the people over at the Pokemon Studio realize what shitty games they're making. Persona 5 is already the game of the year, making it a 40 out of 40 experience and well worth your time and yen.
It's almost like Atlus went to the Velvet Room and asked Igor to fuse anime, video games, and Japanese culture into one persona, that is Persona 5. So, my swordlings, thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening. Hold on a second.
Remember, if you fail to review the game, you will never see your friend again.
My swordlings, we have to save Shadow.
This game is so boring. You know what's not boring? Yakuza 0 for the PlayStation 4 is great. You can do anything you want in this game, and it features my favorite crime actor of all time in the world, Takeshi Kitano. If Zelda is the villain of bad video games, Yakuza 0 is the hero. Oh, back to Zelda. You move so slow in this game.
I wish I could fly around anywhere, defying gravity. Like in Gravity Haze 2, which was recently released for the PlayStation 4. It's a sequel to the amazing Gravity Haze Remastered for the PlayStation 4. Also, if you haven't played Tales of Berseria, which is a sequel to the modern classic Tales of Cesteria, I highly recommend that you pick it up. Also, in Gravity Haze 2, they took Gravity Haze 1 plus more Gravity Haze and made it an amazing title. Wow, what a game!
Too bad I have to play this one. What's up with these amazing games coming out recently? I don't want to play Zelda, but I have to save Shadow.
2B! I haven't finished it yet. Nier Automata is really good. Everything is fantastic.
Gambatte, SephirothSword57.
Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix, and Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue are all Super Sugoi games. And if you can't get enough of Sora, you can catch a glimpse of him in World of Final Fantasy for the PlayStation 4, which is a Final Fantasy monster collecting game. It has all of your favorite characters and monsters from the amazing franchise. And if you want to hang out with them outside of your home, you can. You can also get it on the PlayStation Vita, which you should, because the PlayStation Vita got all the good games. And that is why the PlayStation Vita gets the SephirothSword57 seal of approval. Well, after spending 3 hours on this game, I can safely say that Breath of the Wild is a terrible game and not the game of the year at all. It does not deserve the Famitsu scoring system. So, Zelda gets a 1 out of 10 on Metacritic.
I've done what you said, Nintendo. Now, take this. I didn't expect you to put up a reflect spell before I entered the room, Nintendo.
You have reviewed yet another Nintendo game, and the worst one yet at that. The Nintendo subjects only grew stronger when someone reacts negatively on their favorite games from their master. That energy is called subjective force, the opposite to the objective force that you possess as a reviewer. The subjective force is the meaningless opinion of non-objective gamers. Their minds are clouded by such things as nostalgia and amiibos, making it the perfect force of evil. The subjective force have made me stronger thanks to your objective reviews, and now I gain the power to travel between time and dimensions. I was never able to defeat you in this dimension, SephirothSword57, but now I can leave and access millions of other dimensions. These other dimensions are similar to this dimension, but they're not identical. By accessing these dimensions, I can grind for XP much quicker than you. Next time you see me, I will be many levels above you, and I'll be able to one-hit kill you. By the way, I will keep my promise. Yes, Master.
Shadow.
You are no longer needed. What? I will release you, but in another dimension.
No! Shadow!
Goodbye for now, SephirothSword57.
Damn you, Nintendo!
Nanya koredatte bayo?
SephirothSword57, a new portal is opening. You are me, and I am you. From the future dimension.
Okay. So. That was the end of season 2. That was the season 2 finale. Now, with season 3, there's only one episode, which is SephirothSword57 Gaiden, episode 1. Oh, Kenny-kun, yokoso. Yes, this was the end of season 2. It's left on a cliffhanger, and there's a lot of questions that have not been answered yet, which is going to be answered in SephirothSword57 Gaiden. And from now on, we will not be going into season 3. We will be going into, you could say, a season 2.5. There will be a lot of episodes that focus on before this one. It will be during the search for Shadow. So, just after this, the story will continue with SephirothSword57 Gaiden. But for now, my swordlings, I will keep the videos going, but I'm going to take a little bit of a nap while you guys are watching, and I will be back in a little while. So this will keep going. There will be a couple of episodes going. We are only halfway through. We are halfway through the marathon by now. So you can expect around 4 more hours. So it was way longer than I expected it to be. But you swordlings, keep watching. I will let it keep playing here, and I will see you in a little bit. Sayonara for now, and I will see you later.
My swordlings. What's up? Today's video is gonna be philosophical and mind-opening to a lot of you, especially new followers and you low-ranked swordlings. This is something that has been on my mind for a while now. So grab your snacks, open your minds and your chakra flow, because you're in for quite a ride. So, what defines anime? Well, this may be a tricky question for some, since a lot of Westerners have tried to copy anime. Shows such as Castlevania, Ruby, and Airbender are not actually anime. They are children's cartoons with anime aesthetics. Adult gullible viewers watch these shows thinking they are actually cool, but fooling young and old into watching a show to make money is not the Japanese way. Anime is all about culture, story, content, and well-written characters. Just watch Feito Sutei Naito and you will know exactly what I mean. Now, let's take a look at some popular stuff that's on TV, and I'll show you why anime is more interesting. And Super Sugoi. Let's take a look at Game of Thrones. A fantasy series featuring dragons, ice zombies, magic, and some boring characters with snooze-inducing dialogue. But SephirothSword57, you have to watch the whole first season to understand what the show is going for. Oh, I see what you're desperately trying to convey. But here is my counterpoint. Yes, my swordlings. Attack on Titan doesn't mess around. Like most anime, you only need to watch the awesome opening to see what AOT is all about. While Game of Thrones has these boring characters talking about CGI dragon and magic, Attack on Titan skips all the XO bullshit and jumps straight into the action. Attack on Titan is also available on PlayStation 4. You might have also heard of a show called The Walking Dead, who tries to mimic a manga and a live-action anime, with zero success in Japan. That's because Westerners don't understand zombies and how they work in a fictional environment. Zombies cannot save you from boring characters and story. But SephirothSword57, I like zombies, and I want something awesome to watch. What do you recommend? Well, that is a good question. And here's my answer. High School of the Dead. Wow, that is what I'm talking about. A good story and well-written characters. Shoji Sato, the creator of this anime, also worked together with Koshi Rikudo, the creator of the comedy manga Excel Saga, which is one of my favorites. Another one of these popular shows that I keep hearing about is the abominable snooze fest that is Orange is the New Black. These Western shows never seem to understand the potential a prison setting has for some sugoi slapstick comedy. Like, for example, Prison School, with its unique take on the prison genre, taking place in a school environment. Comparing these two shows, Prison School has more humor, a great opening, a better female cast, and a heartwarming love story. There is no question about it. Good job, Japan Creative Staff Studio. The evidence that anime is superior to TV is everywhere. One of the popular shows of all time, Seinfeld, has only a puny 180 episodes. Now compare that to One Piece's 800 plus episodes of content. Not to mention, it's still going. Speaking of content, Firefly is a show that people are obsessed with. It takes place in space and was cancelled. Deal with it. But what about Bleach? That was also cancelled for some reason. My theory is that the Western film industry, with their habit of cancelling projects to build up hype, poisoned the Japanese into cancelling the Bleach anime. The difference here though is that I can continue the awesome Bleach experience through the manga, and you can't. Another really boring thing that people tend to watch on TV is sports. Why do people watch this? Due to the restriction of the physical reality, you can't see or understand what's going on in these ball games. But don't worry, my swordlings. Anime is here to save you. There are a ton, and I mean a ton, of great anime based on sports. The reason why these animes are so superior to the live-action ones is because you get all these cool angles and a story to back it up. I look up to sportsmen like Sena Kobayakawa, Makunoichi Ippo, Kirino Shiba, Sayaka Miyata, and Hikaru no Go. I don't care about this Brett Hole guy. Now this last thing I'm gonna talk about is probably a little bit embarrassing for some. But since I'm an experienced grown-up and represent the Japanese community here in the West, it's important that I clear up this misunderstanding. My swordlings, porn and hentai are totally different things. You swordlings under the age of 18 are not old enough and should turn this video off. Don't worry, your day will come. Thank you for watching. Now I know a lot of you already know this, but it needs to be said. So what do I mean with porn and hentai being completely different? Think about it. Porn starts with a guy on his daily job. This could be a pizza delivery guy, a plumber, or a yoga instructor, also known as a yogi, on his way to help a customer, who just happens to be female. And there you go. They start having sexual intercourse, and that's about it. So what do we know about these characters? What characters? They have no backstory, which makes you not care for these characters at all. There's no motivation, which makes the sex scene feel out of place. And with horrible voice acting, what is there to enjoy? Now, let's compare that to something out of the hentai genre. Which one should I pick? How about something that you swordlings have already seen? Bible Buraku. This is an old school classic about Taki Minase, an academy student who stumbled upon the book known as Bible Buraku, which leads to a lot of occult things in this romantic horror. We also have Minase's childhood friend, Kurumi Imari, who wakes up Minase every morning. She knows everything about Minase, and she is also a black belt holder in Shorinji Kempo, and is very tough. She is also good at cooking, and takes care of Minase when Yukiko is away. I don't want to spoil the story any further, but as you can see, I've only described 2 of the cast members, and we already have an interesting setup for a romantic comedy with a spooky twist. Hentai is not all about the sexual content, but they use the sexual content as a vehicle for creating an interesting tale. Hentais also have females of every kind, all representing classic character traits such as the kawaii dandere, the fierce tsundere, the exotic kemono mimi, the feline nekomusume, and the adorable dojiko. As you can see, hentai is no different than anime. It just adds another layer of entertainment. For grown-ups, of course. So there we go. I hope you learned something today. And be sure to subscribe for some similar content in the future. This has been SephirothSword57. I hope you have a good night, evening, morning, or day.
Pipiru piru piru pipiru pi. Pipiru piru piru pipiru pi. なんでもできちゃうバットエスカリバルグ。ピピルピルピルピピルピ。ピピルピルピルピピルピ。魔法の擬音で人生やり直してあげる。いやよダメよこんなのバカバカ。そんなにギラギラしないでお願いだから僕殺天使ししぶきドクドクドクロちゃん僕殺天使心臓ドクドクドクロちゃん踏んで縛って叩いて蹴ってじらしてするしてでもそれって僕の愛なの僕殺天使バットでドスドスドクロちゃん僕殺天使しみドロドロドロドクロちゃん聞いて殴ってなぶって刺してさらして垂らしてでもそれって僕の愛なのピピルピルピルピピルピ
Ohayo, my swordlings! And welcome to the 4th Q&A. Gomenasai for the wait, but I had a lot of important stuff to do. Anyway, this is where I answer your questions that you left in the preparation video I made for the Q&A. I went through all of the comments and picked out all the good questions that your swordlings left. So, there's no reason to wait. Let's go! Sharkboy and Brownloaf asks, what are your thoughts on the Metal Gear Solid franchise? I don't have any problems with the Metal Gear franchise. However, this backstabbing rat named Hideo Kojima is a disgrace to the Japanese society. The great company Konami, who have brought us great games,
like Suikoden, Contra, Rocket Knight Adventures, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, had to fire Kojima for cooperating with Western celebrities. After this, he couldn't handle the fact that they had to fire him, so he bullied Konami on Twitter. And then like-minded blind Westerners jumped on the bandwagon. This is not a way to treat honorable Japanese businessmen. So with that, I'm telling you swordlings to never play a Metal Gear game ever. And don't support Death Stranding, a CGI cutscene game that could only be hatched in the mind of a drug addict named Hideo Kojima. Kusokura! Kojima Hideo. Dr. Heinze asks, Dear SephirothSword57, if you were stuck on a deserted island and you could only pick one anime, one manga, one type of snacks, and one game with you, what would you pick? This is an example of a not very well thought out question. Let's say I bring the anime Citrus on this island, but I have to watch it on Crunchyroll. This means that I have to bring my PS4 with me and a TV. And since it's a streaming service, I have access to the internet. This means I have access to a ton of anime and manga, plus the PlayStation Store. By using this strategy, I have access to all the good anime, manga, and video games available. I would also bring some Pocky to snack on. Pablo J asks, which is your favorite voice actor? I think you mean Seiyu, not voice actor, correct? Anyway, Norio Wakamoto, Rie Kugimiya, and Masako Nosawa. I also like Pro CD on YouTube, who is a really funny Japanese Seiyu with a deep voice. Go check him out. Meme Lord asks, Hey Seth, have you tried to convince Joaquin to play good games? First off, you spelled his name wrong. This is how Joachim is spelled. Now Joachim already has some good JRPGs and anime under his belt, but he still has to do more work to be able to call himself a swordling. But don't worry, he'll get there. Cheesy asks, do you like any games or movies that are not anime, and can you give me some examples? Oh, absolutely. Some of you might not know this, but there is something called live action anime. Here you can watch your favorite anime play out in real life. Make some research and you'll be able to find some awesome adaptations of your favorite anime. Also, Sef-sama, what is your 3 best games of 2017 and your top worst games of 2017? Alright, so here are my top 5 games of 2017 in no particular order. Nier Automata, Persona 5, Trails of Berseria, Gravity Days 2, Yakuza 0, and as a Super Sugoi little bonus, I'll also squeeze in the cool Kingdom Hearts games that were released as well. As for the worst games of 2017, Zelda, Mario, Splatoon 2, ARMS, and the Nintendo Switch. Lidstork asks, is it okay for me to use some of your fine moments, just clips, from this channel to be used as a meme in one of my vids? Alright, but be sure to credit me and send a link to my brother Dave's Twitter or on the SephirothSword57 subreddit. Sip of the Side asks, how do you feel about tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons? They were huge in Japan and even inspired the anime Record of Lodoss War. Would you ever play a Japanese samurai-inspired TRPG like Legend of the Five Rings? As long as it's not boring gaijin Dungeons & Dragons, you can bet that Seth-sama would be all over that. Bertman asks, samurai or ninja? Pick wisely, since you will have to fight that which you do not pick. The samurai represents the Japanese spirit, so that is my pick. Also, I have no problems fighting a ninja, but it would feel morally wrong to face off against an honorable samurai. The Rustiest Punk asks, have you considered letting Dave make an appearance in some of your videos? The way Cal does in Anthony Fantano's, Sef-sama. Who is this Anthony Futono guy? Lexi Kisikat asks, hello Sef-sama, will you be making more reaction videos, like the recent ones, where you talked about Logan Paul's visit to Japan? I love hearing your opinion. I have something in the works for videos about recent events. Look forward to that, my swordlings. Bam Slam 117. Hey Seth-sama, long time fan here, and I'm having a hard time grasping the glorious language of Nihongo. Any tips for learning the language? I would recommend playing Hiragana Battle and Katakana Wars. This way, you get to play fun JRPGs and learn the Japanese language at the same time. Enjoy! Maudi Safuri, who is your favorite member of the Joestar bloodline? Kuju Jotaro is the best one. Warsman asks, how do I take care of my waifu if she doesn't even know I exist? Look forward to the answer in the future, my swordlings. Dusk Everest asks, Konnichiwa Seth-sama, what are your thoughts on the Nier games? And will you be doing a review on them? Also tell Shadow-san I said moshi moshi. Arigato. Nier and Nier Automata are wonderful games that touches your heart and soul. They will make you cry, laugh, feel anger, and smile. Oh, and also, Shadow!
Yeah? What's up, SephirothSword57?
The swordling says hi.
Well, hello to you too, swordling.
River asks, Konnichiwa Sensei, what is the best doujin you ever read? That is a secret. Meron Shara asks, at what point in your life did your parents realize that you were the chosen one? Have they even noticed? My parents don't watch anime, but I have showed them all the best ones, and my mom seems to like it. Goku Dark 2525. Do you like the Blaze Blue series? If so, then who is your favorite character? Yes, and Tao Kaka, Fukin Keke, and Keikos asks, we learned that Joachim recently turned 31. How old are you, Seth-sama? And when did you and Joachim meet? I'm also 31. Me and Joachim met at preschool and grew up together. But in the SephirothSword57 show, Seth-sama is 16 years old. Dolan the Explorer, if you transformed into a kawaii Japanese girl for one day, what would you be the first thing you would do? I think you meant transformed, right? And if so, I would start off my day by waking up in my futon. I would wake up early so I could make breakfast for my family. And then I would cook 2 bento boxes, one for me and one for my special someone. I would then take the train to my school in Shibuya, where I would meet up with my friends, Shiro-san, Kaguya-chan, Mio-san, and Tomako-senpai. And we would go to our classes. Then at lunch, I would go up to the roof, where my love interest, Taiga Shikida, is waiting for me. And I would give him my well-prepared bento box. We would eat together and talk about our hopes and dreams for the future. It's too bad that Taiga-kun don't understand that I want him to be part of my future. That baka. After school, I would go and have a hot cup of coffee with my girlfriends at the Square Enix cafe and then go home. Tomo Seth-sama. I wanted to know what your least favorite anime ever made was. Why did you not like it? Easy. Musashi Gundam. A terribly animated show. Only good as a reference point to know what anime is all about. Don't watch it. Virginia Van Eton. Harrison 1875. Ed Uglishi asks, Seth-sama, what is your favorite food? Okay, Japanese styled curry, ramen, teriyaki, natto, tempura, gyudon, udon, yakisoba, yakitori, sukiyaki, tonkatsu, and melon pan. Really good stuff. Waste Hazy asks, greetings Seth, long time swordling here. I have tried to convince my girlfriend to watch anime with me, but she keeps telling me that she isn't interested in watching anime, making baka claims that it's for kids and whatnot. I even showed her your recent anime versus TV video, which I thought was great by the way, but she still doesn't seem to be interested. Do you have any tips on how I can get her into anime? First off, domo. But gomenasai, Waste Hazy, for breaking this for you. But you two were never meant to be. I wish you good luck in finding your true love. Ganbatte yo! Jonas SM asks, what was your favorite place during your trip to Japan? This is a good question. But me and my parents went to the at-home cafe in Akihabara, which had really good food and service. I highly recommend it to anyone in their pilgrimage to discover the Japanese. Stinky Raven asks, what anime are you currently watching, Seph-sama? All the current ones. Boruto, One Piece, etc. I also rewatch a lot of classics while I wait for the new episodes. Sayum asks, greetings, Seph-sama. In your anime vs TV video, you mentioned the concept of low-ranked swordlings. As a kohai who is always aspiring to emulate the superior Mishi of my Sugoi senpai, I was wondering if you could explain how one can determine his or her swordling rank. Moreover, are there certain things that could diminish one's swordling ranking? It's hard to determine the rank of a swordling yourself, but I can see from your comment that you're quite skilled. You should feel proud, as this comes from the highest ranking in the SephirothSword57 ranking system, a lordling. Keep practicing and stay determined. Ken-sama asks, Gomenasai SephirothSword57-sama. It is your good friend Ken-sama. My question is, how do you make sure to stay on such rigorous Bushido regimen? I personally train with my katana every day, eat lots of ramen, and I import directly from the glorious Nippon, and watch lots of Naruto and Rurouni Kenshin to make sure I am living by the honorable Bushido code. Second question is, how do I stop getting picked on at work? I work at a baka grocery store with a bunch of seriously baka gaijin, and my coworkers and management always laugh at me and call me Samurai Jack and Tom Cruise. Because of that insulting movie, The Last Samurai, they forced me to wear this baka gaijin uniform instead of the tsuteki kimono that I always wear around town. And I can't even wear the fedora I usually wear. Furthermore, I was wondering if you had any tips on getting a girlfriend. Domo arigato. May the cherry tree blossom for you wherever you go, for you are Sugoi. Sincerely yours, Ken-sama, professional samurai of the Midwestern USA. I don't consider it rigorous because it's part of my daily routine. But your problems at work sounds concerning to me. Don't pay any attention to them whatsoever. When someone tries to make fun of me, I always imagine them in a Japanese society. They would not fit in at all and would turn their insults into pure comedy. So keep being you, Ken, and don't let them get to you. Dr. Archimedes asks, Seph-sama, could you show us more of your Dimension Cross Ryubudo Taijutsu? I am interested in its development. You will learn more about Dimension Cross Ryubudo Taijutsu, or as it's more commonly called, the Dimension Cross Fist, in Season 3 of the SephirothSword57 show. Jacob Whitehead asks, what is your opinion on Chinese culture and their accusations that Japan committed war crimes against them in the 1930s? These accusations are stupid. Just look what happened to Korea when Japan took over during World War II. Everything was fine. But when Japan gracefully gave it back, it gave birth to nuclear bomb jugglers in the north and J-pop imitating esports garbage in the south. Cupcake and Cal Wingham asks, what kind of music do you enjoy, Dad? Listen, I don't have any children, but I really like Gakt, Miyabi, Crush 40, Minimoni, TN Revolution, and Wakaki Band, which is the hotness right now. Spencer Davis asks, Seph-sama, where and how can I send you my fan art that I have put my heart and soul into? Any Sugoi fan art can be submitted to my brother Dave's Twitter, and he will forward it to me. But you can also post it on the SephirothSword57 subreddit, and if it's good enough, it might make it into a future video. King Diggity asks, do you ever see yourself in the future doing a fan meetup in America? I don't know about America, but in Japan, I would definitely do a fan meetup. Christian Wellen, what do you find challenging about having the majority of your fan base being Western? I think there are just as many Japanese swordlings here as there are Western ones. Lopter asks, what is your opinion on extreme ecchi animes with lots of big opais? As long as it has good humor, nice animation, and well-written characters. I am all aboard. Scores14 asks, Konnichiwa, Seph-sama. As a longtime fan, I'm impressed by how much you've improved your filmmaking skills. I've found your Breath of the Wild video unbiased, well-researched and charming to boot. Actually, do you think that the vibes that come across in your style would lend themselves well to collaboration with other YouTubers? Oh, I think so. As long as they're willing to learn and don't disrespect the Japanese way, I would love to collaborate with other YouTubers. I think I could teach them a lot. Guacamole asks, who would win in a katana duel? Cloud Strife or Shadow the Hedgehog? Neither of them are katana wielders. Next question. EM Cardworker, Sakamoto, Mountain Bomb Gaming, and Day asks, did you end up buying Monster Hunter World? What are your thoughts on the Monster Hunter series, Seph-sama? How do you feel about Monster Hunter World release, Seph-sama? What do you think of the Monster Hunter series? Yes. Okay, so just so this doesn't take forever, I'm gonna plow through a bunch of questions and answer them really quickly. Any good horror games? Onimusha. What do you think of Xenoblade Chronicles 2? It's for the Nintendo Switch. Opinions regarding Mario Odyssey? It's for the Nintendo Switch. Do you have Battletoads? No. Who is your favorite Naruto character? Kakashi, of course. What do you think of Netflix-produced anime? As long as it's ethnically correct, I don't complain. Thoughts on Nintendo Labo? What is your least favorite thing about modern anime? Nope, nothing. Any Nintendo series that you like? No. Best game by Platinum Games and why? Nier Automata. It's great. Thoughts on Kaiji? It's decent. Have you considered doing full playthroughs of games? Not at the moment. Best Nintendo exclusive and best Hollywood movie? If Persona 5 got the golden treatment that Persona 4 got, but only got released on the Nintendo Switch, would you still play it? Would it still be a fantastic game? No. What do you think of Danganronpa so far? It's fantastic. Moshi Moshi, Kurapika or Leorio? Kurapika is more kawaii. Thoughts on the multi-part game design of Final Fantasy VII Remake? Super great idea. Do you play visual novels? Did you give Katama Shoujo a try? I only played Japanese visual novels. What is your opinion on Dragon Ball GT and do you think it's better than Super? They are both pretty great. Do you watch anime in English dub or subtitles? Subs or RAWs are the only way. Well, those were all the questions, my swordlings. There were a lot of questions that I did not answer because I didn't think it would make for an interesting response. So if your question wasn't answered, you can try with a different one in a future Q&A. Whew, it's getting a little hot in here. I think I need to go drink something. So thank you so much for watching, my swordlings. But before that, I have something to talk about. I will upload a quick little update video later, just to make sure your swordling knows what's going on and what's gonna be uploaded in the future. But for now, arigato for watching the video. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Arigato for watching the video, my swordlings. Now, if you want to support the Dave Pretendo channel, I would suggest you check out our Patreon right here. Even 100 yen would be enough, and I really appreciate it. And here is the previous video I made. Again, thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Yosh! Konnichiwa, my swordlings. It's been quite a while since I talked about a game. And the reason for that is because I've been busy playing through games that are in my backlog. I'm on my third new game in Tales of Berseria, and I've just started playing Yakuza 6. And I've also revisited the PlayStation 1 classic, Xenogames. Today there's something I'd like to talk about that has been a shaku for me the last couple of weeks.
I usually go to the YouTube gaming section when I want to check out new content from my favorite games, but recently there's this game that is showing up way too often, staring me in the face. That game is called Fortnite. Even though all you need to do is take a look at some gameplay footage of Fortnite to see that it's complete garbage.
But I'm not the one to judge.
So apparently Fortnite is part of this genre called Battle Royale. So, already off to a bad start.
I'm sure that most of you already know this, but for you Westerners out there,
Battle Royale is a 2000s Japanese dystopian film adapted from the 1999 novel of the same name by Koshun Takami. It is the final film directed by Kinji Fukasaku, written by his son Kenta, and stars Takeshi Kitano. The film follows a group of junior high schoolers forced to fight to the death by the Japanese government. The film drew controversy and was banned or excluded from distribution in several countries.
So, not only did Fortnite steal the concept from Koshun Takami's masterpiece, they even went so far as to copy the name to describe the genre it's part of. This is incredibly shameful. This is already starting to upset me quite a bit. I think I need something to calm me down before I continue this. Okay, I'm ready.
So, where was I? Oh yeah, this game. So, I did some more research into who made the game, and yes, of course they are Western developers.
I think the reason why these people think they can get away with stealing is because they know the West is uneducated when it comes to Japanese culture. And because of that, nobody is there to call them out. Well, guess what, Epic Games? I know what you're doing.
Also, the person who is the most famous Fortnite player is someone who calls himself Ninja, and is not even Japanese. So at this point I knew I had to check the game out for myself. I mean, there's so many people playing this right now, and it's super popular. I just wanted to know if my predictions were true.
And what are the results? Yes, this game is a big pile of steaming garbage.
Now, when I started the game, which took quite a while to set up, by the way, I knew the first thing I had to do was change the controller settings. I always use my trusty DualShock 4 PlayStation 4 controller, like I do in every game I play. But look at this! All I see is some kind of Xbox controller.
So the game doesn't even support the superior DualShock 4?
So I guess I have to go with keyboard and mouse, which I'm okay with I guess, but not having proper support for controllers is just straight up bad game design. Another thing that is super shaku is that the menu is really messy and hard to understand. There are a bunch of different buttons and stuff, and no explanation whatsoever.
It's almost like they don't want people to play their game.
After messing around in the menu for a bit, I finally start playing the game. Yosh, ikuyo! I don't know what's going on here. You can't attack anyone, and people are just running around like baka. And then all of a sudden, what is going on? So now the game starts? What is this? So what was the point of all that stuff earlier? Why not just start the game right here?
I have no idea what these Western game developers are thinking.
Now, the game starts with the main character jumping out of this flying bus thing, and what is the next objective?
And guess what? The game doesn't tell you what to do next.
I just ran around trying to figure out what to do when all of a sudden, I don't have any words for this. How did the game developer expect you to beat the enemies when you don't even have a gun? And now all I can do is quit the game, go back to the menu, start another game, play the waiting game, and finally I'm back in another game. And guess what? Same thing happened again. This almost made me quit the game and start writing this review. But then I thought, there's probably even more stuff in this game that is completely broken. So I convinced myself to keep going. A thing that is really annoying is that you can't change the character model. I just get a random one before each game. Why can't you just make your own character? Anyway, I'm willing to give this game one more try and see what happens.
Have I mentioned that this game suffers from really bad frame rate?
I don't know why this hasn't been fixed yet. My guess is that the developer doesn't even care. So in this game I finally find a gun, and while I was running around to find my next objective, I also figure out that this game has a building mode.
And once again, I am completely baffled by the design choice here.
Now, you can build a variety of different things using materials that you can harvest. But this mechanic is completely useless. I tried building a house using this, and you can tell by just looking at this that they could have just removed this mechanic altogether. If you remember my Minecraft review a few years ago, I did at least manage to build a house out of the materials I gathered, and even though the game is awful as well, it at least functioned as a house.
What a waste of time!
So I kept exploring the world for a bit. I haven't seen a single person yet, but I found more weapons and a potion, which doesn't even function like potions do in other games. It doesn't even heal you. And then back to exploring the world again. And all of a sudden, I started taking damage. Nobody was shooting at me, but the game told me to get out of the storm, whatever that means. So I finally got out of it, and what was the point of that?
An area where you just take damage for no reason is just bad game design.
I kept on exploring for about 10 more minutes, and then someone just killed me, and I couldn't even see them so that I could have a chance of surviving.
Okay, so let's sum this up. I ran around for more than 15 minutes picking up junk along the way. There was not a single player or even an NPC to be seen. And then I get killed out of nowhere from someone I couldn't even see.
This was the final straw for me, and I turned the game off for good.
So, overall, Fortnite is an overrated, overhyped, and absolutely baka game full of bad game design and Western-influenced game mechanics, while shamefully stealing from a culture that is in every way superior. This certainly made me realize how badly these game developers are treating our youths. Children never get to experience games like the Persona series or the Final Fantasy series because games like this exists. But that is why I am here, to show Westerners that you shouldn't be okay with stuff like this, and that we need to spread the words about the glorious Nippon, who creates the best and the most Sugoi entertainment in the whole world. Please share this video with any Westerner you know. I am guaranteed that they will have a change of heart after watching this, just like Kamoshida, Madarame, Kenshiro, Okumura, and Shido did in Persona 5, made by Atlas. Domo arigato for watching this video, my swordlings. I hope you will enjoy what I have in store for you in the future when Season 3 starts. But anyway, have a good night, evening, morning, or day.
Ore ga shinde mo obetete kuru yo. Ore wa egao de shinnu kara yo.
I'm late!
Oi, Waniki!
ちょっと待って。サペントでおります。
ありがとう、ナナミ。
Hi, my name is Kensuke Dojinshi. I'm your normal 16-year-old high school student. I have amnesia and I can't remember anything.
についてすぐに教えてはいかませんか?
Don't be a fool. He's not ready for it yet.
Excuse me, that was my fault. I'm a simple fortune teller. I can read your future as compensation for rudely blocking your path. Nice! Since I don't remember anything from my past, maybe this fortune teller can help me understand my future.
That sounds amazing. Let's go.
Well then, please step into my shop. Let me take a look at your left hand. This is a strong hand. You must been through a lot.
I don't know, since I have amnesia and don't remember my past.
I see. Well said. Kensuke, I have some unfortunate news. At 12 o'clock high noon, your life on this planet will reach its end. You will die. Hey Kensuke, what's up? You just made it in time for class.
Ohio, Tsuko. I had a really rough morning.
Yeah, tell me about it. Looks like Bob is late for school again.
As always.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
What's wrong?
何か恐ろしいことが時計で起こりだろう。それはだと思いますか?
We must find SephirothSword57.
So you're saying that you went to a fortune teller and he told you that your life will end at 12 o'clock? You have to find Aniki and talk to him about this. He knows about your past.
Ikkuyo!
What? I can't move.
That's right, Kensuke.
It's you.
Don't try to move your legs. It won't work.
What have you done?
I haven't done anything. This is destiny. My powerful final attack can easily be dodged. But since it's your fate to die, The gods have taken your legs from you.
So you are my killer.
Kare wa soko ni iru. Kare o tatsuki yo.
No.
なぜあなたは彼氏のことを望んでいますか
It will take us 2 minutes to get there. 2 minutes we don't have. His life will end in 1 minute.
あら嫌だ
I think it's time to show you who I really am.
Wait! I recognize you! My memory! Here at Death's store, I finally remember everything. My friends, Chrono, Cloud, Nanami, Noctis, 2B, and you, Shadow. I couldn't save you. I guess this is the end for me. SephirothSword57.
So, you got your memories back? Well, you can carry them with you to hell! Final attack! You better just stay where you are. You have no chance of surviving.
No, he's changing his future timeline. Nanami!
私は気分が悪かった。あなたは大丈夫ですか
Don't worry, Nanami. I'm perfectly fine. You have some explaining to do, Aniki. As you know, I am from the future dimension. I need your help to defeat Nintendo in the other dimensions and timelines. Why, you ask? Well, since this is the only dimension where anime, manga, and JRPGs coexist, and you can learn all the cool moves and attacks from them, you have a great potential to become a dimension traveler, like myself, and hopefully defeat Nintendo. However, you see that line I drew on the ground? Well, if you take one step forward, you accept the rigorous training that stands before you. You will leave all your faith in my hands. It will be tough. You might not make it. Though you will have to leave your friends behind, all alone, on the road. I understand if you can't handle it. The choice is yours.
failed me, Kojima. Even though I took you in when no one else would.
I'm so sorry, Master.
It doesn't matter. I have more minions and XP than any living organism throughout the Dimension universe. I will have my dream, and you're not gonna stop me. SephirothSword57.
Konnichiwa, my swordlings. Today, me and Joachim are going out hiking. We've been wanting to go on a trip for a long time now, and this summer we're finally gonna do it. And I thought it would be a good idea to bring you swordlings with us. Now, let's go pick up Joachim. Okay, my swordlings. So, Joachim is right over there. It's 8 a.m. and he thought we would meet up at the store. But I've been following him from his home, so let's prank him a little bit, okay? Okay. Ohio, Joachim. Oh, by the way, Joachim, you have a really cool shirt on. Look at that.
Oh yeah, I thought you would like it.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Evangelion shirt.
Yeah, it's cool. Really sugoi. Oh no, Joachim, it's fine. I'm the one who's gonna get the food, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. You don't have to. No problem. You can carry the stuff if I buy the food. How about that?
Okay.
Fine. Sounds good. Okay, here we go, Joachim. Right here. So, which one do you want? Which flavor do you want?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Right. Ikuyo, Joachim. Okay, right over here, Joachim.
What? But wait. Shouldn't we follow the trail?
Joachim, we're exploring. We're hiking. Come on. Come on now. Come on.
Oh. All right.
Now we're out here in the nature. It's a nice weather today, wouldn't you say, Joachim?
Yeah, it's
really nice.
It's really nice.
Yeah. Should I take the camera?
Yeah, sure. You can.
Okay. All right. Oh wow! Look at this, Joachim. It's beautiful. What?
Yeah.
Could you stand over there?
What?
Could you stand over there? If I can. Okay, great. Now it's my turn. It's my turn.
What?
Yeah, it's my turn. So now it's you try that. Okay, yeah. So from over there, pen it in over like I did.
Okay. Second. Okay. Yeah, it's done.
Go, let's do it. うごめく嵐エナジー ないぜ見てるよ By the way, Joachim, how about this one? How about this one? そして集いしスターダス役目の目覚めに終われ
I don't know that song.
Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. Wow. Isn't this nice, Joachim?
Yeah.
Do you think you can... how's the water? Can you check the water? Can you see any water? Is it hot? Is it okay to...
No, it's very cold.
It's, oh, okay. All right. Wow. Wow. All right, Joachim. So, it's time for dinner. So, I brought all the stuff with me. I have this one. We can cook some water in here, and then we can make the ramen that way. What do you think?
Yeah, but do you have a lighter?
No. I didn't brought a lighter with me. But we can make. We're in nature right now. We can make a fire on our own, right?
No, I don't think.
No, it's fine. See, it's fine. We can work together and we can make it work. It's not a problem. Come on. Let's start.
How do you start?
Okay. Why don't you try this one? I think you're pretty skilled at this. Yeah, give it a try. Come on, try that. I think you're pretty good. Hold on. You can tell me if you're able to start, if anything happens.
Should I go and buy a lighter?
No. We can eat anyway. It's not a problem. You can eat. You don't have to cook these. You don't need no water for this. It's okay. It's really good that way. It's like a snack.
Okay, it's filming.
Okay. So, what you can do is that you actually don't need water for these. Because these are already prepared, as you can see. Look at this. So you don't even need water.
Okay.
I can eat them like this. I usually eat them like this sometimes.
Okay.
So yeah. You can have this one. So you can have this one. So and I can have this. So
yeah. Okay.
It's pretty good, right, Joachim? It's pretty nice. Well, we have snacks and stuff later too, so
yeah,
it's fine. It's fine. We will get enough energy. It's okay. So, did you bring anything to drink, Joachim?
No.
Really? Okay. So, when I'm done, it was a pretty nice dinner.
All right.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah, I recorded some.
Okay. By the way, Joachim, listen to this.
What are you reading?
It's Persona 4 for the PlayStation 2. I'm reading the instruction booklet, and listen to this. Kanji Tatsumi, a first-year student at Yasakami High. It's rumored that in middle school he defeated an entire gang on his own. He's since garnered a reputation as a notorious punk. Doesn't this make you want to play Persona 4 more?
Yeah, I played 5 and that was good.
Oh yeah, you would love 4 definitely. He's one of the main characters, so.
Do you have games with you?
Uh,
Is this like the Vita or something?
No, this is a PlayStation 2. I said it was for the PlayStation 2.
Yeah, but don't.
But you should definitely, if you can get your hands on Persona 4 Golden for the PS Vita, I would definitely tell you to get that one, because that's an updated version of this.
But what did you bring?
Well, it's something to read.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some old boats. And there's the camp. And there's Seth. It's getting a little bit late, so yeah.
So Joachim, I brought more than just games. I brought some manga with me.
Oh.
I have some more here, but I got Battle Royale.
Is that
You haven't read the manga?
it's the same as the movie?
Yes, it's the movie is based off the manga.
Okay.
Well, you should give it a read then.
Oh, okay.
Definitely, that's the first volume. You should read that. And I'm gonna be reading some Trigun. Really Sugoi stuff. So no, Joachim, but you've read manga before.
Oh, okay.
You read it?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's right.
It's from
Yeah, can't read it from the wrong. That's right. Let's see. So I've been reading before. So let's see. Where did I stop? Oh yeah, it was right. Okay. So what do you think, Joachim? Well, do you like it?
Yeah, it's kind of like the movie.
It's good, right? Yeah. Oh, Joachim, what are you looking at?
No, it was.
What is this? My shorties, look at this. Look what Joachim is looking at. Wow, Joachim. Hentai. Oh yeah, the snacks. That's right.
I'm going for a walk.
No, okay. Want to watch your snacks, Joachim?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. vänta lite Joakim, vänta. Right, Joakim, let's check out the water over here. We have some boat. Oh, watch out, watch out. Yes, we have some boats here. It's really nice. Yes, okay. Are you gonna check the water here? Is the water, maybe the water is better here?
I think it's the same.
Think so? Ooh, ooh. Oh, okay. Alright. My swordlings. Check this one out. Check this. Oh, Joakim. Oh. Oh. Oh wow, Joakim, that was so funny. Oh. 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 What? What? So, did you have? I think you can put it in rice when you get home tomorrow. It will be fine. That was really funny though. So, but yeah, put it in some rice when you get home tomorrow. It will be fine. It will be fine. Ohio, my swordlings. It's 5 p.m. right now, and it's the sun has just come up, and it's nighttime is over. Unfortunately, Joakim had to go home last night because he was cold. So, but I slept out here in the yes. So nice here right in the morning like this. Well, I think I'm gonna have some more ramen and some more snacks from yesterday, and then I'm gonna be heading home. So, yes, I'll see you shortly instead. Oh, there we go. I'm finally at home. Unfortunately, Joakim lost his glasses yesterday, but I think his phone will be alright. Anyway, this has been a Super Sugoi time. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Ohio, my swordlings. I hope you had a great summer this year. How was my summer? Well, as you can see, I am currently enjoying one of my favorite Konami titles, Akumajo Dracula X, Keka no Yasukyoku, or as it's called in English, Devil's Castle Dracula X, Nocturne in the Moonlight, or the localized version, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night.
I do prefer the Japanese title, of course, but I will be calling it Symphony throughout this video, just to keep it simple.
Anyway,
Symphony was released on the classic PlayStation 1 in 1997. This game has some of the most subarashi 2D graphics for its time, during a time when a lot of games were experimenting with 3D gaming. Some that were good, and some that were awful. But Konami didn't feel the need to jump into 3D development yet, since the world of 2D gaming had not been mastered yet.
And they made the right choice.
Gekka no Yasukyoku is a masterpiece in every sense of the word. Everything this game does is on a god tier level of Sugoi game design. Breathtaking visuals? Check. Super satisfying gameplay? Check. Amazing music. Check, check, check.
Which is all you need to be able to make a Super Sugoi action game. But guess what? Geka no Yasukyoku does even more than just that.
This game also has a compelling story where Alucard, the son of Dracula, has woken up from his slumber and headed for Dracula's castle, feeling that something weird is going on inside his father's home. During his journey, he encounters both new and familiar characters.
Geka no Yasukyoku has a great story and well-written characters. Which reminds me,
we can't forget the amazing voice acting that the seiyuu put their heart and soul into. And I'm not talking about that really baka voice acting we got here in the West.
Time, monster. You don't belong in this world.
That was just awful. Instead, the Japanese version had some really amazing voice acting.
滅びよ、ここはお前の住む世界ではない。私は自らの力で蘇るのではない。欲深な人間どもによって蘇るのだ。力が唯一の正義なのだからな。
Wow, Dracula's voice in this version is absolutely sugoi. Well, this is kind of the quality I would expect from my favorite Japanese voice actor, Wakamoto Norio.
I am sure you swordlings and anime fans recognize his voice immediately.
私は私のやり方でやっているんだ。バカめ、貴様の毒など効かんわ。Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you.
This game has so much to offer, but the biggest and most unique thing about this game is the non-linear approach to the gameplay. A 2D side-scrolling action platformer with a big map to explore. Geka no Yasukyoku was the first of its kind to do this kind of...
Hey, SephirothSword57, I have some bad news about that.
Ohayo, Chrono! I'm currently doing a review of Akumajo Dracula X, Geka no Yasukyoku, so I'm a little busy right now. What was the bad news you wanted to talk about?
Oh, gomenasai, SephirothSword57. Anyway, I heard what you were saying about Geka no Yasukyoku being the first of its kind, but I've heard that there is a game that used the same concept before it.
Huh? Really?
Yes, at least from what I've heard. You see, back in the day when I was part of Nintendo and Chrono Trigger was released on the Super Nintendo, I heard about a side-scrolling game where you explore a big map. This game is called Super Metroid. Nintendo fanboys claim that it's supposed to be a masterpiece.
Masterpiece, huh? We will see about that.
Wait, you don't mean you're...
I'm gonna be playing it right now and see if it is a masterpiece or not.
Well then, with your knowledge of objective Japanese game design, I'm sure that you will be able to see what that game really is, SephirothSword57. Also, I hope that you don't think that I still have some loyalty left for Nintendo.
I know, Chrono. You are a close friend. And you already proven yourself when Chrono Trigger was released for the great PlayStation. You don't need to apologize anymore.
Arigato, SephirothSword57. I do regret my past, but when the superior version of my game was released for the PlayStation, I finally understood. You are a true friend, SephirothSword57.
I guess we will be checking out this game called Super Metroid.
So, apparently many people believe that this game inspired Yasukyoku with its level design. So let's see what this game has to offer.
And as soon as the game starts, I've encountered a lot of problems already.
First off, there is this introduction where you walk through a bunch of corridors and doors until you see a dragon. And then we have to run all the way back to the beginning again, but with a time limit.
Okay, what was the point of that?
We then land on this planet and the game actually starts. So what was the point of that intro stage? It was not a tutorial or something, since they didn't even show you any obstacles or enemies. And to make it even worse, you have to run back the same way you came from, instead of just skipping it. Nothing about that opening was necessary, and a complete waste of time. I took some time to figure out the controls. And wow.
This is absolutely baka!
So this game has a run button for some reason. Okay, so there is another Nintendo game that also has a run button. Yes, that's right, Super Mario. I see a pattern here, Nintendo.
Why make the player hold down a button? It doesn't make sense. There's no reason not to run, so am I gonna have to hold down the button throughout the whole game?
They could have done something more useful with that button instead, and just let you run from using the D-pad. Bad game design like this is expected from a baka Nintendo game, but this is just unbelievable. In Sonic the Hedgehog, you don't need a run button, and those games play perfectly.
This is typical toxic Nintendo game design philosophy, and it's absolutely baka.
Anyway, so I make my way through some corridors, and then I find some kind of power-up. And here is another problem. The game shows what the power-up does, but they don't show you how to do it. I was lucky to figure it out by myself pretty quickly. You have to press down twice on the D-pad, by the way. But how was I supposed to figure that out? And later you find some missiles, which actually shows you how to use them. Why couldn't they have shown me that before with the other item?
Anyway, here's another problem right away.
Missiles. So there are two problems with these. Instead of having a dedicated button for missiles, you have to push select to toggle them. And if you want to use the normal gun again, you have to toggle back to it. Does that make any sense at all? Especially since you had a free button that could have been used for missiles, but no, you Nintendo decided to use that button to run instead. Another thing about missiles are these locked doors where you need to use these missiles to open. But you need 5 missiles to open it. Why 5? 1 should be enough. There's no reason you have to use 5 of them for it to open.
This is getting intense. Encountering so many problems is really frustrating. I think I need to go for a walk. No, wait! Well then, let's get back to the review.
It's a good thing I took a little break, because this game has some garbage to throw at you. So after we go through the door, there is this unreachable item. Now, I get that you probably can get this item later in the game when you have the right item, but showing an item that is just out of reach, it's just teasing and bad game design. If the item was in a room that you could not enter yet, that would make more sense. But this is just Nintendo trying to piss off the player instead of trying to make art. Now, I make my way back because there's nothing else to do in this area. And on my way back, I stumble upon this machine that just updates the map for me. This is quite confusing. Why would they put a mechanic like this in a game where the main point of it is to explore? Can anyone give me a reason for why this even exists? Actually, I can answer that myself.
There is no reason whatsoever.
Will there be at least one thing in this game that will be enjoyable? Not even the music, if you can call it that, is enjoyable. It's just a bunch of sounds with no real melody. Now I enter this item room and pick up this item. And then I have to fight a boss. So the game tricks you into thinking it's a safe area and then throws this unfair boss at you. What if I didn't have enough HP for the fight? Not that I have to worry about it, because this fight is really easy. But that doesn't mean it's good game design.
Anyway,
I found this health extender while exploring, and this is pretty strange. So you see the number up in the top left corner. Well, that's your health. And in a good game, if you find an item that extends your health by 100, it should say 199, right? Well, instead they just decided to add a box that represents 100 HP you just picked up. It's just strange and bad game design. So I keep playing. I explore more of the map, find no items or power-ups. Then I ran into another problem. I get stuck in this hole after exploring the area, and after trying to get out for a while, I figure out that this game has a really baka and complex wall jump that I have to pull off in order to get out. And the way you do this is... I don't know how to describe it. You have to do this spinning jump against a wall, then push the opposite direction on the D-pad. And then there is this very brief window where you can press the jump button to jump off the wall. It's something nobody would figure out. And of course, the game doesn't even tell you about it. I've played video games throughout my whole life, so I could figure this out after a while. But you shouldn't expect every player to be a master gamer. So I got to another boss fight and... So I got some super missiles now. And guess what? You have to push select 2 times to equip them. The more I play of this game, the more ridiculous it gets.
I don't think I need to explain why this is so baka.
So after playing for a while, finding items and power-ups along the way, I got stuck for a little bit. Because there was no way for me to explore anymore. That is until I found it. And it's so well hidden that I thought it was a secret. Now if this was a secret for an energy tank or something, I wouldn't mind. Why did they think this was a good idea? This game has a lot of problems, and this is the worst one so far. I would gladly turn off this game right now and never try it again.
But I made it this far. I might as well keep playing for a little bit longer, just to see how much more baka this gets.
So I fight another boss, which even a baby could beat. Makes sense, considering what most Nintendo fanboys are. And I get a new suit upgrade, so I can now traverse areas with high temperatures. And the game just keeps going and going and going, picking up power-ups after power-ups, fighting easy bosses after another, while being really boring.
I could go over more of the baka things I've found throughout this playthrough, but I would just be repeating all the good points I've made so far. Everything I've encountered probably happens about 10 more times, and that's just me being generous.
I was able to finish all the bosses I needed to fight, and picked up a lot of items, and now it's time to finish this game. And they couldn't even get the final boss fight to be challenging. It's almost impossible to lose here. Then there is an escape sequence that is not very hard at all.
And that concludes Super Metroid.
It took me 3.5 hours to finish it, and I didn't die a single time, which makes sense considering how easy this game was. So overall, Super Metroid was a short, boring game that is littered with bad game design choices. There are just too many problems with it to be considered a good game. I would say the game is just plain bad, nothing more, nothing less. But considering how much praise this game gets, and how amazing some people say it was for its time, I have to say that this was more miserable than I anticipated.
These 3.5 hours I wasted felt like an eternity, even though I was playing at a baby's level of difficulty. I would never recommend this game to anyone who enjoys video games.
But the biggest reason I wanted to play this game was to see how it compares to Symphony, and how much alike they really are. But other than being a 2D side-scroller, there is nothing else these games have in common. Everything that Super Metroid does, Symphony does better, and then more. Super Metroid just has a few different armors and weapons, and most of them just stack, so there's no reason to switch between them. Gekka no Yasukyoku has well over 100 different items and equipment, which are all found throughout the different areas in the castle. Super Metroid had awful music, if you can even call it music. Gekka no Yasukyoku has absolutely sugoi music, covering a bunch of different genres. Super Metroid has boring and easy boss fights, made for babies. Keka no Yasukyoku has epic boss fights that puts your skills and knowledge to the test, with different weaknesses for each boss.
Do I even need to go on?
It's pretty safe to say that the superior game here is Symphony of the Night. Whether Super Metroid was an inspiration for Symphony or not doesn't matter at all. It's a fact that Symphony is the more Sugoi game.
I hope you enjoyed this review. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh!
If you've been watching this channel for a while, it should come to no surprise that I'm a huge fan of the JRPG genre. And for those of you who are new here,
I absolutely love JRPGs.
Out of all the different video game genres out there, JRPGs are the most relaxing and well-written games out there. And sometimes you're not in the mood to throw out some Smoking Six style combos in Devil May Cry 4. Sometimes you want to sit back, relax with some snacks, and play Grandia 2 for the Dreamcast.
Ever since I was a child, I've always had an interest in the Japanese video game industry, so I was exposed to Sugoi JRPGs at an early age. And the companies I have to thank for that are Sony and Square Enix. Well, technically they were called Squaresoft back then, because they hadn't merged with Enix yet. That happened in 2003.
Now you might think that me talking about this doesn't have anything to do with the topic for today, but hear me out for a sec. When Final Fantasy VII was released in 1997 for the absolutely amazing PlayStation, it blew everyone away and made the West finally appreciate a genre they never knew existed.
And that started the JRPG boom here in the West.
People were now actively seeking out games similar to Final Fantasy VII. They needed more of this JRPG goodness that they've been missing out on, and companies were willing to develop and localize more of these kinds of games. Games like Valkyrie Profile, Xenogears, Parasite Eve, Breath of Fire 3, Star Ocean: The Second Story, and many more came out after the success of Final Fantasy VII. Even smaller companies wanted in on the action. Game Arts, whose earlier works consist of the Lunar franchise for the Sega CD, was working on the Grandia series. But there were of course a couple of JRPGs out for the PlayStation before Final Fantasy VII hit the scene. Games like Suikoden and Persona started out on the PlayStation and were both released before Final Fantasy VII.
And they were not very successful here in the West at the time. But we know that Suikoden and Persona became huge and are some of the most well-beloved franchises in the JRPG genre. But why is that? How come these games became so big, even though they didn't sell well at all? Well, I have a little theory about that.
As I said before, people wanted more Final Fantasy VII, and since they were already done with that game, they started looking for similar games to quench their JRPG thirst.
And I was one of those people.
But since most of these amazing games would not come out until later, the only thing these people could do was to look backwards at games that were released before Final Fantasy VII. And that is the reason why JRPGs were not successful at first, but became successful with time. After I experienced the masterpiece that is Final Fantasy VII, I started looking for other games just like it. So I went to my local game store with only $20 I had left from my allowance, and asked for games that were similar to Final Fantasy VII. They showed me a copy of Suikoden, but it was a little bit too steep, so I could not afford it at the time. I started digging around in the bargain bin for games, and I was able to find something that looked decently interesting for only $19.99.
And that game was Beyond the Beyond.
Now, if you were around when the PlayStation started getting traction, this is a title that showed up a lot. But surprisingly, not a lot of people have played it. It's as classic gets. Random encounters, turn-based combat, dungeon crawling. Yeah, you get the point. It was pretty sugoi for its time, and I remember having a great time with it.
And now we're getting to the topic at hand. Why am I talking about this game? Well,
the reason I picked this game up back in the day wasn't only because it was a JRPG. No, the main reason I had to get it was because of the company name that was written on the game case. Camelot.
Known as Sonic Software Planning in the early 90s, they worked really close to Sega. And you might know them as the creators of the Shining series.
Shining in the Darkness, Shining Force 1 and 2, Shining Force CD, and all of its spin-offs during the 90s were all developed by Sonic Software Planning, which were some of the coolest games I saw as a kid. Sonic Software Planning were not part of Sega, so they could develop for other companies if they so wanted to. And that is exactly what they did. They decided to change the company's name to Camelot Software Planning when they developed Beyond the Beyond for PlayStation, just to establish that they were not bound to Sega in any way, since keeping the name Sonic in their company name could confuse people.
Now you might be wondering, how did you know that Sonic Software Planning and Camelot were the same company at the time? I mean, it was the early 90s, so how did you have access to that kind of information so easily? Well, let me tell you a story.
I always kept up with Sega, since the Sega Mega Drive was a huge part of my childhood. Sadly, I never owned a Sega Saturn when it was released, because it was way too expensive at the time. $500 was way too much for a 9-year-old set, which is why I got a PlayStation instead. But I always was looking forward to games from Sega, and one game that I always wanted to play was Shining Force 3 for the Sega Saturn. I had a magazine with an article of the game that also had screenshots, and the name of the developer was listed as Camelot, and the article also mentioned that the developers of Shining Force are bringing the 3rd installment to the Sega Saturn. I would always read this article over and over, dreaming about the day I would be able to play my own copy of the game on my own Sega Saturn, which sadly never happened, but there was no way I would not remember the name Camelot after that.
Anyway, back to Beyond the Beyond.
I was very pleased with the game and was looking forward what the company could be working on in the future. If only I knew.
This was at the time when Sega decided to purely focus on getting the Dreamcast out as soon as possible, since the Sega Saturn was not part of the company's future. And it was during this time that Camelot did something horrible.
Camelot, who were working on Shining Force 3 while Sega made their decision, must have been unreasonably mad at Sega for this, and completely cut ties with Sega, never to work with them ever again. Sega didn't have a choice, and Camelot were just being selfish at this point.
It could have ended there, but Camelot decided to take it one step further. They formed a partnership with Nintendo.
This was the worst outcome for such a promising company, and they had to work with the most corrupt company in the industry. They were not tricked like a lot of other developers. They willingly went over to the dark side, and they started working on Mario sports titles, such as Mario Tennis and Mario Golf. It literally can't get worse than this. So for a couple of years they worked under Nintendo, until one day they started working on a genre they were very familiar with.
And the game to come out of this was called Ogo no Tayo, or more commonly known as Golden Sun.
It's a JRPG with random encounters, turn-based combat, and character portraits similar to Beyond the Beyond. This has everything needed to be a Super Sugoi JRPG.
So despite this being a Nintendo game on a Nintendo system, could this actually be a good JRPG? Or did Camelot lose their sense of game design when they decided to join with Nintendo? Well, there's only one way to find out.
So I got to borrow the game, together with a GameCube that plays Game Boy games, and a controller from my brother Dave. This is quite the hassle to get working. Do you have to do this every time you want to play a game? Wow. So here we go, Ogo no Tayo. Let's see what this game has to offer. First off, you can name the main character here before the game actually starts. I assume that you could get to name the rest of the characters when you meet them for the first time, just like Final Fantasy VII. But no, when you get the second party member, he is already named. Why? Why would they let you name a party member at all if you can't even name all of them? There is no reason.
And if any of you are thinking, what is he talking about? You can name all the characters. Then don't bother commenting, because I already know.
So by pressing the select button 3 times when naming the main character, you will hear a... and the game will let you name the rest of the characters. But this is absolutely baka. They let you name all of them, sure, but you name them all before the game actually starts, spoiling all the characters. They could have done it like Final Fantasy VII, like I said before, and let you name them the moment you first met them. That would not spoil the story, and just get rid of the stupid select button trick to name them.
Okay, the game has not started yet, and while this is a really baka decision on Camelot's part, it has nothing to do with the gameplay or story. So, let's give this game a fair chance.
So the game starts with this opening sequence where the main character's hometown is being attacked. And it starts with your mom waking you up. Wow, I wonder where you got that idea from, Camelot.
Anyway, can you take a guess of what's attacking the village?
A boulder. Okay. Not some kind of creature or evil villain, but a boulder? This is just extremely silly. If it was some evil man wrecking chaos, it would be so much more interesting. But no! Here we have our well-written and terrifying antagonist. A boulder. Wow. Anyway, so I walked through this fort. What was that? What's with the jump scare? Is this a JRPG or a Western horror game? So this is the combat. Very straightforward and simple. Nothing interesting here whatsoever. Anyway, you run around and talk to people for a while, then the boulder comes down and kills some people, and then you get beaten up by some bad guys, and the screen fades to black. Well, that was a really boring intro segment that didn't tell me anything, and having a boulder as the first villain is not very Sugoi. I would give Camelot a pass if this was some kind of meta joke about JRPGs, but knowing that they willingly joined Nintendo, I would say without a doubt that they thought this was a good idea, and it's obvious that during these few years at Nintendo have poisoned their minds with bad game design. Anyway, so now there's a 3-year skip, and the party members are a bit older, and after going through some boring discussions with some boring characters, it's time to hit the first dungeon. We have another party member now, and they added a new mechanic, magic.
And get ready for more bakaness.
Here, every single character can use magic. Why did they think this was a good idea? It's obvious that the girl with the staff is a magic user, but she is not very good at melee attacks. And the other 2 party members can also use magic, and they're good at melee combat. This ruins the characters. It doesn't make sense story-wise why this is a thing. And since we're talking about magic, let me say that the character designs are so predictable and boring that you can figure out the character's elemental magic just by looking at them. This character here, yep. How about this character? I would have never guessed. How about her? Way too hold on here. 2 fire users? Was this a mistake? Why put 2 fire users in the same party? There is no reason you need to do this, Camelot. Could this have been an oversight? Anyway, the fact that the party members have to have a design that indicates their elemental trait is just lazy and boring.
If we follow this game's logic, then I would be able to...
Anyway, so I kept exploring this dungeon.
Oh! I can't get used to these jump scares.
like I said, I explore more of this dungeon, and after some battles and puzzles, I reach the end of it. There is a long segment here where bad guys shows up and kidnaps one of your party members, and they just talk and talk and talk, and then you have to run away, all the way back through the dungeon. And then there's even more talking about whether or not the main characters should head out to save the world or whatever.
Spoilers, they do.
So now we're out on the world map, and the game introduces another game mechanic. It's some kind of creature that you equip, and you can attack with it, and it's stored up there on the screen, and it also gives you new attacks, but to get these attacks you have to go to the menu and activate it, and you have to summon it in battle, but only after you attack with it, and by using the summon it gives you even more elemental power depending on which elemental the creature... Why do this many things with one mechanic? It's just confusing. And they just throw it on you like, here you go, have fun. Except it's not fun, it's frustrating. Now, it's true that these creatures add attacks when you equip them. That is a pretty neat system, right? Well, the way this game does it is super awful. Instead of just adding attacks, they decided it was a good idea to get rid of some attacks the character has, then you get your new ones, which you have to do from the menu, but oops, if you used it as a summon, you have to run around on the world map for a bit before it activates again so you can equip it.
It doesn't take a genius to figure out that this system is broken and busted and not very thought out at all.
Now, let's keep playing. So we get another boring character to add to the party here, and it's a wind elementalist. Another predictable situation. After solving the village mystery, we continue on. We enter another dungeon, we get another creature and... Well, the game froze.
And that is a good point to stop playing the game. And honestly, I'm glad that the game froze, because this is the most boring JRPG I've ever played.
Golden Sun is filled to the brim with bad design choices. The combat is plain predictable and adds nothing to the genre. The graphics are colorful, but aside from the character portraits, the rest of the game is so ugly. It's like the characters are 3D renders from 1991, but instead are drawn over and are used as sprites instead. It's not pleasant to look at. The story is mind-numbingly boring, making even a game like Ocarina of Time seem more interesting. And this is a JRPG! How could they screw that up? But if there is one thing I liked about the game, it's the soundtrack. This is one of the few times where I can actually use the music from the game in the review without being embarrassed. And it makes sense, because the composer behind this soundtrack is Sakuraba Motoi. And you can tell by just listening to the music. But that doesn't make up for this game's straight up insult to all good JRPGs. And what makes me even more mad is the fact that Camelot used to make good games that respected JRPGs and Japanese culture. What happened? Why would you do this? I'm so mad that I could throw the game out the window.
Oh. Well, that made me feel way better. Anyway, I hope you swordlings enjoyed the video. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day.
Konnichiwa, my swordlings. This is SephirothSword57, and this is a video I was hoping that I didn't have to do. Now, some of you might have noticed that during the SephirothSword57 streams, whenever Joachim was brought up, I was ignoring the comments. And the reason for that is, well, I'm going to talk about it now. I was hoping that I didn't have to talk about this, but the truth needs to come out now. Back in November, me and Joachim were filming another Fighting Streamers Let's Play. And, well, you will see here what Joachim did.
Så, nu är det igång. Oh. Right, Joachim, let's start.
Dosan.
Ja, den ligger där. Ta den där du. Det är din dosa där. Kontroll. Konnichiwa, everyone. This is SephirothSword57. And welcome back to Fighting Streamers. And with me today, we have, as always, our guest.
Joachim. Hey.
Yeah. And we are gonna be playing Soul Calibur 6, which gracefully arrived here in the West from the headquarters of Bandai Namco. Now, you just bought this game, right, Joachim?
Yeah.
So, Joachim, what is your overall thought on the Soul Calibur franchise?
It's pretty good.
Which ones have you played?
I played 2 a lot.
Two for the PlayStation 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The first one was actually released for the PlayStation 1, but it was called Soul Edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Soul Calibur 1 was for the Dreamcast. And then most of the later games, 3 was for PlayStation 2, 4 and 5 was for PlayStation 3. And now here we are in a new generation. On the powerful PlayStation 4, we have Soul Calibur 6. So let's play some of this, Joachim. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's pause this for a second. As you all know, I usually do a little prank with Joachim, and he's usually fine with it. But let's see what happens here.
I'm winning!
Försiktig med kontrollerna.
English, Joachim, English. You gotta speak English here.
Careful with the controller.
Well, I won.
Now, as you can see, instead of actually contributing to the bit, Joachim instead drops the English language and starts speaking Swedish instead. Very unprofessional, in my opinion. This is one of many times where Joachim acts unprofessional and not like a host at all.
So, we've just finished playing Soul Calibur 6. Now, Joachim, what do you think of Soul Calibur 6?
It's fun.
What do you think of the game objectively, in your opinion?
There's a lot of combos and some fun character customization.
Oh yeah, yes, the character customization has been in the franchise since Soul Calibur 3. It's a big part of the franchise, since you can make your own character and play through the game with that character in a campaign. So it's nice. This will probably be the biggest game in this franchise, since a lot of new people have been able to appreciate this Japanese masterpiece.
And here is another example of Joachim not paying attention and not trying at all to act like a host. But let's see the last clip of these fighting streamers. Now, Joachim, could you get me a glass of water? You mean? Yeah. If that's okay.
No.
I'm a bit thirsty.
Yeah, sure.
Would be nice. Here I am ready to do another prank. And what does Joachim do? Well, let's see. Thank you, Joachim.
Vad fan håller du på med? Vad fan gör du för någonting?
Det är på skoj. Det är bara...
Nej, fan. Du får åka hem. Jag orkar inte. Fy.
Va?
Du får åka hem. Jag vill duscha.
So, Joachim threw me out of his home into the cold night. I have to wait for the bus for 10 minutes. I don't have a shelter. I don't have any food. I'm just out here in the cold. Wait, I don't get it.
Now I'm sure that you swordlings are very disappointed in Joachim's attitude right here. Not only did he throw me out in the cold, but he also didn't pay attention when we were recording, he disrespected me, and didn't even contribute to any of the jokes and pranks that I did during the filming. I don't understand why Joachim can't even take a joke, but he has to take everything seriously. When you're a host of a show, you have to try your best and not just half-ass it like Joachim is doing in these clips. Now, Joachim and I haven't talked since November. He haven't even reached out to me to apologize or anything. So I think it's safe to say that Joachim is leaving the SephirothSword57 channel, and he won't be coming back. Now, as you probably all are thinking, this is not the kind of attitude he should have when making videos together with me. Now, Joachim, arigato for the time that you've spent on the SephirothSword57 channel. And I hope that you'll change your attitude in the future. Sayonara. Sayonara, Joachim!
Konnichiwa, my swordlings. This is SephirothSword57, and welcome back to the SephirothSword57 show. This video's topic is something I've been wanting to do for quite a while now. In this video, we will be talking about Kojima and his time at Konami. A lot of Westerners don't actually know what went down between Kojima and Konami, so this video will make everything clear. So buckle up for a history lesson, and here we go! Kojima Hideo joined Konami in the 80s, where he started working on games for the MSX, which was a Japanese exclusive computer. The first game he worked on was Penguin Adventure, the sequel to Antarctic Adventure, as an assistant director. Later, Kojima was asked to take over a project, Metal Gear, from a senior associate. This is the franchise Kojima is most famous for. Kojima also made a really cool and good adventure game for the Mega CD titled Snatcher, one of the best games on the system in fact, and there's also a small version of a Metal Gear in this game. How kawaii! And then in 1998, Kojima created Metal Gear Solid for the Sony PlayStation. Metal Gear Solid was a big hit in Japan, but also in the West, and for good reason. It's good. But here is where we see Kojima act a bit differently. While the game has shinobi and katana, it lacks the kind of Japanese quality we would expect from the Japanese Konami. Instead, we can see a bit of Western society trends seep into this title. But our story doesn't end there. Kojima also demanded that the game should have an English voiceover in the Western release, which they did add. There's nothing wrong with the Japanese voices, so why did they do this? Well, here's how it is. Metal Gear Solid was released in 1998, not too long after World War II, and since Westerners were still racist against Japanese, Konami decided to do the English voiceover to disguise Metal Gear Solid as a Western game. Which was a good idea at the time, even if the English voice acting is garbage. Luckily, today there's a lot of Japanese games that get localized with their original Japanese voices, and a lot of more people have started watching anime with subs instead of dubs. But there's definitely room for improvements. Anyway, after the release of Metal Gear Solid, Kojima was a bit worried about Kojima's approach when making games. And who wouldn't be? It was almost like Kojima had some Western influences. So Konami confronted Kojima about this and humbly requested that he should make an authentic Japanese cool anime mech game to show his loyalty. So Konami put their best employees to work on the project, which was later revealed as the incredible Zone of the Enders for the Supreme PlayStation 2. But little did anyone know, Kojima had secretly been working on a sequel to Metal Gear Solid and demanded that a demo of the game will be shipped together with every copy of Zone of the Enders. With this menacing plan, Kojima stole the spotlight from Zone of the Enders, and everyone's eyes were now focused on Metal Gear Solid 2. Konami didn't have a lot of choice here. Kojima already spent almost all of his budget on making his game, so they had to release it. And it was a huge success in the West. This is where we start to see Kojima's delusional mind develop. And while Metal Gear Solid 2 is a fine game in itself, like Raiden's design feeling more Japanese here, the Western influences are way too present here. We can see the cutscenes use a Hollywood-style choreography and cinematography instead of the more artistic and sophisticated anime style. Now here it's pretty clear that Kojima doesn't actually want to make video games. Guess it was nothing. With the overwhelming Western success of the Metal Gear franchise, a third game in the series was unavoidable. Konami had to greenlit another project for Kojima, who now had his own internal studio at Konami, Kojima Productions. And now Kojima completely lost his mind. He started to only focus on the Metal Gear franchise, releasing both 3 and 4, and with each title it kept getting worse and worse. Not only that, But it was during this time that Kojima began secretly working alongside Nintendo, making an awful and bad remake of the original Metal Gear Solid for the Nintendo GameCube titled Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, as well as letting Nintendo put Snake in their Super Smash Bros. Series, all which were most likely done behind Konami's back. It was looking dark for Konami, but then Kamiya Hideki stepped in and noticed something was wrong. Together with his powerful Platinum Game Studios, he tried to stop this downward spiral and created the awesome Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance for the dynamic PlayStation 3. But unfortunately, despite being a masterpiece, it wasn't enough to save Konami. During all of this, Kojima was of course working on his magnum opus, Metal Gear Solid 5. Kojima just used up his whole budget on creating a graphic engine that would live up to distasteful Western standards, and demanded Konami for more money to also make the game. It was during this time that Konami noticed that Kojima was making an Assassin's Creed-esque open world game that was made to only appeal to Westerners. Konami was terrified that this could lead to Kojima and his Western fanboy army to infiltrate Japan and the Konami headquarters in Tokyo. But with their great skill of perception, it was time for Konami to turn the tables on the ruthless Kojima. Konami was bleeding money after all, so they had to do something. And before Kojima could release his abomination, Konami gracefully stepped in to stop this madness. They decided it was time for Kojima to be removed from the company. He now had to wrap up the development of Metal Gear Solid 5 and cancel his upcoming game Silent Hills, a new game in the Silent Hill franchise, which he also tried to ruin by lazily sneaking in Western actors instead of originally designed characters, and Western horror tropes with the help of Western director Guillermo del Toro. So, after the release of Metal Gear Solid 5, Kojima was fired from Konami, and everything seemed to be fine. However, the aftermath of this whole ordeal was something even worse. Kojima started spreading lies about what happened between him and Konami, and since Kojima had gained the Westerners' trust after all these years, he could easily manipulate them and frame Konami as the bad guys. With the help of the dishonest Jeff Keighley of the Game Awards fame, the whole Western society ganged up to bully Konami with fake articles and rumors, which were all completely false. Now, it is true that Konami has pretty strict working ethics with their employees, but this is just the martial way of the samurai, also known as Budo, which is a common practice in Japanese business structure, and the Japanese people prefer it that way. Another complaint I hear is that Konami isn't making that many games anymore. Well, you have Kojima to thank for that, since he used up almost all of Konami's money. If it wasn't for Kojima, we would all be playing Suikoden 6 right now. Another criticism I've heard is that Konami is focusing more on their pachinko parlors and the Konami Sports Club. But what is the problem here? We all love pachinko, and Konami have a lot of brands they can use for creating unique experiences. As for their sport club gyms, exercising is really important, and as a martial artist, I would recommend that you start exercising for a change. It's good for you. Okay, I heard that. I knew it.
So, you finally found me, huh?
I think you're underestimating me quite a bit there, Solid Snake.
You're pretty good, but I've been hiding here for a while.
Who sent you here, Snake? Who sent you?
My master, of course, Hideo Kojima.
So I guess Kojima survived.
First off, it's Hideo Kojima. Not that he deserved to be called that, after betraying Japanese culture like he did, but I guess you, with the English voice actor of Solid Snake, wouldn't even understand that.
You'll find out soon enough. SephirothSword57. But now that I've been discovered, it's time for me to return to my master with the new intel I've gathered.
Don't you dare! Don't let him escape! Catch him! Catch him!
Hurry, get him, get him! Don't let him run away!
Well, unfortunately, we were not able to catch Snake, my swordlings. So, we will have to let him go for now. Oh, and by the way, the part you just saw was just for fun, and is not actually canon to the SephirothSword57 guidance show. Just a fun little scene for the video, but you can see it as a tease for things to come. So in conclusion, Hideo Kojima is a slap in the face to Japanese culture. He should not be considered a Japanese man. Instead, I would like to call him the traitor of Japanese culture. And before you try using your subjective opinion as arguments in the comments, here is a disputable fact. Kojima made this many games, and Konami made this many. Arigato for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh! The darkest of night falls around my soul, and the hunter within loses control. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. This demon inside has a hold of me, clenching its power, trying to break free. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me. Hold it fast, they've been dancing on this. Branded by fire on the abyss. Red hot temper, I just can't resist all this vengeance inside me.
All these thoughts running through my head. I'm on fire, face burning red. Frustration is getting bigger. Bang, bang, bang.
Pull my devil trigger. Embrace the darkness that's within me. No hiding in the shadows anymore. When this wickedness consumes me, nothing can save you and there's no way out. I'm a wildfire you won't tame. Not even my temper can put out the flame. There's no way to contain this storm swelling inside me. I'm a bomb you can't defuse. I would just accept you're going to lose. Can't turn down, I refuse to hold back anymore.
All these voices inside of my head, blinding my sight in a curtain of red. Frustration is getting bigger. Bang, bang, bang.
Pull my devil trigger. When all night dance, it's not over. We ride through to get closer. Like a silver bullet piercing through. I throw myself into you.
Oh. Alright, let's see what this game, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, has to offer. I've been waiting for this game since E3, so this is gonna be interesting. No. No! No, it can't be! No! No! Let's go back to the past. 1 year ago. At E3 2018, we got a trailer for a new game coming out called Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. And it looked really interesting. Everyone was excited to see a new shinobi-based game with an interesting premise. But I was cautious, as one should always be. The trailer looked good, but there was something off about how the game looked. Like it was something I've played before. And it turns out, this game was developed by the infamous studio, From Software. Konnichiwa everyone, this is SephirothSword57. Long time no see. In today's video, we will be talking about Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. Let's rock!
Sweet dreams.
For those of you who don't know, From Software is the company that gave us the awful Dark Souls series, along with the repulsive Bloodborne. Some of the best example of bad game design and story writing comes from these games, and this time they're trying to disguise themselves once again by making a shinobi game set in the Sengoku era of Japan to lure people in. Unfortunately, after the trailer got released, it got people hyped, and none of those people actually did the research to find out who actually made the game. So they were tricked from the very beginning. All true Japan fans would agree that From Software is a stain on Japanese action game culture. High-tempo action with awesome stylish fast-paced combat is the way to go when making a Japanese action game, and not something like this. As someone with an extensive knowledge of Japanese history and culture, let's see if these Western-inspired developers actually know what they're doing. But most likely they won't. Let's go. Now, one of the first things that really confuses me about this game is, why do I have a katana? Now, all of you Westerners who are watching this video, you're probably thinking something like, hey Sef-sama, what do you mean? This game is a Japanese game, it's set in Japan, and katanas are super cool, and one of the most powerful weapons in the world. Well, I do agree that the katana is really sugoi, but the problem here is not the weapon, it's our main character. Let me explain. If you've been paying attention during ninjutsu class, you would know that Togakure Ryusoke Masaki Hatsumi, the Grand Master of Ninjutsu and the Bujikan organization, would say, "This is dumb. The preferred weapon of the shinobi of feudal Japan was in fact the ninjato, a straight blade with a square guard, usually of length less than 60 centimeters. And if we take a look at the game, we can see that Okami-dono is not in fact holding a ninjato, but instead a katana, the iconic blade of the honorable Japanese samurai. Now this is usually where I turn the game off completely, but since I'm an objective reviewer, I had to see how much worse this title can get. Now luckily, the shinobi is masters of all kinds of weapons imaginable, so of course they will be able to handle the magnificent katana. This is evidence enough to suggest that Sekiro was actually supposed to be a samurai game, and that the main character of Okami was at the start of this game's development actually a samurai. But From Software can't design good combat, so in a last-second effort, they tried to change it into a shinobi game with stealth mechanics to hide the fact that the combat is not on par with Devil May Cry 5. But of course, those are not the only flaws of this game. Let's start with the story. The game starts with a cutscene that looks exactly like the ones that were in Dark Souls and Bloodborne. You would think that From Software would learn from their mistakes, but no, of course they don't. It's too long and boring and doesn't tell us anything, which seems to be a staple of From Software games. Anyway, the game starts with this lady who drops a letter down this well where the main character is, Okamidono, or Sekiro, as he is called by the Tengu of Ashina, or Ishin Ashina, who is actually the true identity of the Tengu, as his mask and the clothes can be found in the room in Ashina Castle. Now you should expect an explanation to why he's in this place to begin with.
But of course it's From Software we're talking about, so we probably have to dig around in the manual to figure out what's actually going on. Looks like I have to look up a digital version of the manual, since From Software is so incompetent that they can't even include a physical one with the game.
But even after looking through all the information about Sekiro on the official website, there is no information whatsoever about the well and how Okamidono ended up there.
So even after all this unnecessary research, you will never find out what's actually going on. Not even after finishing the game, in fact.
All we know about Okamidono is that he is a shinobi, and his duty is to protect Kuro-chan, the divine child, who has been abducted. She holds the key to immortality, which is the reason why she gets abducted all the time, and why Okamidono can't die.
But we will get back to Okamidono's character a little bit later.
After catching up to Kuro-chan in the tower bathing in moonlight, she asks him about something from the past, which Okamidono have no clue to what she's talking about. Strange. After abducting Kuro-chan, we head to the exit, but then Okamidono gets his left arm cut off by Genichiro Ashina, who we will talk more about later. And then he abducts Kuro-chan. Okamidono then wakes up in an old dilapidated temple and with a new left arm, a prosthetic in fact. And we are then introduced to the sculptor, Shoujo, an old retired shinobi, whose name means orangutan. He is also known as the bounding monkey of the sunken valley, and fancies the shinobi axe, which can be found in the shrine in Hirata Estate. He is also missing his left arm, and was the previous user of the prosthetic that Okamidono now is wearing. He has no need for it anymore, since he is an old man and his shinobi days are over. We are then told to go attend to our duties as Kuro-chan's protector. So here is where the game actually starts. Like I mentioned before, Sekiro is a game that tries to hide its bad combat with stealth mechanics.
Similar to how you would hide a turd in the toilet after dumping another turd on top of it.
Okamidono is such a clumsy and useless shinobi, who gets spotted all the time and make loud noises when he's supposed to be quiet. So the stealth is just frustrating, but it is something you have to get used to, because like I said before, the combat is literally unplayable. Here I try to pick up this item, but because of the slippery, floaty and stiff controls, I almost fall off, because the button to hang down from the ledge is the same one for picking up items. Very dumb decision.
If you are a fan of the Super Sugoi JRPG genre, you would be familiar with level grinding, item grinding, and so on. These are powerful moments for the player, as you will see your party grow in strength, as well as gaining powerful equipment.
But in Sekiro, grinding for XP is completely useless. All you get are these skill points, which you can use to gain new attacks, but they don't make Okamidono stronger in any way. It just gives him another type to damage enemies. Garbage game design. Imagine if you had to buy abilities from an XP shop in Final Fantasy VII. That would be awful.
But since that is a good game made by a superior game designer, that would of course never happen.
You also gain Sen for defeating enemies, but all you can do with it is buy useless consumable items. Where are all the cool blades to increase attack damage and stylish armor to reduce damage taken from enemy blows? Well, listen to this. There is no equipment in Sekiro.
What?
Yes, you heard me right. Not a single piece of armor, accessory, or katana can be equipped. You can only rely on the stuff you start the game with. This has to be the worst decision in JRPG history. So after playing for a while, I encountered the first boss of the game, General Gyobu Masataka Oniwa, also known as Gyobu the Demon. After the fight, we are given the memory of Gyobu Oniwa, and here is something that really frustrates me. The memory is used to upgrade your attack power, but why do we get this now? This is something that is desperately needed before a boss fight, and not after. But what is up with these memories? You can only use them at these sculpture idols. Why didn't they just give you the attack power right after you win the battle and gain the memory? You actually have to go and activate it for it to work. Another strange decision of bad game design. Why are you given memories as an item? It's not like it's a physical object that you can hold in your hands. That is just crazy talk. And why are these memories referred to as distant? Okami-dono, this battle just happened. What is this about? Well, it's pretty obvious at this point that Okami-dono is an old, dumb, senile man. He doesn't remember the events that happened 3 years ago. He doesn't remember battles that just happened. He has grey hair, not to mention that he also hangs around with a bunch of other old men. Those being Isshin Ashina and Shoujo. The only young people of the party is Kuro-chan and Emma-chan. Kuro-chan being the person you need to protect, and Emma-san is the nurse, so she takes care of Isshin Ashina and Shoujo, and now Okami-dono, since they are too old to take care of themselves. She is the caretaker of these 3 old senile men. If this was modern times, Emma would be working at a retirement home, where she would be taking care of all 3 of them. Was this game made for old people? Now, I move on from the battle arena where we fought Gyobu Masataka Oniwa, and after a while, we reach Ashina Castle, but not before we run into these small assassins from Senpo Temple. I have no idea why they included these foul creatures in this game. I've been trying to figure out if they're a classic common yokai with an awful design to not recognize them. But there are no mythical creature in Japanese history that resembles them at all. So that means that they added an original yokai into their game instead of basing it off of an existing yokai that we all can recognize and approve of. Extremely disrespectful of your own culture, From Software. You don't know enough about Japanese history and culture to be able to add anything that makes sense to the general public, so you decided to just make stuff up, like some kind of fairy tale instead. Disgusting! I think now is a perfect time to talk about these sculpture idols. You can also use these idols to travel between them at any time. Yes, more evidence for lazy bad level design. But that is not all. Why did they decide to let you teleport between all these idols? Which of course is taken from bad Western games, but it doesn't make sense. This is the Sengoku era of Japan, and yet here we have a futuristic mechanic that shouldn't work yet. I thought I was playing Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, not Star Trek. But there is something that FromSoft didn't implement despite being really obvious. Something they decided not to do since they were too lazy. They skipped an important mechanic that is featured in all good JRPGs. The airship! If you're going to be able to travel between these idols, why not just have an airship and fly around with all your party members, Isshin Ashina, Shoujo, Emma-san, and Kuro-chan. What a miserable missed opportunity. So we make our way to the top of Ashina Castle, walking around on the rooftops, and we get to encounter Kenshiro Ashina for a second time, who is actually Isshin Ashina's grandson, who is also the Tengu of Ashina, because we can find the Tengu disguise in Isshin Ashina's quarters. Isshin is very sick and can't rule Ashina the way he used to, so Genichiro Ashina is now the current ruler of Ashina, and he is very strong, but this time we're ready. After defeating him and killing him, he's still able to just stand up like nothing happened. This is because Genichiro Ashina had been drinking the rejuvenating waters that flows from Fountainhead Palace and gives you immortality. We can see that from the monks in Senpo Temple who also drank the waters, but this is not the same kind of immortality that Okami-dono possesses, since he was blessed with it from Kuro-chan with the dragon blood. And this is what Genichiro-sama is after, and that is why he abducted Kuro-chan. Now here is something I've noticed about the plot so far. The story is way too serious, which makes it boring. A good story needs all kinds of different moods that triggers different emotions to the one experiencing it. A good example of that would be an anime that has shinobis in it. That's right, Naruto. There are times when it gets really intense and your eyes are glued to the screen in awe. There are times when it makes you feel joy with a unique take on anime comedy. And there are of course times where it gets really emotional, with moments that will tug on your heartstrings. Now, Kuro-chan is finally back in our possession, and we are now tasked with finding a bunch of items for Kuro-chan. Okay, not only are you humiliated as a player for having to play as an old man, but now you also have to be a slave to Kuro-chan? You have to pick flowers and collect stones for this little girl so that she can make a perfume. That's like in Final Fantasy VII, if you were a slave the whole game to Marlene and you had to do all this little girl stuff. Would that make the game better? No, it would not! I thought this game was supposed to be about awesome shinobi and samurai, but then they do stuff like this. And you don't even have a choice. Could this be because Okami-dono is too dumb, old and senile to make decisions for himself? I think this wolf needs to be taken to the vet to be put down. So what does Okami gain from doing all this? Well...
タケル様の留飲もまたそなたと共に生きるのだ。
頂戴いたします。
うん。
I think this game should have been adults only instead. So we continue on to our next destination, where we meet this man, Kumanon Yisaemon. He is following the sound of a shamisen in order to find its player. And he must have incredible hearing, because even if you increase the volume on your TV, you won't be able to hear a shamisen anywhere. But when you continue on through this path, you will hear a sound of another instrument. And this is something that really bothers me, because this is not the sound of a shamisen, but instead the sound of a shakuhachi, which is a traditional Japanese bamboo flute. But the shamisen is a string-based instrument, and is not even close to the sound of a shakuhachi. Are we even surprised that From Software keeps screwing up at this point? So what else is here to say about Sekiro? Well, since I played through the game multiple times to get all the endings, which I did to see how much worse the game would get, I can say that there are so many bad decisions put into this game that we would be here forever if I had to go over everything I found. So I'm just gonna go over a few things that I found noteworthy. Later on you fight a boss called the Guardian Ape, who farts and throws feces at you. It's just so disgusting. Why would they put something so childish, gross, silly and dumb in a game that is supposed to be serious? They are literally taking a dump on Japanese culture. Also, did they actually make a game where you use a prosthetic arm that doesn't include a rocket punch? What kind of maniac decides to skip this neat feature? The rocket punch is a staple of modern Japanese culture that should not be skipped if there is an opportunity to have one. I have no energy left to complain about this garbage dump of a company right now. But like I said, there are many more things about this game that as a game designer myself makes me shudder. So there you have it. Is Sekiro Shadows Die Twice worth playing? Absolutely not! This game has some of the worst game design and is made by a company made up of Japanese wannabe Western Japanese developers who spit on their own culture and doesn't care about making art. They only care about making a quick buck while making sure to put Japan in a bad light. That is their goal. Kinda reminds me of another fake Japanese company. But that is it for this review. Arigato for watching, my swordlings, and have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi.
Ohayo, Joachim! Ohayo! Okay, my swordlings, so today I decided that we're gonna be doing a tea ceremony to fix our broken friendship. So, we got 2 cups over here, one for each of us, and we're gonna pour each other a cup of tea.
Well, Joachim, I now give you permission to pour my cup with tea. Okay, now it's my turn to pour your cup with tea. Okay, so now we're going to pick up our cups with tea and have a sip. Now, both your hands, Joachim. Have to use both your hands. Come by. And now that Joachim has apologized and our friendship is restored, we can finally start working on SephirothSword57 Gaiden Episode 2, along with other videos. Now Joachim, I actually have something to show you. I have, do you have any headphones? Do you have any headphones? I've been working on something. I want you to listen. Do you have any headphones? Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, so this is what I've been doing with the OST. What do you think, Joachim? Do you think you can mix this? Do you think you can do a good job? I think you can. Yeah, I think you can do this, right?
I don't know.
It's good, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I think you're pretty good at this, so that would be good. Now, Joachim, how does it feel now that your soul has been cleansed?
Well, it's good.
Well, that's good. I can assume now that we haven't seen each other for a while that your hunger for creativeness has been pretty high, just as mine. Which is great, since we're gonna start working on episode 2. So Joachim, what have you been up to lately?
I've been on vacation.
Okay.
And
so yes, that's great. So Joachim, what do you think of E3 this year? The Final Fantasy VII Remake gameplay looked really, really amazing, and Tales of Arise, wow! Did you see that game? Did you see the gameplay and the graphics?
Yeah,
looks really amazing.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
I have to go in about 10 minutes. Will this take?
Okay, no. We're almost done. What do you think of Shin Mikami's new game? It looks great, right?
Yeah. I think I actually need to go pack some things.
Okay, well.
Is it okay?
All right. Fine, that's fine. Okay, so now that Joachim is here, we can start working on the SephirothSword57 Gaiden Episode 2. It's gonna be really, really good, my soldiers. I have some really good ideas going on. So, well, I guess that would be out pretty soon. So, yes, that's great. Anyway, now that Joachim is back in the party, we can start working seriously. Isn't that right, Joachim?
Can we go? I need to go now.
Okay, well, all right, let's go. Konnichiwa, my swordlings. I'm SephirothSword57, and today we are going to look. Well, this won't do at all. Oh. Much better. Konnichiwa, my swordlings. It is I,
SephirothSword57, and I welcome you back to the SephirothSword57 show. Today I have something super cool to announce. As we all know, the SephirothSword57 show has since the beginning been a show about interesting plot points and ideas. But you swordlings who have watched season 1 and 2 of the SephirothSword57 show are probably wondering, Seph-sama, I have watched all of your videos, and I have a hard time figuring out where to place these videos in the story. Well, that's why I am here today, my swordlings, to talk about the official timeline of the SephirothSword57 show.
Warning, there is spoilers up ahead. If you haven't seen Season 1 and Season 2 of SephirothSword57, pause this video and go watch them, and come back to this video later. When talking about timelines, the first question that comes to mind would be, what is placed first in the timeline?
Now, I will be excluding update videos, Q&A videos, etc. because those videos are featuring me, SephirothSword57, and not the character in the SephirothSword57 show that go by the same name. So those videos will not be on the official timeline.
Now, with that in mind, your first assumption would be that the first review on the channel should be the first in the timeline, right? But in this case, that is not the case. In fact, it's not even part of the timeline at all.
But before you panic, let me explain.
If you remember my Chrono Trigger video from 2014, you will also remember that the video, while being entertaining, doesn't really have anything that is related to the overall plot of the SephirothSword57 show. In fact, you could put this video anywhere in the timeline and it wouldn't make much impact. And if we apply this method to the other videos, we will come to the realization that there are a few videos that are going to be excluded from the official timeline.
I mention this now, so you swordlings don't have to wonder where those videos are later in the timeline. Anyway.
Now that we have excluded all those videos, it's time to start the official SephirothSword57 timeline. The first thing that happens in the timeline is actually something that hasn't been featured in any video on the channel. The first time Shadow, Chrono, and Cloud meets.
Now, of course, Seph-sama already knows these characters, because he has played their games before, which is actually a similar situation between you, the swordlings, and me, Seph-sama. You know about me, but we don't know each other personally.
So that is what happens first in the timeline. Next up, we have our first video, the creepypasta.
Here is where it gets interesting.
Now, you might be thinking, Seph-sama, if I recall correctly, shouldn't this video be the first in the timeline, since Seph-sama is still living with his parents in that video? Very good point there, my swordling. And it would be right if it wasn't for the fact that it's not the story itself that is important here. At least not the time it takes place, but rather when he decided to share this story. Once Seph-sama uploaded this video to the internet for people to see, a curse was unleashed upon Seph-sama. The curse of the Tidus head was activated.
Sharing this story is what activated it.
And with this, there is a 50% chance that Seph-sama will be cursed by the bleeding Sharingan Tidus head. Moving along, here is something that happens off screen, but we know for a fact that Nintendo gathered the 7 Dragon Balls here before his battle with Seph-sama at the end of Season 1. It's something that doesn't happen in any of the videos, but with the fact that Seph-sama finds the Dragon Balls on Nintendo's corpse after the battle is done, we know that this is something that did happen.
And here is where it gets really interesting, my swordlings.
What happens next is a split timeline.
That's right.
Remember the cursed Sharingan Tidus head I talked about earlier? Well, here is when that comes into play. There is a 50% chance that Seph-sama will be cursed, and there is a 50% chance that he won't be, meaning that there is a cursed timeline and an uncursed timeline. First, we will be exploring the cursed timeline, which leads into the Halloween vlog.
And you all know how this one ends, my swordlings.
This is the timeline where the Tidus head cursed him with bad luck that would lead Seph-sama down the dark path of using the video game Death Note to accidentally kill Hironobu Sakaguchi, and in turn be attacked by his ghost, and this is the last time we hear from Seph-sama in this timeline.
So let's rewind.
Let's explore the uncursed timeline now, which will lead us into the Mario Maker video.
Now, there's not a lot of plot points going on in this video, except the ending.
At the end of the video, Seph-sama is put to sleep by Nintendo, who before this didn't have enough strength to fight Seph-sama. But after Seph-sama played Mario Maker, it gave Nintendo temporary subjective power, and he took this opportunity to finally push Seph-sama into reviewing one more game to increase the time limit of his temporary power by 2 hours.
And you know what comes next.
This, of course, will lead us into the Bloodborne video, a direct sequel to the Mario Maker video.
This one is going to have a lot of intense, heavy information. So listen up.
In this video, Seph-sama, Shadow, Chrono, and Cloud are fighting Nintendo with all their might, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Shadow tragically dies in this battle, which pushes Seph-sama over the edge, and to Nintendo's surprise, unleashes his Bankai, a move from the Bleach anime and manga series from Japan, and defeats Nintendo with a Super Omni / Tenseiken / combo, an enhanced attack from Final Fantasy VII and Grandia 2 respectively. This is something Nintendo didn't expect. He was planning on defeating Seph-sama without killing him and then leave the Dragon Balls behind. The same Dragon Balls he left a curse on so that Seph-sama would use them to revive Shadow and in the process brainwash him to become Nintendo's right-hand man. Seph-sama has a terrifying and powerful skill that not even Seph-sama himself understands, which is why he acted instinctively and didn't have any control over his power.
And with that, Nintendo is gone. For now.
Even though Nintendo was defeated by Seph-sama, which he didn't plan for, Seph-sama still used the cursed Dragon Balls to revive Shadow, which he did plan for, and with that Shadow started working for Nintendo behind the scenes and would keep Seph-sama on track so that he would continue to review games to power up Nintendo, who is waiting to be resurrected.
This plot point was revealed in the Pokemon Go video, which we will be getting to a little bit later.
Okay, so next up we have the Sonic Adventure 2 review. This is chronologically the first SephirothSword57 video to have something plot related, and the first video where Shadow started working for Nintendo.
And it makes sense when you think about it.
In the previous videos, Shadow never joined the reviews and make sure Seph-sama got through it. But all the videos after starting with this one would have Shadow interacting with the review in some way.
Which proves that my theory is correct.
In this one, Shadow encourages Seph-sama to finish the game so that Nintendo would get Life Force from the review. Next up, Shadow of the Colossus happens.
In this one we get to see Seph-sama's incredible and unique power on display again. Shadow sacrifices himself so that Seph would finish the review, and during the fight with Shadow the Colossus, Seph-sama once again acts instinctively and uses the Kagebunshi no Jutsu from Naruto and follows up with Jiraiya's technique, the Rasengan, from Naruto. And Seph-sama defeats Shadow the Colossus. And at the end of the episode, Seph-sama uses a Phoenix Down to review Shadow, which is something that Shadow makes sure Seph-sama was carrying before he sacrificed himself.
As you can see, it's pretty obvious at this point that Shadow is up to something. But we don't know that yet in the story.
So from here we move on to the next video, the Ocarina of Time video.
Now, at first it seems like there aren't a lot to take from this video, plot-wise that is. But this video actually has a couple of interesting and important plot points for the story.
In this video, we see Seph-sama reviewing a Zelda game. But why would he do that? It's almost like someone suggested that he should review it. Speaking of Shadow, this is the first time we see Shadow acting strangely. I'm not really sure why this is the case, but it is something interesting to point out. Anyway, at the end of this video, you get to see Seph-sama fighting Link, and look at Seph-sama's reaction to Link showing up.
I wouldn't recommend it to anybody, and I would...
Excuse me, SephirothSword57.
Link?
I'm gonna defeat you.
I've defeated stronger foes than you, but I guess I can take this opportunity to try out my new Blitz move.
Looks to me like this is not their first encounter.
That's interesting.
Another thing to add is that during the fight with Link, Seph-sama purposely shatters his own eardrums so that Link's song won't affect him.
That's interesting.
And the last interesting part here is that Link mentions this.
Nintendo will be pleased now that SephirothSword57 is defeated. Looks like this is the final episode of SephirothSword57.
At this point, we, the audience, believe that Nintendo is gone forever after Seph-sama defeated him. This is the first review where we hear about Nintendo's return, and with that, we end that video.
Now, with the release of this video, I got a lot of comments that said Seph-sama shouldn't be able to hear what Link is saying in this episode because he lost his hearing. And to that I have to say, this is not an oversight on my part. Your swordlings should know better.
Seph-sama lost his hearing, but in return, he gained enhanced eye coordination and reflexes, and he can also read lips now, which is why he was able to understand Link when he was talking in the Ocarina of Time video. But Seph-sama's hearing wouldn't return for the next video, the Smash Brothers video.
Now this video has some small details that are important to the lore.
First off, like I mentioned earlier, Seph-sama is deaf in this video, but that doesn't stop him from reviewing a game. Which by the way was a challenge from Shadow, showing once again that something is up with Shadow. This is also the review where Seph-sama remembers what Link said about Nintendo in the previous video, but before he could bring it up, he is interrupted by someone ringing the doorbell.
And who is that at the door? Well, it's Nanami, of course.
Seph-sama's cousin and childhood friend, who is also a transfer student and is going to be staying over at Seph-sama's place from now on. She doesn't really show up until a Pokemon Go review, but this is her first off-screen appearance.
And a really important one at that.
You see, after the video, Nanami heals Seph-sama's injury, but for it to fully heal, he needs to sleep for 24 hours, because if he does that, he will keep all the enhanced skills he got when he lost his hearing. So it is something that Seph-sama can't pass up on.
Now here is an interesting part of the timeline.
During the 24-hour sleep, Seph-sama decides to review another game in his dreams. That's right, Undertale. And if you go back and watch that video, you can tell that it has a very calm, almost dreamlike atmosphere. This video has no intro, and the way Seph-sama talks is also different.
That is because he's in a dream, reviewing the game.
Going back to the uncursed timeline, it is very obvious which one comes next. Pokemon Go. After 24 hours, it is time for Seph-sama to wake up. Nanami is there to wake him up and cook him some breakfast, when Shadow shows up sporting a bunch of Pokemon gear.
I think at this point it starts to become clear what Shadow's intentions really are.
After Seph reviews the game, Shadow decides to spill the beans and straight up tells Seph-sama his plan. He doesn't need to lie anymore, since Seph-sama has reviewed enough games for Nintendo to be resurrected. And with that, Shadow disappears, and here begins a new part of the story. And Seph-sama and the party are from this point on a search party who are trying to locate Shadow the Hedgehog.
Now this is where everything changes. It will take a long time before Seph-sama and the party find Shadow again.
This leads into a new era, the 5-year search for Shadow.
That's right, my swordlings.
But what happens next, you ask? Well, there are currently only 2 major documented events that happened during these 5 years. And those are the Final Fantasy XV video, where the only noticeable plot point is that Noctis joins the party to look for Shadow.
But why was Noctis not present during the encounter with Nintendo later on? And why did Seph-sama review a game instead of looking for Shadow and having fun at that? Well, the answer is very simple. Let's talk about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable.
In Part 4 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, there is also a group of people searching for someone. In this case, it is a serial killer who needs to be put to justice. But even though it is quite a serious matter, most of them are still high school students, and the others also have other duties to attend to. And there is also time for fun when there are no leads found yet.
And Seph-sama and the others are in a similar situation. Seph-sama, Nanami, Chrono, and Cloud are all Japanese high school students. And if they have no leads to where Shadow are, how are they supposed to do anything about it? They still have time for some fun, like how Noctis and Seph-sama went to the Japanese hot spring.
Anyway, the second major event to happen was Logan Paul's disgusting behavior in Japan. You all remember this, right? Some dumb-looking Westerner named Logan Paul went to Japan and was acting like a complete aho.
This might not make sense at the moment, but this event did affect future SephirothSword57 content quite a bit.
Now, let's talk about the last video of this timeline. You know the one, the Breath of the Wild video.
The last chapter in the 5-year search era is finally coming to an end. Seph-sama finally encounters Shadow after all these years.
What we can take from this video is that Nintendo grew stronger and stronger because of the subjective force during the 5 years Seph-sama and the others were looking for Shadow. All he needed was the final push from Seph-sama when he reviewed Breath of the Wild, and now he is the most powerful being in that universe.
But that is not enough for Nintendo.
He now has the power to travel between time, space, and universes, and his plan is to become the strongest creature in all the universes. Shadow gets trapped in a random dimension, and if that wasn't enough, Aniki shows up. Who is Aniki? Well, I can't talk about that yet, since it would be a spoiler for future videos. And then a shadow clone shows up and stabs Seph-sama in the back through his body, and that is when the video ends.
I can't add any more than that at the moment, as it will spoil future videos that are in the works. So stay patient, my swordlings.
And just to finish this timeline off, this will of course lead into SephirothSword57 Gaiden.
And that is the whole current timeline up to this date. I'm sure you swordlings are looking forward to future releases. I am currently working on a lot of videos at the moment, and they are all going to be Super Sugoi. Now, I know there is something you swordlings want to know about, and that is, where is episode 2 of SephirothSword57 Gaiden? And I am sad to inform your swordlings that the SephirothSword57 Gaiden show is currently put on hold at the moment. For those of you that have seen the SephirothSword57 Gaiden show, you will know what kind of production value we are talking about here. The show is just too ambitious for our current equipment and income, not to mention our limited staff as well. Now don't get me wrong, I, Seph-sama, am the one who wants to see this show come to life the most. But it is just something we don't have the time and resources to do at the moment. Now I should mention that for those of you who want to support the show more, there is a SephirothSword57 Patreon where you can support the show directly. But like I said earlier, there are still going to be a lot of videos coming out for the channel in the future that you swordlings are really going to enjoy. Anyway, I hope you really enjoyed this video, my swordlings, and I will see you in the next episode. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh! Hey! Huh? Yo, bitch, where you at, yo? Hey, over here! Oh! Yo, is that you, SephirothSword57? Long time no see, Sephdaddy57. What are you even doing? I've been playing one of my favorite games from my favorite genre, yo! Doom! Okay, but could you leave? I'm trying to do a review. Yo, you doing a review? Let me join in on this shit, yo. Yo, this is your boy, Sephdaddy57. Welcome back to another video, y'all. Today, we're joined by SephirothSword57. We're gonna be co-reviewing one of the best games ever made, yo, Doom. What?
Let's just start the game already.
Yo, this game is straight up ballin', yo. You're gonna have a good ass time with this sucker, SephirothSword57.
Really? Well, let's see what this game has to offer then. What is this? What is this fart music? It sounds like one of Gabe Newell's nasty trips to the toilet. Yo, these sounds are sick as fuck, my man. I always rock out to these tunes. Why does it sound like this? This is a game from 1993. But instead of me explaining how imbecilic this really is, I'll let you judge for yourself. Take a listen. Anyway, let's play the game. Oh, Kami-sama, what are these controls? This is awesome, right?
Why are the stick and buttons on this controller so small? And why is there only one stick on the controller? I thought this was supposed to be a modern console.
Yo, why only playing with one Joy-Con, bro? There's another one over there, yo.
Well, I have 2 sticks now, but it still plays like diarrhea.
Yo, you haven't even attached it to the Switch yet, yo. Hold on a second.
Is this supposed to be a Transformers?
This is getting ridiculous. All these controller options, but it still feels really small and awkward. Well, it is Nintendo after all. Baby-sized pastel-colored controllers made for baby hands. Makes sense. Now, do I really have to bring up how this game looks? I think it speaks for itself. Man, come on. Look around the hood, yo. We're in hell, bitch. Doesn't this shit get you immersed? This game is atmospheric as fuck, yo.
You know, you're right. This game is very immersive. Because it feels like you're being punished in hell by being burned for all eternity when you're playing it.
Why would you want to be immersed in a dark, dull, depressing world? It can't be good for your mental health to do this. Now look at Chrono Trigger. That has a world that is colorful, positive, and full of well-designed characters. Wow, this is definitely a world you would want to live in. Doesn't Chrono Trigger look much more inviting now?
If you find dark, western, depressing worlds immersive, you would probably like to also be immersed in a pool of acid as well.
Now, I don't want to torture you swordlings with this doom music anymore, so let's switch to some good background music now.
Hey, I was listening to that, yo.
So, what is even the point of this game? Yo, it's all about clapping these demon fools and getting to the end of the level, bro.
Yeah, these busters ain't shit, yo. Bam, bam. Yeah, take that, bitch. Pow, pow. Yeah. Yeah, my revenge is now, bitch. I wish I could do this to fools I despise in real life as well, yo.
You seem to have problems.
Man, kill that noise.
Anyway, moving on.
So this game was created by John Carmack, your typical awkward-looking nerd with bad social skills. And as you can see with this game, not a very good game designer either.
Oh, hell no. You ain't talking smack on my homeboy, Carmack, like that, bitch. See, we're gonna get down, SephirothSword57? You ain't shit to me. Oh. SephirothSword57, please don't hurt me.
So this is the true you. I can't say I'm surprised.
Please, Sef-sama, let me help you finish.
I already gave you a chance. Leave now, or you will be sorry.
Okay. Back to the review.
People like John Carmack is what makes you lose respect for some game developers. He's actually not really a game designer. If it wasn't for the people around him helping him work on the game, he would have never made a single game in his entire life, since he has no knowledge of real game design and spends his time locked up in his mom's basement crunching code on his computer.
He's the typical computer nerd who only does programming because he has nothing better to do instead of using that talent to make video games. What a waste of time.
Another thing about people like him is that they think they are better than others. They know pointless facts others don't, which makes them think this way. They all suffer from some kind of superiority complex, which limits their minds, making them spend time after school solving math problems for fun instead of using that time to pursue social intelligence.
Which is why these nerds have no social skills whatsoever.
Nerds have a hard time talking to us normal humans, especially when it comes to the female sex, as they will start shaking if they ever encounter one.
And let's not forget about their bad fashion sense, which is something that is tied to their social incompetence.
Not only does nerds wear ugly clothes, they wear them in a way that makes them look even more ridiculous. Like how they tuck in their white shirt into their pants and then have suspenders to keep their pants up. Combine this with a silly bow tie and a lame haircut, and you have a very foolish looking getup.
Another thing about nerds is that most of them also have a couple of health issues as well.
Allergies, asthma, acne, etc. Because of this, nerds are very frail and can't handle a lot of physical activities, which is why teachers let them skip gym class sometimes. Now, it might sound like nerds are very limited in their abilities, but that is because it's true.
Nerds only have 1 or 2 skills, and 90% of the time that subject is math. The reason for this is because the mind of a nerd can't see very far. This is evident by the fact that they have to wear glasses. They can't see very far.
This, coupled with their social incompetence and health problems, make it so that nerds tend to develop nasty personalities. I mentioned their superiority complex earlier, but this is just a way for them to cope with the fact that they are jealous of us humans.
Nerds are always cranky and gets mad for the smallest things, especially when they haven't played Dungeons and Dragons, which makes them very hard to deal with.
Now, with all these facts, it might sound like nerds are total pushovers, which is true, but it's still important to be careful around them, because a lot of nerds have psychopathic tendencies.
That's right.
A lot of them lack empathy, which shouldn't sound that surprising, but they have a skewed moral compass, which makes them unpredictable, and in some cases, even dangerous to people around them. This, combined with their insecurity, makes them do disgusting things. So it's important to put these nerds in their place so that doesn't happen.
Oh, you're back. Yeah, and this time, I'm gonna make short work of you, SephirothSword57. Take this, bitch! Finally took care of that insect. Anyway, Doom is an awfully terrible game, and you shouldn't play it. And it is a reminder of why the first-person shooter genre is extremely baka. If you want to play a game that has good first-person action, you should play Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, Phantasy Star 1, and Persona 1. Anyway, arigato for watching this video, my swordlings. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh!
On the first day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me Final Fantasy. On the second day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the third day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the fourth day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the fifth day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 5 Xenogears, 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the sixth day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 6 Vagrant Story, 5 Xenogears, 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the seventh day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 7 Valkyrie Profile, 6 Vagrant Story, 5 Xenogears, 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the 8th day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 8 Star Ocean, 7 Valkyrie Profile, 6 Vagrant Story, 5 Xenogears, 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the 9th day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 9 Saga Series, 8 Star Ocean, 7 Valkyrie Profile, 6 Vagrant Story, 5 Xenogears, 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the 10th day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 10 Front Mission 3s, 9 Saga Series, 8 Star Ocean, 7 Valkyrie Profile, 6 Vagrant Story, 5 Xenogears, 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the 11th day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 11 Grandia, 10 Front Mission 3, 9 Saga Series, 8 Star Ocean, 7 Valkyrie Profile, 6 Vagrant Story, 5 Xenogears, 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. On the 12th day of Christmas, Square Enix gave to me 12 Trinity Universe, 11 Grandia, 10 Front Mission 3, 9 Saga Series, 8 Star Ocean, 7 Valkyrie Profile, 6 Vagrant Story, 5 Xenogears, 4 Chrono Trigger, 3 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy.
These games sure are amazing. Iga-san really knows how to make them. Konnichiwa everyone,
I'm SephirothSword57, and today we're gonna be taking a look at a game I haven't played before. So let's get to it. Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow.
So, this game was supposed to be a proper sequel to one of the best games ever made, Castlevania, Gekka no Yasukyoku. They were both created by the inspiring and splendid Koji Igarashi, who I'm gonna be calling Iga-san for the rest of the video. You may also know him for his work on the successful Kickstarter smash hit, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night,
which is also a masterpiece. So of course I am very excited to be checking out this game and see what it has to offer.
I should have seen the warnings. It's too late now.
No, this can't be. No. Please, no. Please, no. Not Iga-san. Not Iga-san. My swordlings, I have to cancel the review. I have a very important phone call to make.
Moshi moshi.
It's me, SephirothSword57.
ああ。久しぶりだね、セフ殿。
I would have liked to say the same thing to you, Iga-san.
あなたは非常に深刻に聞こえます。セフ殿の心に何がありませんか？
I have discovered a game that you worked on in the past, Iga-san. A certain Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow.
何？
Iga-san, you know what I'm going to say, right?
ちょっと待って、セフ殿。私のことのどこの知りません。
Someone delivered it to me. I don't know who it was though. But Iga-san, as someone who has been supporting you throughout all these years and know you very well, this is not like you at all. There is something strange going on here. Iga-san, what happened during this game's development? Tell me.
Sef 殿、ここになすの男が誰なのか知っていると思う。しかし、あなたの私を入れてくれませんか？お願い。
Konnichiwa minasan. I'm SephirothSword57, and today is a special occasion because we have Iga-san with us today. Introduce yourself, Iga-san.
皆さん、こんにちは。イカさんです。
Today we will be co-reviewing the game Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow for the Game Boy Advance. We are today going to find out what happens when you try to port these complex game mechanics to another system. It worked for the tremendous PlayStation Vita, but let's analyze to see how it would work with a new game on a lesser powerful system.
私はこのゲームの開発の一杖とよ法的のこすく私を狂えてこと、彼はこのゲームのすべてのマシンがそれがあったことと確信しています。
The Igavania genre is known for its open world-style 2D exploration-based gameplay. It's such an appealing concept that even other developers are copying this style. And before you ask, no, I'm not gonna refer to these games as Metroidvanias. That terminology suggests that the Metroid games are good and are on par with superior cool games such as Symphony of the Night, which they are not.
I prefer to use the term Symphony Similars when referring to games that follow the Symphony of the Night formula. That way it makes more sense, and we don't have to be reminded of bad games when we say it.
すごいね. Now, with the knowledge that Area of Sorrow was supposed to be a true sequel to Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and that it is a symphony similar, I think we are ready to jump into the game. But what is this? The game takes place in 2035? That is only 15 years from now. Why did they decide to do this? It's like they knew how the future of 2035 would look like. Gekka no Yasukyoku takes place in 1796, and that has already happened, so we know that game is fiction.
Not only is this incredibly incompetent, as it will date the game when we get to the year 2035, but it is also really stupid, because if from my recollection there is no one at Konami at the time who could see into the future and knew what was gonna happen. So that means that they just made all this up from nowhere.
本当にバカな. Anyway, so in this Star Wars intro ripoff, it talks about them being in Japan, which at first got me excited, but it turned out to just be a ruse, because the main character is drawn into a solar eclipse to Dracula's castle.
What?
What is the point of even establishing it taking place in Japan and then rob the consumer of that exotic experience, just to throw them into some Stargate Isekai ripoff buffoonery? Is this really by the same people who made Symphony? So after the intro, the game starts and we are introduced to our brilliant main character.
Oh, did I say brilliant? I of course meant to say absolutely horrendous.
Nothing about this character makes any sense. First of all, his name is Soma Cross, which is not even a Japanese name. And let's take a look at his design. Wow, talk about boring. He has a pair of plain jeans, a turtleneck shirt, and he stole Squall Lionheart's fur coat. This is the most uninspiring character design I've ever seen. Imagine if my character design was like that. Yeah, it doesn't work. Now let's compare this Steve Jobs wannabe to something good. See? Alucard from Akumaju Dracula X Gekka no Yasukyoku was way better. And it's not only from the same franchise, but the same artist as well. How did they come up with this insomnia-inducing character? There is something strange about this. Oh, speaking of Alucard, here he is. Gomen. What did they do to Alucard? They dyed his hair black and put him in a suit? What kind of maniac would do this?
His design was close to perfect, and they completely ruined it.
Oh, and yes, I'm of course not gonna forget to mention how they screwed up his name as well. Just look at that. Arikado? Come on now, how can they mess that up? Did someone from the outside temper with the game design?
This game hasn't even started yet, and I'm already pissed off. Hopefully, the gameplay can salvage this game from being complete garbage.
And no, it's just bad. This eerily reminds me of another terrible game. Now, after playing for a while, I run into this guy named Graham, who has about as much charisma as Ninja Taro from Musashi Gando. But come on, another character with a suit. It's just so uninspiring.
So you might be wondering why I haven't mentioned the graphics in this game yet. But what is there to say really?
私はセフ殿にどうします? You can tell just by looking at it, right? But let's just do a comparison real quick. Yeah, I don't think this can be considered a sequel in any way whatsoever.
Well, I think I've figured out what happened to this game during its development and why it is complete garbage. And Iga-san, I know that you can't confirm to what I'm about to say right now, but I know the truth, and I am going to clear your name from this garbage, and you don't even have to get into trouble from it.
ありがとう、セフ殿。本当にありがとう。
Let's begin.
Now, let's go over a few examples. Unreachable areas that are only there to tease the player. An abundance of bugs and glitches. Abilities like this that are there specifically for disrespecting Japanese culture. Releasing the game on a weaker console. It might be unclear to most people how such disrespectful and dreadful game design choices ended up in the game, and even passed by quality checks and game testing. But if we use our conceptual thinking and reasoning skills, we can deduce that the development of this product must have been tampered with by a group or person outside of the development team.
But Sef-sama, you might say, it sounds that you're implying that someone tried to sabotage this game from the outside. And yes, that is exactly what I'm implying.
Iga-san and his team are trustworthy game designers and would never come up with stuff like this on their own. So who could it be? Well, first of all, it had to have been someone who knew about the project and had access to the Konami headquarters where the game was developed at. So we are looking at someone who worked for Konami at the time. And second, they must have been in a higher position in the company since they were able to convince or trick the developers to include all these horrible features. He went over to programmers, level designers, and artists to make sure that everyone was on the same page. He must have been so jealous of Iga-san's superior game design skills, and that is why Kojima had to sabotage the development of the game, so that they wouldn't have to deal with Iga-san surpassing him. It also makes a lot of sense if this person also had people from outside the company help him with ideas to ruin the game. And unfortunately, it worked.
Yes, my swordlings, we can't blame the developers too much in this case. But even so, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow is a blemish on this fantastic franchise. And you should not play it. Instead, go and play Castlevania Gekka no Yasukyoku and Bloodstained instead.
よくいたセフ殿。しかし、私はまだこのゲームに7が音かのか責任を負います。
I understand, Iga-san.
責任必要があります。私の名誉を与えてくれません。セフ殿。私の名誉を洗ってくれませんか。
You can count on me. Are you sure about this, Iga-san?
はい。よーし。行くよー。
What power? 頑張って、Iga-san! You can do it!
呼びてきました。やれ、セフ殿。
Okay, here I go!
最後に私は平和を見つける。
Wow, that was a Super Sugoi seppuku. Iga-san really showed the true spirit of a samurai. Rest in peace, Iga-san. And arigato for watching this video. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh!
Do you think SephirothSword57 will be okay? He seemed to be pretty exhausted back there. SephirothSword57, you need to be more careful. You've been searching for Shadow the Hedgehog for 3 months without any sleep or food.
But... Shadow...
Don't worry, SephirothSword57. Me and Cloud-san will continue the search. You can take your time and rest up for now.
Arigato, Cloud, Chrono.
Don't worry, Cloud-san. With SephirothSword57's special ability, he will be just fine.
Special ability?
You mean you didn't know?
No.
SephirothSword57 has the ability to restore his energy from reading manga, watching anime, and playing video games, and it's especially effective when he reviews them, exactly like a sensu bean works in Dragon Ball.
Wow, that's quite the ability.
Indeed, though it's only useful after a fight, since he can't read manga, watch anime, or play video games while fighting.
Konnichiwa, everyone. Hello there. Every single one of us has that one game. That one game that showed us a different part of the gaming industry that we've never experienced before, and changed how we saw video games forever. And that game is Final Fantasy VII.
January 31st, 1997 is the date that changed everything, and we all got to experience the flawless masterpiece that is Final Fantasy VII. It showed us that games can be more than just games, with spectacular gameplay, mesmerizing cinematic, a supreme soundtrack, and well-written characters. And now we get to experience this life-changing moment once again with the release of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
That's right, my swordlings. After 15 years in development, Final Fantasy VII Remake was supposed to be released for the supreme PlayStation 3, but it skipped that generation entirely to give it more time in the development chamber, to then be released now in 2020 for the PlayStation 4.
Square Enix didn't forget, and Final Fantasy VII Remake was coming out as a PlayStation 4 exclusive at that.
This announcement shook the whole gaming industry.
History has repeated itself, and for those who unfortunately missed it the first time it was released, you finally get to experience the release of Final Fantasy VII together with us true Final Fantasy VII fans. Congratulations!
Now, it's gonna be hard to review the best game of all times to come for a second time, but let's get into it.
Whoa!
Who's there? Show yourself! Wait, you are... Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII!
That is indeed me.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Cloud. I'm SephirothSword57.
It's a pleasure to meet you, SephirothSword57. I felt the presence of a very talented objective reviewer nearby, so I had to check it out, and it led me to you.
Oh, then you've definitely come to the right place. And what great timing! I'm just about to play your game
Final Fantasy VII Remake. Care to join me, Cloud?
Right on. Wow, look at the combat, Cloud. It looks amazing. You have seen nothing yet, SephirothSword57. Check out this limit break. Oh, Kami-sama! The graphics are really amazing. Tifa looks so kawaii here. Yeah. Here we go. Airbuster fight. It's a tough battle, but I'm sure you can defeat it, SephirothSword57. Arigato, Cloud. I will do my best. Yatta! It's okay, Cloud. I understand. This game looks really fun. You mind if I play it for a bit? Oh, go ahead, Cloud. Have fun. Cloud, we have to save Tifa from Don Corneo. Yes, SephirothSword57. Let's go. It's not that funny. Oh, great. Tifa is finally safe. Yeah. Enough already. Okay, Cloud. Gomenasai. I won't do it again. Now, Cloud, why didn't you just step to the side so you didn't have to fall into the hole? This could have been easily avoided. Well... Oh, look! A boss fight! Okay. That's right! Sector 7 is about to be destroyed! We have to save everyone! Where is Barret, Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge? We have to find them. I'm on it! The Turks again! Let's get rid of these bakas! No problem. Oh no! And now Ares has been captured by Shinra! We have to head to their headquarters and rescue her. Hold on, Cloud. We have to make sure that Mari is okay. Okay, she's safe. Wow, there's so much stuff to look at here. We don't have time for this. We have to find Ares. Oh, that's right. Look, it's Professor Hojo. He knows where Ares is. Let's go after him. Yes, we saved Ares. Let's get out of here. It can't be. No. Sephiroth! Damn it, I wanted to fight him. It's too early for that, Cloud. You have to wait until the end of the game first. You're right, SephirothSword57. And now Sephiroth killed the president. And then he killed Barret. But more importantly, there's this super cool fight against Genova and Rufus coming up. Wow, a Genova fight already! This is Super Sugoi. Indeed. Now let's show Rufus what we got. Take that, Rufus. Shinra will be after the party if we stay here. You're right, Cloud. Time to escape Midgard. But what is this? This is new. I have no idea either. Wait, is that... No way. Sack Fair! Whoa! Oh my god! Whoa! Yes! Yatta! He's alive! He's alive! This has been amazing so far. It can't get better than this. Wow! This is Subarashi. There's even a fight against Sephiroth himself. This truly is the best game ever made. We did it, Cloud. We reached the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Now, that was absolutely Sugoi. Wouldn't you agree, Cloud?
Yes, this was a great experience, and I'm glad I got to experience it with my new best friend, SephirothSword57.
Well said, Cloud. And the ending. Wow. Just wow.
There are so many places they can go with this.
Exactly. Now the first and biggest thing to bring up is that Zack Fair is alive and well.
Yeah, that surprised me as well.
Now for those of you who don't know or don't remember, Zack Fair was the main character of Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core for the PSP. And he was considered dead by the time Final Fantasy VII takes place. So this is a big reveal of what we can expect from Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I bet Zack will be a new party member in the upcoming games.
Oh, that is a guaranteed. Now, Cloud and the Swordlings, there's something I want you to take into consideration when it comes to the ending of this game. You see, there seems to be some kind of space-time manipulation going on in this game. And that was not present in the original.
That is true. What do you think they're gonna do with the new plot mechanic, SephirothSword57?
Well, there are a couple of things that are pretty much confirmed after what we've been exposed to in this game. And one of them I think you are gonna like a lot, Cloud. And that is that Aeris will not die in Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Huh? Really? You see, there's a line from Sephiroth during the battle between them. Take a listen. What is this in reference to, you might ask? Well, I know this is very hard to watch for us Final Fantasy VII fans, but this scene is very important to what I'm about to say. In the original Final Fantasy VII, there is a scene where Sephiroth jumps down from above with his Masamune and stabs Aeris in the back and through her abdomen, which tragically ends up killing her in one blow. If we rewind time a bit and put a timer in the corner, we will see something very interesting. Well, what do we have here? That's right, this is what Sephiroth meant by 7 seconds till the end. What will Cloud do with it? Well, he's obviously going to save Aeris so that Sephiroth doesn't stab and kill her with his Masamune. Wow, SephirothSword57. Does that mean that Aeris will be fine?
Yes, Cloud, you don't have to be worried. Aeris is gonna be completely fine.
Thank you, SephirothSword57.
But that is not the only thing that is going to happen. I have something even more impressive and cool to reveal.
Really? That's great. I can't wait to hear what you have to say, SephirothSword57.
Okay, so let's think back to the time when we were in the Shinra headquarters.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of things to look at there, but we had to hurry and save Aeris, so we couldn't really waste too much time there.
That's right, but I noticed something interesting there.
This is a photo of the founders of Shinra, and there is one person here that looks very familiar. Can you Swordling spot them? That's right, this person here with the mask. Who is this? Well, it's none other than Mr. Shinra himself. But hold on, sorry for interrupting you, SephirothSword57, but there's no mention of this in the game that proves that this man in the photo is Mr. Shinra.
Yes, Cloud, you are completely correct. There's not a single mention of him in this game.
Ah, you're talking about Avenged Children, Crisis Core, Before Crisis, and Dirge of Cerberus. But from my recollection, I'm pretty sure that we never got to hear his name in any of those games either.
Yes, and once again, You are completely correct, Cloud.
But how?
Now listen closely.
The game I'm talking about is Final Fantasy X-2 for the Supreme PlayStation 2. In that game, there is a young Albed scientist who wears the same mask as the person in the old photo. It's undeniably the same person. And this boy's name is Shinra, and the Shinra company is named after him. The world of Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X are officially, with this piece of information, connected. And if you're skeptical to this information, let me just tell you that Yoshinori Kitase himself already revealed that these worlds are connected back in 2017. So the question is, how did Shinra and the other founders found their way to planet Gaia? Space travel will be the logical conclusion. But with the fact that space-time manipulation is possible in this universe, it would make more sense that they arrived on Gaia through some form of dimension shift portal or time travel device. That is amazing, but what does that mean for the future of Final Fantasy VII Remake?
A lot, actually.
With this, it's confirmed that Final Fantasy VII and X are connected, and any characters from Final Fantasy X and X-2 will make an appearance in Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 and forward. Tidus, Oren, Yuna, Riku, Lulu, and even Waka can be a party member and help Cloud and the others take down the evil Sephiroth. But with Final Fantasy VII and X being connected, that opens up a lot of possibilities, and there could even be more Final Fantasy games connected with 7. That means that any character from any Final Fantasy could make an appearance in the future. That makes sense. Wow, I could just imagine a party with me, Squall, and Noctis fighting together. This is gonna be amazing.
That's right, Cloud. And I'm sure you swordlings are excited about the future of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I myself am excited for what the masterminds over at Square Enix are cooking up. Arigato for this amazing experience, Nomura-san, Toriyama-san.
What am I supposed to play now that I played the best game of all times to come? I'm too excited for Part 2 that I don't want to play anything else.
Well, I can help you out with that.
Who's there? Show yourself.
Hello there, I'm Link from the Legend of Zelda series. I heard you were looking for a great game to play. I have one right here, and it's even better than Final Fantasy VII. It's called The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
Wow, look at this baka, Cloud.
Yeah, what an idiot.
Huh?
Let's show this little nerd what a real video game character is capable of.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait! Ouch! No! Stop!
Cloud, throw the destruct materia on him.
Huh? But why?
Come on, it will be funny.
I won't forget this.
As you all know, a new era of gaming is here, thanks to the astonishing PlayStation 5. We are all excited to create new precious memories for the next 10 years with masterpieces like Final Fantasy XVI, Eiyuden Chronicles, and Project Atia.
But unfortunately, there is one cash grab game that snuck its way into the PlayStation 5's launch day window.
in order to steal the spotlight. And as a result, nobody is talking about the immersive PlayStation 5. So, let's take a look at this dishonest product and see what the fuss is all about.
Demon's Souls, a game made by Hidetaka Miyazaki of From Software. Let the review begin.
A Sugoi?
I'm not gonna waste time trying to make my character look cool and appealing. I'm also not going to go through and analyze all the different jobs. I'm just gonna look up what the best one is so that I can start playing already. Okay, pretty bad graphics. As you probably noticed, my mind is operating on a critical and objective level right now. So that is why I could notice the graphics straight away.
That's something most people wouldn't notice right away. So that's a good sign. Let's continue on.
So, the game has the exact same controls as Dark Souls. I'm not gonna go over it again. So if you want my input on that, you can watch my Dark Souls review. I'll leave a link to it in the description. While you're down there, feel free to click like on the video and subscribe to the channel. You can also click the bell to be notified about my future content. There's also a comment section down there where you can communicate with other swordlings. Also, if you leave a comment, it will benefit the video so that more people can see it. If you don't know what to write, you can just type a simple greeting like hello, hi, or konnichiwa. You can also share this video with others on social media or forums like Reddit or to a friend on Discord. Anyway, time to fight the boss.
What is this place? Is this a church or something? Moshi mosh!
Well, let's just keep going. But what in Kami-sama's name is going on here? I'm trying to fight off these zombies, but there are just too many of them, and the sword is as useful as dried Japanese nore wakame seaweed. A non-reviewer would probably wonder how this got past quality assurance and turn the game off. But speaking from a game reviewer's perspective, I'd say there were no game testers for this. There is no way to get through here like this. I've been thinking about using the Dengeki Bunko scoring system for my reviews. The reason for this is because the Famitsu scoring system only goes up to 40, but the Dengeki Bunko scoring system goes all the way up to 400, which allows me to give the game a more accurate score. Let me know what you swordlings think about it below in the comment section, or on the official Seph-sama Discord server. The link to the official SephirothSword57 Discord server is in the description below. Anyway, I've come to the conclusion that using magic almost makes this game playable. But the problem is that once you run out of MP, there is no way to attack the enemies anymore. And since melee weapons like swords don't work in this, there is no way for me to make progress without replenishing my MP.
And how do you recover MP, you ask? Well, of course you have to stand still and wait until the MP meter has replenished. So let's have fun and wait for 7 minutes before we can start playing again.
And yes, I counted. You have to wait for exactly 7 minutes and 37 seconds before you can keep playing. I could have left the game and made some ramen while this was happening, but there might be enemies lurking about,
so I had to have my eyes glued to the TV the entire time. This issue could have been easily fixed by having inns where you can rest to replenish HP and MP, like a normal game would have. After a bit of exploring, I tried going up these stairs. Artificial difficulty. I guess this is a good time to mention these ambiguous numbers down in the corner of the screen. And no, I haven't found a single use for them whatsoever so far. Another great addition to the game. So after a couple of minutes of exploring, I encountered this dragon who is spewing fire alongside a bridge.
Now this looks awfully familiar.
Yes, that's right. Hidetaka Miyazaki likes to use the same tricks over and over for his games without an ounce of creativity in sight. He is a very lazy man who reuses themes and ideas from previous FromSoft titles constantly.
Yes,
which
very
is
true.
another sign that he has no idea what he's doing and is desperately trying to put together games so that they can be shipped out to stores as fast as possible in order for him to make a quick buck.
Wow, such good game design, Mr. Hidetaka Miyazaki. And yes, I am not wasting Japanese honorifics on you. Sorry, okay.
So next up, I open another path and I'm back at the beginning of the stage? As a game designer myself, I shudder at the thought of forcing the players to do something like this. There is also another path that has opened up that leads to the next boss. But if the boss was right here at the beginning of the level, what was the point of all the exploring I did earlier? Now, I'm out of MP again, and I don't feel like waiting about anymore. Luckily, there is a trick to get full MP in this game. All I have to do is go back to the Nexus, and my HP and MP will be refilled. This is quite the oversight. If they just added an inn where you can rest and get full health and MP, people wouldn't have to resort to tricks like this. So now I have full MP. It's time to face the boss. And what a joke. All I did was use my magic over and over until it died. Well, whatever. Let's head back to the Nexus.
The monumental awaits the above. The monumental will explain the mind, the utilize ether, so the world might dread the mind, utilize the mind, so the world might mind.
Blah 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 blah. Urusai ne! Bitch.
So at this point I have to look for someone or something called the Monumental. The game doesn't specify who or what it is, and the Nexus is huge. I spent more than an hour looking for this Monumental without any luck, so I decided to get rid of some NPCs in my boredom. But then I finally found the Monumental, and it's this tiny baby creature who is hidden among other dead ones. I spent way too much time looking for this thing, and this is what I get? I think I've had enough.
Have you the strength to accept this mission?
Nope!
15 out of 400. For decades, humans have been talking about this game and its stunning and impressive game design. Even going so far as to call it a perfect game with 0% flaws. This game has only received praise over the years, which at first sounds impressive, but also very suspicious. Are they right about this game? Is it truly flawless? Is it a well-designed game? Is it the best game ever made? Well, let's put it to the ultimate test on the SephirothSword57 review show
and see how it fares.
Konnichiwa and yokoso, everyone. I'm SephirothSword57, but you can call me Seph-sama. And today, we're gonna be talking about Tetris.
What am I even looking at? Blocks? If I wanted to play with blocks, I would have just turned on Minecraft instead. But I wouldn't do that either, because Minecraft sucks. Now, my first issue is that once you pick your level, the game abruptly starts without any instructions and throws you right into the game without a tutorial. How am I supposed to play this?
A proper tutorial to go over the mechanics is standard and basic game design 101.
It was very Sugoi. And why is it so slow? This takes forever. How does anyone have the patience for this? I continue playing this slow, boring game, but after 10 minutes I got so bored that I just couldn't stand it anymore. How am I supposed to be motivated to keep playing a game about boring monochromatic baby blocks where nothing interesting happens?
Which brings me to my next issue. Do you notice anything in this game that is missing, that is essential for a real gaming experience? Yes, this game has no story or characters whatsoever.
How am I supposed to enjoy this if there's no characters to relate to? Am I supposed to relate to this square block over here?
Now let's instead focus on something that is actually good and is a good comparison to Tetris. Let me introduce you to the Girls Panic series.
This series is a staple of the classic arcade action puzzle genre that I played a lot during my last visit to Japan, and Japanese people love it. Compared to Tetris, this game is actually fun, since it's not slow and boring, and it has everything you would want from a puzzle game, and more.
It is a very strategic game, in which the skill of the player determines if you will be able to finish the levels or not. Which you actually want to, because... Wait, let me show you. You won't be disappointed.
Kaneko knew how to give the players proper rewards for being good at the game, and if you clear a level 100%, you would be rewarded with a little private show from the female representing the level, complete with a little animation to spice things up a bit.
What really baffles me is that Westerners refuse to talk about Girls Panic, and meanwhile Tetris gets to have their own competitions and tournaments.
Yes, you heard me right. There are actual Tetris competitions where people compete against each other and people attend to watch it happen like it's a fighting game or something. These Tetris competitions are completely useless. It doesn't matter if you're the winner or the loser in these tournaments, because at the end of the day, you're still playing Tetris, which makes you a loser anyways.
Anyway.
Before I keep playing this, I need to change this dreadful music before I have a headache. Oh, what's this? Oh, hell yeah! Let's get back to the game. Now, I played level 0 before, so let's see what level 1 is like. It's the exact same. How is this possible? How did they not notice that they accidentally put the same stage twice after each other? How has no one else commented on this? Well, let's take a look at the 8 other levels that are left. Maybe they will be...
And they are all exactly the same. Of course.
At this point, it's very clear that the creators behind Tetris have problems. And after doing some intense research, I found out some interesting little facts.
Tetris is a game made by Communist Russia and was created to crush the Japanese arcade community, which is not surprising to read about since Communist Russia and Communist China have had a strong bond since the 1600s and would after that help Communist China many times in the years to come. Like when Japan won the first Sino-Japanese war because China was too incompetent and corrupt, so they needed help from Communist Russia to force Japan to remove themselves from the Liaodong Peninsula. They would later form an alliance with the Chinese Communists and fight cowardly against the Japanese in the Second Sino-Japanese War.
But their mindless hate towards the Japanese wouldn't end there.
This hate continued in Communist China, which can be seen in Chinese media such as Bruce Lee movies, where all Japanese are hatefully and inaccurately portrayed as weird-looking evil men making troubles for the Chinese, even though in reality it's actually the other way around.
As a side note, I would like to bring up that the characters that were supposed to be Japanese in this movie were actually played by Chinese people. Think about that for a bit.
They also always made it look like Japanese martial arts is ineffective and that Chinese Kempo, also known as Kung Fu, is much better, to the point where one Chinese man is enough to hold off multiple well-trained Japanese martial artists on their own, while they made the Japanese martial artists look like a bunch of cowards who only fights in groups of 2 or more. This is of course also completely wrong, as everyone besides the Chinese knows that Kung Fu is completely useless in real fights and is nowhere near as effective as the superior martial arts from Japan. These Bruce Lee movies' goal isn't to be entertaining, but to further fuel the mindless hate the communist Chinese has for Japan, in order to get more haters. And since these movies were also popular with the easily impressionable and uneducated Americans, it spread the hate of the Japanese to the West, where they take the plot of these movies as fact. All communist China wants is for everyone to hate Japan. Bruce Lee is a racist, and if you watch Bruce Lee movies, then you're a racist too.
Now let's talk about something you should watch instead.
What do the movies Shichinin no Samurai, Yojimbo, and Kagemusha have in common? That's right, they were all directed by the Subarashi and incredible legend of cinematography, Akira Kurosawa. His movies consist of immaculate artistic camera work, beautifully choreographed sword fighting, imaginative storytelling beyond belief, and is 100% free of racism towards the Japanese. Unfortunately, Kurosawa-san left us in the late 90s, which means that you young ones haven't been graced with his excellency in filmmaking. Which is why I'm telling you that after this video you should go and watch a Kurosawa movie. Any of them will do, as all of his movies are fantastic. And as a bonus, if you carefully study the martial art represented in his movies, you can incorporate the moves and styles to your own personal Japanese martial art journey.
Thank you for watching this video. Go ahead and subscribe for more content. Like the video, and I would like to know which your favorite Kurosawa movie is in the comments below. My movie is Yojimbo, which is also the best movie ever made. Sayonara, and I will see you in the next video
which will be very soon. Moshi mosh! こんにちは。日本語のソードリング、セフィロスソード57です。だが、セフ様と呼んでください。あなたは素晴らしい日本人が以前に俺様のことを聞いてことがありかもしれません。しかし、当疑問の表に人のために、これは誰ですか？説明させてください。俺様は日本が大好きで、その日本文化です。あなたが今まで会った中で、最もの日本の輝き。俺様は YouTuber です。そして、ゲーム開発。よし！レベルアップだ！そして、ミュージシャンです。また、経験豊富な武道家です。はい。そして日本文化の学者でもあります。お分かりのように、俺様の日本語はとても上手です。俺様は古いプレイステーションのゲームが大好きです。悪魔女ドラクラ X、月下のジャス曲、そしてファイナルファンタジー7、漫画やアニメが大好きです。ジョジョの奇妙な冒険のように。VTuber も好きです。俺様はの気に入りは犬神コロネ、指、そして宝生マリンです。そして宇佐田ペコラ、ドドンペコちゃん。みんな本当に可愛いアイドルです。西側は日本文化が世界知りあることを理解していません。それで彼らにそれについてすべて教えるのは私の義務です。俺様は頑張ります。いや、皆さん、また後で。さようなら。こんにちは everyone. I'm SephirothSword57 and welcome back to another video. Today we're gonna be doing something a bit different than I usually do. You see, yesterday I put up a poll on the SephirothSword57 Patreon for Super Sugoi to vote on, and on that list I had 3 games: Donkey Kong Country, F-Zero X, and Metroid Prime. Each of these games were requested for me to make videos on in the past, so I decided to go back very far into the comment section of old videos to pick out games that people have requested. And that is what this video is about. I'm gonna try out the one game that wins the poll. But as you can see on the poll, the game that won was Metroid Prime. Now, I was unaware of this, but Metroid Prime is actually a Nintendo GameCube game. And I thought for sure that it was an N64 game after seeing footage of it. My computer can't play games like that, so that game had to be scrapped. And I went with number 2 instead, which was Donkey Kong. So, I'm gonna be playing the game right now and see what it's all about. Okay, let's see what this is about. First level, I assume? Oh. Okay, this game has a run button, just like every other Nintendo game. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Oh, so enemies that are on. Okay. So some enemies you can jump on and some you can't. Okay. Noted. Oh, and now I can't jump on them? Okay. What else? I guess that was the end of the stage. Let's go to the next one. Let's see. This game is really baka. Oh. I can barely see anything here. How's you supposed to see anything here?
Okay. Oh, now it works? Okay. No, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. No, that's okay. Let's just try it again. I have to play the first level again? Okay. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Okay. This is good so far. This is great. I'm glad they put in mechanics that works in the game. That's great. I'm glad. Oh, I meant to do that. I wanted to do that. Of course. So I guess we have to. Oh, that's great. Yes, I get it. This is fine. This is completely fair. I'm glad I'm playing such a fair game. Yes. Now let's try this again. Okay, the exit. I'm glad I'm playing such a good game. I'm having a lot of fun with this. And there we go. Finished the really good level right there. Great hitbox. Well, that's to be expected of a game like this. Of course. And okay. What is this? Why can't I go any further? Okay. No, this is fine. But I guess I have to die. Because the level is so well designed, so I have to die. They thought of everything. Yes, that's a good way to exit the level. Okay, yes, enemies coming from nowhere. Yes, that's classic game design. And that's the end. Okay. Yes, I like that. I like when that happens too. That makes a lot of sense, actually. More games should have items disappearing out of nowhere. Thank you. And the controller stopped working, of course. It doesn't work anymore. How great. Oh, it does work. I guess the light is not working. I didn't even need the light to begin with. Who needs that? Who needs to know that the controller is working? Well, not me. Yes! Yes, that's what I wanted to do all along. Who needs those anyway? When we have Donkey Kong for Nintendo. We don't need these games. Who needs these games? We don't need these. We don't need these games. Because we have Donkey Kong to play a much better game. Now let's have fun and play the game from the beginning. Yes. So much fun. Well, you know what?
I shouldn't even be in this room. I shouldn't even be in here because I don't deserve to be in the presence of this masterpiece. So I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving. And we're back to this again. It's just every time. But this game is a masterpiece. So, like everyone has said, let's see right now. Let's see right now. Let's see right now. Donkey Kong Country for the Nintendo. 8.5 out of 10. I couldn't agree more. What a classic. Let's keep playing the game. Let's keep playing. I'm having such a great time with this game. I might as well keep playing. And there we go again, just like I wanted. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, wow, take a look at this. Wow, I guess I'm gonna be playing with this controller now. I guess this is what happens when you play a great game like this. You have to make sacrifices. And, well, I guess so. Well, I think that's enough for today. Well, I had a great time at least, with one of the best games I've ever played. I won't be needing to play any other games after playing this, because I played Donkey Kong for Nintendo. So, if you excuse me, I have to go and buy a new DualShock PlayStation 4 controller. So, excuse me, I'm gonna be spending $70 on a new controller. But that's okay. It was worth it. What a beautiful day. It's the perfect kind of day for some Japanese matcha tea. So let's dig it. No! Konnichiwa, my fellow appreciators of Japanese culture. I'm SephirothSword57, and welcome to today's video. A little while ago, I was feeling a bit nostalgic from my last trip to Japan, so I decided to go to YouTube and look up tea videos from Japan. And what I found was a video of someone trying a lot of Japanese teas that you can buy, and I thought, wow, this could be very educational for the next time I go to the great Nihon. So I clicked the video and...
What is up, my beautiful and welcome back to...
That should pretty much sum up exactly what you're in for.
This is a YouTuber called CDogVA. He's just some Westerner living in Japan, and he tries to make videos about cultures all around the country. He is a loud, rude British Western man from Europe who carelessly ignores the Japanese people that could be around him.
This is an abomination to tea. I do not like this one.
What an absolute aho. But what's so annoying about this video is that he thinks he's some kind of authority when it comes to tea just because he's British. As if British people have any say in what tea should taste like. He keeps whining and saying how bad the Japanese tea is in this video, so I think it's time for someone who is a real tea connoisseur with true knowledge to step in and show him his place.
What he's even doing in Japan to begin with is beyond me. If you don't like it there, CDogVA, then go back to your country. Japanese tea is amazing, and Sea-Dog VA is completely and objectively wrong. I have an unbiased and nostalgia-free relationship with tea. And I didn't have anything growing up. I didn't drink my first cup of tea until I was 14 years old, right after I discovered Japanese culture. And the first type of tea that I had was Itoin Oi Ocha, matcha green tea, and it was absolutely sugoi. Now, unfortunately, we won't be having any good tea today because all of my Japanese tea was replaced with these. I have here 5 different brands of British tea, and I'm gonna be trying them all out and give them a score. And I am even gonna go by Sea-Dog VA's rules and use his inferior out of 10 scoring system instead of the superior Dengenki Bunko scoring system that I always use for my videos. Let's just hope that these brands of tea are good enough for your sake, Sea-Dog VA. First up, we have Lipton Earl Grey tea. So, let's try it out. Itadakimasu! Oh! Isn't this supposed to be a very common brand? Why does it taste so awful? Do people drink this on their free will? It would make more sense if this was used as a tool for torturing people. Lipton gets a 1 out of 10. Next up we have Bradley's. How do you open this up? What kind of construction is this? Well, I can't get this one to open. I didn't want to drink it to begin with, and it seems like Bradley's didn't want me to either. It gets a 1 out of 10. This is such a common thing when buying Western products in general. You know it's bad when you buy a pair of scissors, and to open up the package, you will have to use one of your own katanas to open it up. Isn't that just so inconvenient? Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Twinnings, or Twinings. How do you even say this name? This is very moronic. Who even decided on a name like this, so it makes it hard for the consumer to pronounce it? Okay. Well, that wasn't very good. I don't know. At least this one doesn't feel like I'm drinking poison. But it still tastes like diarrhea. 3 out of 10. So far, this hasn't even been remotely pleasurable in any way. But I'm not really surprised, since this is all tea for Westerners, and Westerners have a very strange and dark past revolving tea.
Tea is one of the mainstays of civilization in this country and causes violent disputes over how it should be made. This was a statement from George Orwell, the author of 1984, in one of his works called A Nice Cup of Tea, an essay about tea and British people. And already we see the problem. First is obviously that Westerners act violently over something that should be seen as relaxing and enjoyable. but also that Orwell doesn't think it's a problem and instead add to the toxic and barbaric Western treatment of tea by adding, "Here are my own 11 rules, every one of which I regard as golden." And just like another British person I mentioned earlier, Orwell seems to think that he's some kind of authority on tea and how it should be consumed. What a disgraceful and foolish man. The Boston Tea Party is also a good example of how Westerners handle tea. On one hand, they're getting rid of bad-tasting Western tea, but on the other hand, maybe the ocean will become polluted and the fish will die. Anyway, let's see what Yorkshire tastes like.
Wow. Well, that one might have actually been poison. My throat is feeling very itchy after drinking that. What is even in this? Well, this one is better than the Lipton one. But not by much. 2 out of 10. Well, we only have one brand of tea left for the British to redeem themselves. But before we get to that, what was that? Anyway, let's get to the last one. TikTok. Here we go. I have to go. I didn't think it could get any worse. But here we are, with the most foul thing I've ever drank in my whole life. This is terrible. Why do people even drink this? Do Westerners think this tastes good? That can't be healthy. I am not even gonna give this a score because of how nauseous it made me. George Orwell, the author of 1984.
So you already know who I am, SephirothSword57.
Of course I do. And I see that even in death, you are still torturing the human race with your toxic view on tea.
But of course, humans are so easily tricked, and I see that you were able to survive, even though I had you drink so much Western tea. I'm impressed.
That was nothing. I've handled stronger foes than you.
We will see about that. I hope you're ready for the fight of your life, SephirothSword57.
No.
Huh?
You are so weak that I don't even need to lift a katana to beat you. And the Harai ritual would just be a waste of resources, as it's only used for powerful yokais and not weak little Western ghosts like you. So I'm just gonna be sending one of my servants to take care of you. That should absolutely be enough.
Wait, hold on here. No, this can't be happening. Help!
Do
The job is done, SephirothSword57.
Arigato, Colonel. Anyway, Sea Dog VA, I don't even think you could disregard this objective view and analysis on tea. Just admit already that Japanese tea is better than Western tea in every regard, and that Western tea is worse. And if you disagree with me, you are disagreeing with facts, and you will look like a fool. Now, that is all for this video. Arigato for watching, and have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh! Hello everyone, SephirothSword57 here. Today I will be showing you how to cure your depression. I just got home from visiting my good friend Joachim, and a lot of things happened. I will now cut to when my session with Joachim began. This video will be very informative and useful for you who feel the same as Joachim. Enjoy! Well, konnichiwa everyone. I'm SephirothSword57, but you can call me Sef-sama. Today I'm with my good friend Joachim, who has been on the channel before, as you all know. So, Joachim, we have something to address. How have you been?
Oh, been good.
Mm-hmm. And how is work?
You know I don't work right now.
Yes, I know that. But the swordlings don't. Since you got laid off. And how is your girlfriend?
We separated and I moved into this apartment.
Yes, you moved out of her apartment. That's right. And you're balding.
I shaved my hair because I've been losing hair for 10 years and I thought it was time to shave it off.
But Joachim, let's not beat around the bush now. You are depressed. And I have also suffered from depression in the past. You see, back in 2017, March, a console named the Nintendo Switch came out and ruined the reputation of the PlayStation Vita. The PlayStation Vita was a very awesome and Sugoi console. And the Switch came out and developers stopped developing for it. That was a very tough year for me personally, especially since the PlayStation Vita is such a much better console. So there was other things that happened that year too, like for example the really awful game that won Game of the Year, that Zelda game, won over Persona 5, which was the Game of the Year. That was not a good year. Swordlings might remember it as the year where I didn't upload any videos. And now you know why. And just like how I defeated my depression, I'm going to help your depression, Joachim. Okay, so before we begin, I asked my swordlings over on the SephirothSword57 Discord server, and I asked them if they had any suggestions and any tips to help with someone with depression. Oh, this is a good one to start with. A bowl of oishi Nissin chicken flavored ramen by Vomi-san on the server. Yes, that's a very good one. I personally had a lot of ramen during my year when I was depressed. It's definitely something that it could absolutely help. That's something you can think about later, Joachim. Oh, here is another good one by Ai-chan on the server. Sometimes being there and actively listening to their problems can help someone feel a bit better. Just like what I am doing right now. And the last one from Eritadisu Meganiru-san, who says, play Chrono Trigger together. Now, we have already played Chrono Trigger together back in the day, Joachim. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Yes, so you can probably play Chrono Trigger. Go back. That could be a very good moment for you to replay that classic. So that could something you can think about as well. Now, those are some decent suggestions from the swordlings, but I know what the real problem is. Joachim, have you felt any presence of yokai lately?
You mean like Japanese?
Spirits. Yes.
No.
Well, I can feel a lot of negative yokai energy in this apartment. And it's not one of those trickster yokai like a tengu. No, this is some stronger ones. And those are what is causing your depression, Joachim. So, I am gonna perform a harai ritual to banish the yokai from this apartment. Are you ready to start, Joachim?
Sure.
Well, unbeknownst to you, Joachim, the harai ritual has already started. Ever since I put up this offerda at the beginning, it has started. And I knew it would take 10 minutes for the offerda to power up and release its power. So that's why I went through those questions with you and the swordling suggestions. I also prepared some banishing salts, which is a very effective way to get rid of the yokai. This way it will be guaranteed for them to disappear. There we go. The ritual is finished. And now you have been cured of your depression, Joachim. And the yokai are gone. How are you feeling? You're feeling a lot better now, right? Arigato for watching, my swordlings. We were able to banish the yokai that have been pestering Joachim for a while now, and he is cured of his depression. There are a lot of information in this video that you can take into consideration when you have depression. I have a video on my channel, my second channel, where I do a ritual, and it's very insightful, so go check it out if you haven't. Anyway, arigato for watching, and have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Sayonara! You too, Joachim. Sayonara!
That was a very nice video. My shortly, there are only 7 videos left. So, I would say about an hour left of content.
Hello there, everyone. This is SephirothSword57, but you can call me Seph-sama. Today's video is a special one. As you all know, I am a big fan of anime, manga, JRPGs, and Japanese culture in general. And there is this website on the internet that I know a lot of you swordlings came from. The website is called 4chan. Now, I haven't visited that website myself, but I would like to take a thorough look at it. This video is part of the 7-year anniversary for the channel, so I thought that this would be a good idea for a video. I'm sure you swordlings are excited, so let's get started. And here we are, 4chan, or Chi-chan, or Yon-chan. I actually don't know the name of this website because I haven't been here and this is a blind walkthrough of it. So the pronunciation could be anything for all I know. Anyway, the first thing I notice here is that there's a whole section of Japanese culture right here. Well, this is a very good first impression, I would say. And I also see there's a section for video games. But let's start from the beginning by visiting the anime and manga board. And wow, already I can see that there are discussions about RE0, Dragon Ball, and much more. Now I'm getting excited. This is actually reminding me of the good old forum days, where you would go on forums to discuss your interests. I was on a lot of anime and JRPG forums back in the day, so this kind of stuff is familiar to me. So let's start by making a thread. Konnichiwa, minasan. I'm SephirothSword57, but you can call me Seph-sama. What are your favorite anime and manga? Mine is Naruto. I'm looking forward to the replies. Now it seems like you can attach an image to this post, so I'm going to do that. I chose the 5th volume of Naruto because it's my favorite and first cover I ever saw of a manga. And there we go, it's been posted. So let's wait for the replies. Oh, we got a reply. Well, that isn't very nice. What a rude person.
Okay. Well, I gotta reply to this one. But, how... Okay. How do you reply? Okay, so I found out how it works. Time to write a reply. And there we go. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Now. What is going on? There is another imposter on a different website, trying to be me. Are they really so jealous of my channel that they have to steal my identity? This is not good. Well, this isn't a good start at all. I need to get off of this board because it's filled with people who are trying to steal my identity and my viewers. Let's go back to the home page and find something else. I'm sure that board was just filled with my haters and trolls. Now, I could choose some of the other ones about Japanese culture, but the one that interests me the most is the VTuber one. But this time I'm going to read other threads before I actually start making one on my own. This is very disappointing. This board is terrible as well. There's too much focus on Western VTubers and a bunch of English ones instead of focusing on HoloLive and good Japanese VTubers instead. They're also very rude, negative, and use a lot of foul and gross words, and they're treating each other like crap. I am not even gonna bother with this one either. Now, unfortunately, the other boards aren't much better in Japanese culture. This is very disappointing. All of you there need to get your act together. Do it now, or you will lose respect from the people you look up to, like Japanese people. Okay, so let's check out the video game boards. They could be better. Here we go. Now, from what I see so far in the threads, it seems to be pretty okay. And they talk about Japanese JRPGs and Japanese games in general. So let's make a thread here as well. Yosh! It's been posted. Now let's wait for some swordlings to reply to the thread. Okay, let's see if we've gotten any replies. That was not the type of reply I was hoping I would get. Dark Souls is not even a proper JRPG. It doesn't have turn-based battles, it doesn't have experience points, and it doesn't have any cool characters. What kind of freaks are on this website? What is this? What do you mean I violated Global 3 troll posts? Why am I blocked? Am I blocked for just wanting to share my objective opinions? What kind of maniac made all these rules? What a garbage website. Well, if that is the case, then I'm not gonna be posting any further on this website. But I am still gonna go and check out the other boards to see what kind of people are on here. I have to say this has been very disappointing so far. Now, after checking out the video game board some more, I noticed that they only pretty much talk about a bunch of garbage, boring Western games with bad game design, with a few good JRPGs and Japanese games here and there. So once again, we have another board that is just filled with trash posts. So here is my suggestion about the video game boards. So what they need to do is to make a Western video game board for Western games only, so they can talk about their filth on that board, and leave the video game board for JRPGs and Japanese games only. Now that is my feedback for you, 4chan. I hope you take it to heart if you want to improve your website. Comics, cartoon, technology, television, weapons, sports, extreme sport. What are all these useless boards for? This has nothing to do with Japanese culture. Why are these on here? Science and math, these are all just nerd stuff. This website so far has been so weird. It doesn't make any sense. And what are these? Random Robot 9001? What are some of these boards? What do they mean? This makes no sense. I am curious what they think of politics though. So let's check this one out. Oh wow. The people on this board reminds me of my uncle who likes to post conspiracy theories on Facebook. Moving on, what else do we have? Fitness could be interesting, but the people posting here are also very strange and make no sense, and they don't even talk about martial arts or real training. What about paranormal? Also complete garbage. They just talk about made up stuff, like ghosts and such, and other made up stories, when they could be talking about yokai. I haven't seen a single thread that has to do with yokai or similar. What an absolutely boring board. Well, I guess we are done here. What kind of website bans you for just having normal conversations with people? Are you just supposed to be rude and disgusting to others to be able to post there? I guess so. So what are my overall thoughts? Well, it should be very obvious. It's just a place for Westerners to be filthy and pretend that they like Japanese culture. The fact that they're using a Japanese name for their website, as well as having a bunch of boards relating to Japanese culture and media, is disgusting because it's just filled with Westerners. Don't go on this website if you haven't yet. And you swordlings who originated on there, it was probably different 7 years ago, so I don't hold it against you. As long as you don't visit this website these days. 4chan gets a 10 out of 400 using the Dengeki Bunko scoring system. And that is it for this video. If you want to support me, then go and visit the SephirothSword57 Patreon and become a Super Swordling today. I need to buy a new PlayStation 4 DualShock 4 controller after that Donkey Kong Country mess. If you haven't seen that video, go check it out right now. Your contributions would be very much appreciated. Arigato. Anyway, arigato for watching and have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Moshi mosh! Greetings, viewers. In the last couple of weeks, I've been seeing a lot of activity surrounding a specific game. It's called Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy, or GTA Trilogy for short. Now, I of course know about the notorious GTA franchise, since a lot of people have been asking me to talk about it. So I decided to take a look at it and see what it's like. And my first thought was, wow, these graphics look terrible.
Is this really a game from 2021?
But when I read more about it, I learned that it's actually a compilation of older games. So that is why. I've never heard of these games before, so I had no idea. And then I saw that people were talking about one game that was called San Andreas. It seems like it's the best game in the franchise and is considered a masterpiece. So with that knowledge in mind, I think it would be a good idea to take a look at this so-called masterpiece.
Konnichiwa everyone, I'm SephirothSword57, and today we are taking an in-depth look at a game that represents and shows the best qualities of its franchise, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. So let's get started.
So the game starts with our main character, who seems to have been on vacation somewhere. His name is CJ, which isn't even a real name.
Who does he think he is? 2B?
SephirothSword57 何か欲しかった?
Oh, no, don't worry 2B-chan. I was just talking to the viewers.
わかりました。失礼します。
So, his real name is actually Carl Johnson. So why do they call him CJ? I'm just gonna call him Carl from now on, so it doesn't get confusing. Then some police officers show up and takes Carl for a ride. From what I've gathered from this cutscene, Carl has killed some police officer, but he refused to admit it, and then they throw him out of the car.
Oh shit, here we go again.
What a foul mouth he has. That is not a fitting attitude for a hero.
Already we have seen things in this game that have me worried.
The game is desperately trying to put the police in a bad light as being violent and rude people to trick the viewers into rooting for Carl, despite the fact that he is the one in the wrong for killing someone.
This is the game's first step in trying to make the players sympathize with people like Carl by putting us in his shoes. This isn't looking very good, but it will only get worse.
Conveniently, Carl's bike is right here for us to ride, so that we can get to our first destination. So I arrived at Carl's home on Grove Street, and...
Stop it! What are you doing, Carl? Brian, stop it!
Quit it! Moms are here.
Carl's house seemed to be haunted by ghosts, but for some reason, nobody on Grove Street seems to care or talk about it at all. We are then introduced to the character of Big Smoke.
Big Smoke? More like Big Joke.
This character's name doesn't make any sense at all, since his character doesn't revolve around smoke, and he doesn't even have any smoke-related powers either. In fact, all the characters here have names that are weird and make no sense. The characters' names so far are CJ, of course, Big Smoke, Sweet, and Ryder, which is spelled wrong for some reason. I've already talked about Carl and Big Smoke, but let's talk about the other two. First we have Sweet, Carl's brother, which is an ironic name since he is always in a sour mood. He is the rudest out of all of them, always being loud and annoying, and he keeps bullying Carl, his own brother. Then we have Ryder, who is always swearing and saying bad words, and is of course also really mean to Carl. These three characters we've been introduced to on Grove Street are all dressed in green, and they are all rude, even to each other. This game is extremely lazy with their characters. You wanna know why?
It's because they are all pretty much the same character.
Imagine if in Final Fantasy VII everyone looked and acted exactly like Barret. Now, don't get me wrong, Barret is an amazing character and a great character design, but we don't need more of him.
One is enough.
Not only are all these four characters pretty much the same, but they are all unpleasant and rude to each other. No loyalty whatsoever.
Oh! That sounded awful. Why did my Sony stereo system start playing? And that music was awful. Well, that was strange.
We then start doing tasks for Ryder and other characters. But why are we doing this? Shouldn't we solve the ghost problem first? Did the game already forget about it?
And some pizza place keeps paying over our hit up, man. Shit is beautiful. Teach the owner a lesson. The fucking Grove Street. You down?
What are they even saying? Half of the time when these characters talk, you can barely understand them. This is beyond just bad writing. It's all just nonsense.
If it wasn't clear already, this game has a huge problem in its messaging. All the characters are rude, use foul language, and have unhealthy lifestyles.
It's a game that encourages bad behaviors, like overeating.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
They are literally promoting unhealthy lifestyles. This would be you if you decide to take advice from this game. Just look at Ryder. He eats at the pizza place all the time because the guy at the register recognizes him.
Fast food is very unhealthy for you. Don't be like Ryder.
The whole cast of this game is extremely unlikable, and anyone normal shouldn't be charmed by them in the slightest. But the characters here do not only promote bad behavior and unhealthy lifestyles.
I'm going to need to stop the review for a moment to talk about something very serious. Now, I consider myself to be a very enlightened individual who is tolerant to all kinds of people. But it's time to look at this objectively. It is games like this that make certain groups look very bad. And after you play them, you don't have a positive view on the people belonging to that group.
I am personally even more disgusted by people like them after playing this game. All these people seem to do is harm others and beat up and steal from innocent people and sometimes even kill them. And they are even doing the same to each other, always shooting each other and don't know how to behave. They are loud and noisy, and society would be better off without these people, and they should be sent off somewhere else. And it's also statistically proven that they commit all the crimes. That's right. I'm talking about criminals.
It is very clear that Rockstar, who made all these games, are actively promoting criminal activity. And games like this is an example of how they do it.
The characters in GTA San Andreas are criminals, and by making the main character a criminal and making them look like people you want to associate with by playing along with the game's rules, most Western gamers would unknowingly slowly have their minds adapt a criminal's mindset. And this is proven with all the articles of violent children who commit crimes after playing the game. Just look at this.
If any of you watching this is a parent, make sure to not let your child play these dangerous games. It will turn them into criminals.
And that is why Rockstar Games make you play as the villain instead of the hero.
What was that sound? Where did this come from? This is not mine. Where? What? Let's just get back to the game.
Playing this game made me realize how much better Japan is at making a game about the criminal underworld. Just look at the Ryuga Gotoku series, also known as the Yakuza series in the West. Let's compare the two. First we have GTA. The main characters here behave like violent apes, but it's not the fun kind of apes like in Ape Escape 3. No, it's the bad kind of apes you hear about on the news who escapes the zoo and rip people's faces off. There is no reason for any of them to behave the way they do. They just like being rude and hurting people. This is evident by the fact that when you play as Carl, you can just go outside and beat random people up and kill them.
Tough guy.
I feel bad for all the innocent NPCs living here who have to deal with all these Grove Street maniacs. Now let's look at the main character of the Yakuza series, Kiryu Kazuma, also known as the Dragon of Dojima and the fourth chairman of the Tojo clan. Kiryu is a Yakuza, a member of the organized crime syndicate of the same name that has been active in Japan ever since the 1700s during the Edo period. But while Kiryu is technically a criminal, he is still a good person with a deep sense of loyalty. This is also reflected in the gameplay of the Yakuza games. You can't attack innocent people on the street, because that is something Kiryu would never do. The only people you fight are other criminals who are trying to cause troubles for civilians. Kiryu is a very kind man and even helps people on the street when they are in trouble, despite the fact that he himself is in a much more difficult spot. Like when he runs into this child who got his game stolen by a criminal, and Kiryu just decides to run after them to get the game back for the young man. If this was Carl, Big Smoke, Sweet, or Ryder, they would have said some foul words, pulled out a gun, and shoot the child to death just for fun.
It should be very clear who the better character is. But if you somehow prefer Carl over Kiryu, then I don't want anything to do with you. And you should turn yourself in before you hurt someone.
Anyway, while doing quests for the other criminals, it became even more evident how terrible these characters are. It's even to the point where the gameplay has to suffer from it. For example, there is a point where you have to confront a drug dealer, but instead of resolving the problem peacefully using your wits, your only option is to beat him up. Why can't you use your words to solve conflict diplomatically? Nobunaga Oda and Tokugawa Ieyasu were able to unify Japan with words alone. This game depicts humans as disgusting creatures.
GTA San Andreas is a dangerous game. The fact that there are people out there who buy this game and play them makes my skin crawl. The main cast of GTA San Andreas should all be locked up, and the same goes for the people over at Rockstar for making games that turn children into criminals.
You thought I was gone forever, didn't you, SephirothSword57?
You?
That's right, bitch. It's me, SifDaddy57. Thank you for playing this awesome game, by the way.
What is this? How did you manage?
Come on, SephirothSword57. Don't you get it? I was trapped in San Andreas for some reason, and I didn't have enough energy to break out of it, yo.
So the interference earlier...
That's right, it was me, bitch. You playing San Andreas gave me more power, but it still wasn't enough for me to break out of the game. So, I'm going to have to use my new technique. It's time for you to feel what it's like to be in prison, SephirothSword57. Take this, bitch! Mafuba! No!
Oh! Where am I? No!
Damn, it's finally nice to be free, yo!
Let me out of here, SephirothSword57!
After what you did to me? Hell no! Let's have some fun with this!
No! What are you doing? No! Stop! Stop!
Let's steal this bitch car. No, don't make me do this. Out of the way, bitches. Yo, this is fun as fuck, yo. Now let's beat up some innocent people, yo. You punk ass bitch, give me that paper. It's useless, bitch. You're trapped in GTA San Andreas forever, yo.
When I was a child, I would most of the time play video games. But when I wasn't playing video games, I would instead be watching TV and go through the channels to see what was on them. And I have this memory of always stumbling across this guy called Bob Ross painting during the afternoon after I had gotten home from school and had my dinner.
What?
I could never understand what was going on, and it never held my interest for more than a few minutes. Now, let's travel 30 years into the future.
Once again, we're going to thin the paint till it's almost ink consistency. Not quite, but almost. Something like so. And with that, then you have to sort of start...
What?
Where all the little worms live on the tree.
Why does he talk like that? He should have more confidence when he speaks, and try to speak louder so that people can hear what he's saying.
Could you imagine if the SephirothSword57 show was like that?
Konnichiwa everyone, I'm SephirothSword57 and welcome back to the SephirothSword57 show.
That wouldn't be very good. But after taking a look at his paintings, it becomes very clear to why this man speaks the way he does and what his personality is like.
As you can see from his paintings, the only thing he paints are trees, rocks, and water. And as he demonstrates here, it's not even that hard to do.
Anyone can do this.
But if you take a closer look at all of his paintings, you can see that he never includes any people in them.
This, my swordlings, is a very typical sign of a hikikomori. Bob Ross is someone who is afraid of other people, and that is why you don't see any people or characters in his drawings.
He is socially awkward and doesn't want to deal with other people and would rather be alone all the time. How dull. I do feel sorry for the less fortunate, and you should help them.
But giving them their own TV show is going too far. Come on, guys. You have to get out there and socialize and not hide in your room all day. You don't want to be some kind of weirdo, do you?
Now this mindset of his also affects him as an artist as well. If he just tried, then Bob Ross could be a good artist. But the big problem is that he always gives up before he can paint anything interesting. He just paints the backgrounds and leaves his paintings unfinished.
He doesn't have his own art style, and he never paints anything cool, like katanas or anime characters. But knowing him, he probably doesn't have the confidence or motivation to learn anything new or develop his own style.
Shake him off and just beat the devil out of him.
Look at the mess he made.
He seems weak and is too timid to improve his skills, so he just draws the same thing over and over. And there is no personality in these paintings either. They are completely soulless. Check this out. Look at how much more interesting this is now.
The room he records in is also really depressing, with all the walls painted in black. Living like this can't be good for your mental health. How are you supposed to get inspired by this kind of environment? Bob's show was probably intended as a therapy program for people who live in insane asylums.
Look at that. Isn't that a nice little tree? And he lives right here in this brush.
But for some reason, it was made into a TV show and is now popular among Westerners for some reason.
He also has a Twitch streaming channel, but it's really cheap because he only streams episodes of his old show and nothing else.
When I stream, I keep it engaging and interesting. A big part of streaming is interacting with your fans and having a good time. This is just shameless.
Am I experiencing deja vu? What is this bullshit? This is exactly the same as the last episode. It's almost like I'm watching an episode from a different timeline. How am I supposed to stay invested in what's going on when it's the same as the last episode?
Beat the devil out of it.
You've already said that. Why even record more episodes if he isn't creative enough to do something different? They might as well run the same episode over and over again.
Bob Ross is very lucky that he got a show back in the day when people didn't know about cool art like this. If he tried to do his show now, he wouldn't stand a chance against the artists of today. So to sum it all up, Bob Ross is a weak and unmotivated man who lacks confidence and has problems dealing with other people. He keeps painting the same things over and over, and he never goes out of his comfort zone to try something new. Now, let me ask you this. Is that someone who you should be looking up to? Arigato for watching this video. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Bye!
Alright, motherfucker.
Get the hell out of here, bitch! I got to get my game on, yo. Oh yeah, now this is some good shit right here. Yo, blonde anime dude.
Huh? You mean me, SephirothSword57?
Yeah, be a little useful and bring me some grub, yo.
Okay, sure, SephirothSword57. I'll bring you your favorite food.
And be quick! Yo!
Here you go, SephirothSword57.
What is this fucking shit, yo? What's your fucking problem, yo? Bring me a McDonald's hamburger.
Huh? Okay. I'll go get one for you then.
I can't do this much longer.
Okay, here it is.
Give me that. Oh, hell yeah. Now we're talking. Now this is some good shit, yo. What the hell are you staring at? Get the hell out of here, fool! This game is so good, y'all. It's so much better than trash Japanese films like Final Fantasy, Xenogears, Grandia, and Hyperdimension Neptunia.
SephirothSword57, I don't know what's going on, but you need to explain yourself. Yeah, what are you even saying? You would never say something like this normally.
Hi.
You know what? You're fired. All of you. So get the hell out of here.
Okay, I'm now convinced. Who are you? What have you done to SephirothSword57? Yeah.
Hi.
Oh man, you fools are getting in my way now. Prepare to be blasted, bitches.
Man. Huh? Man. Guys, watch out.
Heh. It's time to bring the crew on, baby. Yo, boys, it's time to party, yo. Yo, my homeboys. What's up?
Long time no see, Sephdaddy57.
Yeah, whatever, ouch guy. Yo, bros, let's get some gaming on.
Hell yeah! Sephdaddy is the best! Yeah!
Yo, Goldface, get a load of this.
Yo, no way!
Yo, homie, chill, yo. We need to get the secret in the game, yo. The one I've been looking for since I got back. Yeah, I'm going to wish for immortality, yo.
I got the booze, homies.
Yo, let's party, y'all.
SephirothSword57.
Who's there?
Don't be alarmed, SephirothSword57. I've been observing you. You have been stuck in the video game world for quite a while.
Yes, after Sephdaddy57 put me in this world, it's been nothing but torture.
Yes, you've been through a lot.
So what is his goal with all this? He said that he is looking for the secret in the game.
That would be me, SephirothSword57. You see, I'm the secret spirit that resides in the video game called Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and I can grant any wish to whoever finds me.
But why would you show yourself to me? And why now, after weeks of being tortured?
I had to make sure that you were pure of heart. That is why I've been observing you.
I understand.
Sephdaddy57 is an impure and greedy entity who only cares about himself. I could not let him get his wish granted no matter what. That is why I chosen you, SephirothSword57. I'm giving the wish to you. I give you anything you want. Are you sure, SephirothSword57? That is the only thing you want?
Positive.
You are even more selfless than I expected, SephirothSword57. I truly did the right choice when I decided to show myself to you. I will now grant your wish. I hope to see you again, SephirothSword57.
Daddy 57? Who are you? What did you do to Chef Daddy 57? Die! Heh, what am I doing here? All alone on the battlefield. No, that's not it. I'm not alone. I'm here with my blade. Do I continue to fight for my friends, or is it so that I have to continue the search for Shadow? No, it's none of those. Right now, all I can think about is swinging my blade. I just want to swing this blade. That's the only thing I want right now. What happened here? Did they fight amongst themselves? Mina, koko da. SephirothSword57, are you okay? Guys, I used a secret spirit to switch places with him. Yokatta. Thank Kami-sama. Don't talk, SephirothSword57. Just rest for now. Yeah, we're just glad that you're okay.
Oh, it's gotta be the worst hangover yet, yo. Hey, bros. Yo, boys. Where you at? Yo. Ah, hell no. I don't know what you did, SephirothSword57, but you haven't seen the last of me, yo. I'll get you back for this. I'll get you back for this!
Who left the TV on?
I can't believe it's been 8 years already.
You said it, Cloud.
And we've all been through so much together.
We sure have. Do you guys remember when we fought Nintendo together?
But of course, who could forget? You and Chrono showed us some incredible skills, especially you, SephirothSword57.
Oh, Cloud.
How about the time when me and Cloud performed Mansai?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, that was really funny.
Hi.
If only all of us could be here celebrating.
Oh, you're thinking about Shadow, SephirothSword57?
Yes, it's been 5 years since we saw him last.
Cheer up, SephirothSword57. I'm sure we will be able to find him soon. I can just feel it.
I agree. I can feel it as well.
You guys are right. Let's find Shadow together.
Yes,
I'm with you. Hi.
I have to say, you've been rather quiet today, 2B.
Yeah, what's that about?
I think 2B had a little bit much sake today.
Urusai, baka.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Noct, how are you doing?
SephirothSword57. I haven't told you, but I have an incurable illness. And I think I'm dying.
Don't say stuff like that, Noct. Just rest up and get better, and then we can...
Seth-sama, I didn't want it to end like this either. But there comes a time when we have to let go of life's conductor baton and allow the curtains to fall. I'm sorry, my friend. Thank you for everything.
Noct! No, it's not your time yet. Noct! My swordlings, I have been on YouTube for 8 years now, and it's been a lot of fun. It really has. Although I, and maybe you, might not look or act the way that most people consider normal, I am at least happy. I am happy that we've been able to stay true to ourselves by being who we are. But if you don't relate to that statement, then do yourself a favor. Start being yourself. Life passes by so quickly, and you don't want to wake up one day and realize that all you did was conform to other people's standards. What I'm trying to say is, be yourself. If I can be myself, then so can you. And make sure to spend that precious time you have with the people that you love. I think I need to call someone.
Don't play that game, but play Chrono Trigger. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night, evening, morning, or day. Bye. SephirothSword57. And first off, I would like to thank Dave Pretendo for letting me...
Who are you? Wait, are you?
I'm SephirothSword57. I'm you from the future.
Wow!
I'm here to help you improve your skills and knowledge as a YouTube reviewer.
I can't wait. I'm more than willing to learn. Doso.
Alright then, but you better get ready. It's gonna be tough. Well, now, I finally taught you how to be a great reviewer. It's now time for me to leave.
Hold on, Sensei. I can't express how fortunate I am to learn from someone as talented and incredible as you. And it pains me that I wasn't able to give something in return for your kindness.
Don't say it like that. I've learned a lot from this experience myself, and I know that you will be going very far in the future.
Sensei, you are the best sensei I've ever had, and I will do my best to live up to your expectations. You are amazing, and I'm sure you're going to reach 1 million subscribers soon.
And I believe in your skills and passion to ensure a brighter future for all the swordlings out there. And remember, you are still new to this whole YouTuber business. Don't feel like you have to fight everything on your own. You have friends around you that you can rely on when you need to.
Alright, I will. Before you go, I just want to say,
Arigato, SephirothSword57.
I will see you around.
Hi, I'm SephirothSword57. And first off, I would like to
introduce a good friend of mine who I met off camera and will be helping me with the review. Come in here, Chrono. Hello there.
Now, on to the review. The game we're gonna review today is called Chrono Trigger. Whoops! This is the wrong game. There we go. Chrono Trigger is often placed very high in top 10 lists, and is regarded as one of the best games ever made. Which is true, if you ask me. Chrono Trigger was released in the 90s for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System by Squaresoft, who is today known as Square Enix.
But you should never play that version. Instead, you should play the PlayStation version, because that version has really cool anime cutscene animation. And it's also on a much superior system, who has better games.
Now, the game was created by Hironobu Sakaguchi, who also created Final Fantasy VII. which is considered one of the best games to ever be released, which I agree with. We also have the composer, Nobuo Uematsu, who also worked on Final Fantasy VII, and also Akira Toriyama, which is probably the only name you need to hear in order to know it's gonna be Super Sugoi. He is the creator of Dragon Ball and makes some of the best fan art around. Now you might say that the graphics looks bad in comparison with games today, in which case you're totally wrong. The graphics look amazing, and it still holds up to this day. But the graphics is not the only thing that is amazing. The story, the gameplay, the characters, the soundtrack, all of them is god tier great. My favorite part of the game is when they realize that the world is gonna get destroyed. One of the finer moments in the game, but far from the only one. You will see parts similar like this later in the game. Now this part here is also really good. The part when Chrono dies. Now, let's talk about the characters. First off, we have you, Chrono. Just look at this amazing character design. He has a sword and has red hair. Just look at him. Who doesn't want to play with a ginger Goku? I sure would.
Thanks, SephirothSword57.
Next up, we have
Ayla, right?
Now that is what I call a good female character. Strong and good looking. What I would do to be able to wrestle around with this lady here. Next up is Magus.
And this is another great character with an intriguing backstory. He is a magic user who you first meet in the past, who traveled to the future from the past, and he is also included in Chrono Cross as the character Guile, who has amnesia. Unfortunately,
he joins you so late in the game that he barely gets any kind of character development. Anyway, it's only a blemish on an otherwise perfect game. Now, there's only one more thing I like to talk about, and it's this.
Chrono Cross.
I have no words to describe how
amazing this game is. While it is very different from Chrono Trigger, it was able to form its own identity while also being a worthy and graceful sequel. And you can actually experience this game right now on the PlayStation 4 because Square Enix was clever enough to create a remake of the original called Chrono Cross: The Radical Dreamers Edition.
Play that game and play Chrono Trigger.
Thank you so much for watching, my loyal swordlings, and I hope that you have a good night, evening, morning, or day. There's only one video left, my soldiers, and then the marathon will be over.
This is the exact same game as last time. It sucks just as much. What was that?
Konnichiwa, my swordlings. This is SephirothSword57, and welcome to today's video. Alien is joining me today.
ごちそうさまでした。
No, Alien, that is incorrect. You're supposed to say, ご招待いただきありがとうございます。
ご招待いただきありがとうございます。番組で何について話しますか?
Oh, I talk about all kinds of things. JRPGs, for example, and...
JRPG は何ですか?
Oh, you haven't played one? It's the best type of entertainment that helps us people on Earth increase our knowledge of game design and storytelling. Let me show you.
Hey, すごいですね。これは試してみたいと思います。
Oh, then I will let you borrow my copy of Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation to enjoy later. It is universally accepted on Earth to be the best video game ever created. Enjoy.
本当? ありがとうございます。セフィロス総力7さん。試してみるのが楽しみです。何を見ていますか?
These are the streets of Japan, the best country on the planet with the best culture and people.
面白い。
Oh, look at this! Here we have a ramen shop which serves different kinds of ramen for people to enjoy. It is a super delicious dish and is some of the best that Earth has to offer.
美味しいです。食べたいですね。
I actually have some ramen right here. We can enjoy it later.
ありがとうございます。 わあ、これは本当にすごいね。これはどのような体勝つですか?
Do your people not have any kind of physical self-defense combat? This right here is martial arts, which is the best way to fight someone in the world. Let me demonstrate. Just fight! Yes, this is very valuable information that I'm sure your people will learn a lot from.
シークがこんなに素晴らしいとは知りませんでした。もっと教えてください、セフ様。
But of course, I have a lot more to show you.
これは何ですか?
We are currently watching anime, some of the most well-respected and well-made entertainment throughout humanity. The one we're watching right now is more of an adult-themed anime with a lot of mature themes and storytelling.
なるほど。
Isn't it great?
はい。
Hey, SephirothSword57, we're here. What's up?
Oh, Cloud, Chrono, come and join us.
Sweet. I would love to, SephirothSword57, but didn't you call us over for something?
Oh, that's right. But before that, Chrono, Cloud, meet Alien, our new friend.
はじめまして。
Hello there. It's nice to see a new face. Same.
Wait, I guess we better get going. Well, we better get going.
All right.
Alien, why don't you watch all of my videos that I have on the SephirothSword57 YouTube channel? I'm sure you will find them very informative and fascinating.
喜んで。
Okay, I will see you later. またね
See ya. Later.
ワクワクする。
Shadow, where are you? Shadow!
Ohayo! How did you like it?
超すごいですよ。俺はたくさん学びました。そして、それは時間の無駄ですじゃない。あなたが何を経験してきたのか理解しています。
Oh, that is Super Sugoi. Now, follow me. I have something to show you.
はい。すげー!
Yes, I decided to repair and improve the thing that you crashed outside of my home while you were enjoying my catalog of videos. Using my engineering skills, it is now beyond its previous capabilities.
And we help too.
素晴らしい。ありがとう皆さん。
Yatta! I now have my very own airship.
Wow. This is so cool.
決めた。しばらく滞在してあなたのパーティーに参加しようと思います。友達のシャドウさヘッジホッグを探すの手伝ってあるよ。
やったー!
And with that, my swordlings, we are now at the end of the marathon. And we just, 30 seconds ago, we just passed the 10-hour mark. So, yes, this has been a 10-hour marathon of videos. Wow. Now, I did include more videos than just the reviews, as you already noticed. Wow. What a time. Now, I did went away for a little nap. Otherwise, I would not have been able to gotten to the end like this. But, good job, everyone who were watching. We were constantly at around 10 viewers throughout the whole time, which means that there are a lot of swordlings watching this. And, arigato to all of you who were watching. Now, I can probably... there we go. That's better. Yes, so... it can be a little bigger. Like... there we go. So, yes. Arigato to all of you who have been watching. This has been great. Going through all of this again really shows how much we've been through together all over the years. Truly amazing. Well, this has been a journey. Oh, don't worry. Yes, I did this because I wanted the swordlings to have something before the holidays. Yes, and Merry Christmas to all of you swordlings as well. Now, I will be ending it here. But, there's a few things I would like to talk about, mention real quick. The SephirothSword57 Plus channel, which I will be linking here. This is a little exclusive for you swordlings who watch through to the end. Now let's see here. The SephirothSword57 Plus channel, right here. Go to that link, and if you're not subscribed, go and subscribe. This channel has not been active for over a year, and considering that I will be doing some shorts contents as well with the new Japanese Word of the Week series that I'm doing, I decided that I'm going to be uploading all future shorts to this channel instead. SephirothSword57 Plus. This channel will have the shorts, it will have some other small videos, like there's a green screen one there's one with outtakes from one of the main channel videos, and OST from the SephirothSword57 show will be uploaded here as well, like the one I uploaded before. I will be making a bigger announcement. Another thing that I will be doing, it was mentioned earlier this stream that they were asking if I was going to upload any of my cover songs to Spotify. Now, I said that, replied to them with that it's probably can't afford it right now, but I did look it up, and apparently you can upload singles onto there. Now, there's only a few of my cover songs that I can actually upload to services like Spotify. The ones that are true, complete covers, those can be uploaded. The other ones that are more like karaoke covers, they can't be uploaded because it uses copyrighted music. But Devil Trigger, Spirited Away, the ending song, and Wind, Naruto Ending 1, they can all be uploaded to Spotify because they are true 100% covers. So yeah, and I'm going to look into if I can upload those, and it's apparently not very expensive to do that. So I will be looking into doing that. But that's that's all I wanted to say. There's also more stuff coming. A new video will be uploaded before the end of the year that I've been working on for a while. And there might be something else. Who knows? But yes, this is the end of the stream. Arigatou gozaimashita for watching this whole marathon. 10 hours. Wow. Anyway, my swordlings, I hope you have a good night, evening, morning, or day. And I will see you swordlings in the next video. Moshi-mosh! Oh, and the second Japanese Word of the Week will be uploaded later today. Or, well, yes, later today, the 23rd. They will be uploaded on Saturdays. Anyway, arigato for watching. Moshi-mosh!